Preface to Italian Life and Legends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Italian Life and Legends by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. Preface. In presenting to the public Italian Life and Legends, I cannot but believe that the many friends of my sister, Mrs. Ritchie, will welcome with interest another volume from her pen, that pen which is now laid at rest, and never more can speak to us in tones of sympathy and love. The sketches were written during the author's residence in Italy, for the most part in Florence, in the years 1864 and 1865. A few appeared in periodicals at the time they were written. Others have never before been published. They are now offered to the public because it is believed that the historic incidents they contain, together with the wild romance of the Italian character, claim a decided interest. M.G.T. New York, November 1st, 1870. End of Preface. Chapter 1 of Italian Life and Legends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Italian Life and Legends by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. Chapter 1 Savonarola. The Piazza della Signoria is situated in the most central part of Florence, faced by the Grand Palazzo Vecchio, and enriched by marvels of art from the hands of Michelangelo, John of Bologna, Ammanato, Oragna, etc., but is not on account of its felicitous locality or its world-renowned surroundings alone that this piazza is celebrated. It is consecrated by historic associations which might well stir with enthusiasm the most sluggish and insensible natures. Among the heart-rending human tragedies that have been enacted upon that gaily beautiful piazza was the cruel martyrdom of the pure-minded, truth-devoted Savonarola and his two friends. For more than 3 centuries, that is, from the time of his death in 1498 until within about the last 30 years, this piazza, on the anniversary of that merciless sacrifice, was strewn with fresh violets, in grateful remembrance of the good he achieved and the wrong he endured. Mrs. Browning thus alludes to this touching custom, and the tardy recognition of his manifold benefactions to Florence. All the winters that have snowed cannot snow out the scent from stone and air of sincere man's virtues. It were foul to grudge Savonarola and the rest their violets. Rather pay them quick and fresh. The emphasis of death makes manifest the eloquence of action in our flesh, and men who, living, were but dimly guessed, when once free their life's entangled mesh, show their full length in graves. It is singular that no complete and satisfactory biography of so remarkable a man as Savonarola existed until Professor Villari of Florence some 4 or 5 years ago published his Life and Times of Savonarola. This able author devoted 10 years to incessant researches in careful preparation of his work. Its vigorously impressive style, its minute details, and the authenticity of the information given cannot be too highly estimated. About a year after Signor Villari's book was published, Romola appeared. Savonarola is made one of the heroes of that brilliant novel. Girolamo Savonarola was born at Ferrara on the 21st of September, 1452. His youth was meditative, studious, and uneventful until he reached his 20th year, at that time a member of the ancient Strozzi family, who had been banished from Florence, resided at Ferrara, at the neighborhood of Savonarola's paternal home. The illustrious Florentine had a beautiful but illegitimate daughter. The youthful Savonarola was kindly received by the Strozzi, and, being thrown in contact with the fair maiden, became deeply enamored. The cordiality of her greetings and the pleasure she appeared to take in his visits led Savonarola into a serious error. Not for a moment doubting that she reciprocated his attachment, he confidently solicited her hand. Her haughty reply at once amazed and crushed him. She answered proudly that a Strozzi could not wed a Savonarola. Without remonstrance or reproach, Savonarola withdrew, but from time to time he became subject to fits of deep melancholy. This was his first affection, and we may judge of its strength by its constancy, for it was his last. While his mind was still in a very dejected state, he was strongly impressed by the preaching of a Dominican friar who visited Ferrara. Savonarola's thoughts soon turned wholly away from the world. At the age of 23, he visited Bologna and entered the convent of Saint Dominique. He stated that the gross corruption of the age was the cause of his retirement. His monastic life was characterized by great devoutness, the rude simplicity of his habits, and the exalted state of his mind. He hardly ate enough to support nature. His bed was of wicker work, with a sack of straw and a blanket. He had frequent trances, and often gave vent to his thoughts and emotions in poetry. When war threatened Ferrara, the superior of the convent sought a less uncertain shelter for some of the brotherhood. Savonarola was sent to Florence. There he entered the convent of St. Mark, in which he afterward effected reforms destined to become so important a feature in secular as well as ecclesiastical history. At this period Lorenzo the Magnificent reigned in all his superb licentiousness over Florence. Its inhabitants, nobles and populace, rich and poor, were alike immersed in a sea of profligate gaiety. Fetes, dances, tournaments, unchaste orgies, drunken revels, and lower depravities wholly engrossed the public mind. Lorenzo was a patron of the fine arts, a man of letters, an author, and a man of no mean gift of poetry. Yet he could debase himself by composing obscene ballads, to be sung during carnivals by young noblemen, who, dressed as devils, ran shouting, yelling, and singing through the streets. Villari declares that these ballads are so revoltingly indecent that in the present day they would not be tolerated by the most depraved taste. Savonarola was horror-stricken by the profane boldness of the unscrupulous potentate, who only employed his rich mental attributes and the power conferred by his princely office to debase or oppress his subjects. Holy promptings clamored incessantly within the pious friar's spirit, and urged him to rise up and counteract Lorenzo's baneful influence. It was one of Savonarola's most striking characteristics that whenever he saw there was good work to be done, he always felt that he was the man called to do it, and he had perfect faith in his own strength to accomplish any task to which he set his hand. This determination to wage war against the unbridled license which ran riot in Florence was confirmed by a remarkable vision. The heavens seemed to open to him. The future calamities of the Church were vividly represented, and he heard a voice which commanded him to declare to the people the misfortunes with which they were menaced. Up to this period, Savonarola's sermons had attracted little attention, but he now electrified his hearers by boldly denouncing Lorenzo, and the depravities of which he was the unblushing instigator. This sermon caused 5 of the principal citizens of Florence to visit Savonarola and bid him beware. Savonarola told them he was the mouthpiece of the Lord, which man could not silence. They threatened him with banishment. Stirred by a prophetic spirit, he answered, "I am a stranger, and Lorenzo is not only a citizen, but the first of citizens. Yet it is I who will remain, and he who shall leave the city." His visions now became more and more frequent and more absorbing. They invariably formed the subject of his sermons. At times he resolved not to preach what had been revealed to him during these visions, but when he entered the pulpit he found himself powerless to resist his spiritual promptings. His own volition had no command over his utterances. Sometimes while preaching he fell into a state of trance or ecstasy. Multitudes flocked to hear him and were stirred to remorse by his bold denunciations of crime. His voice had remarkable power, and historians dwell upon its tones of thunder. But it also had a pleading pathos, and the softness which corresponded to his merciful nature. He exerted a magnetic influence over his hearers, which melted to devotion even those who came to scoff. Villari says, "It would be impossible to give an idea of the force of his expressions, of the vividness of his descriptions, of the works of his imagination, of the confidence of his faith that his visions came from heaven. He repeated the words he had heard pronounced by invisible beings. His deep and solemn voice was re-echoed from the vaulted roofs of the temple. It descended like a divine manifestation on the people, who were roused to a state of ecstasy and who trembled with terror, wonder, and delight." In 1490 he was chosen prior of the Convent of St. Mark. It was customary for a prior, upon his election, to pay homage to Lorenzo the Magnificent. Savonarola refused to comply with this observance. He said that his election came from God alone, and that to him alone he rendered obeisance. Lorenzo tried to conciliate with him. He went to Mass at St. Mark's, and then walked in the gardens of the convent. Savonarola quietly pursued his studies, and the Magnificent waited in vain to be joined by the humble friar. When Lorenzo was stricken with a mortal illness, and his last hours approached, he desired to see Savonarola, and to receive absolution at his hands. "I know no honest friar but him," was the dying magnate's exclamation. Savonarola promptly obeyed the summons. Lorenzo told him that there was 3 especial sins which he wished to confess: the sacking of Volterra, the money pillaged at the Monte della Fanciulla, which had caused so many deaths, and the bloodshed after the conspiracy of the Pazzi. Savonarola bade him restore all he had unjustly taken, or order his sons to restore it, and told him that he must have a lively faith in the mercy of God. Lorenzo affirmed that he had that faith, and reluctantly promised to return whatever he had taken unlawfully. Then Savonarola impressively declared to him that there was one thing more to be done. "You must restore liberty to the people of Florence." Lorenzo, with one last effort, raised himself in his bed, and scornfully turned his back without speaking. Savonarola left him, and the Magnificent died a prey to the most cruel mental torture. 8th of April, 1492. Mrs. Browning makes mention of this incident in her Casa Guidi windows. Who also by a princely deathbed cried, "Loose Florence, or God will not loose thy soul," while the Magnificent fell back and died beneath the starlooks shooting from the cowl, which turned to wormward bitterness the wide, deep sea of his ambitions. In that year Savonarola had a dream which he believed to be a divine revelation. He saw in the sky a hand holding a drawn sword. Upon the sword was written, "The sword of the Lord on the earth, and speedily." Suddenly the sword turned toward the earth, the air became dark, showers of swords and arrows and fire descended, and fearful thunders were heard, while the whole earth became a prey to wars, famines, and pestilences. This vision was afterwards represented by a large number of engravings and upon numerous medals. After Savonarola became prior, he commenced his reforms in the convent of St. Mark. He fitted the monks to live by their own labor, formed schools in which they were taught painting, sculpture, architecture, and the art of copying and illuminating manuscripts. He made the three especial objects of study, theology, morals, and the Holy Scriptures, that the latter might be better comprehended. The brethren were instructed in Greek, Hebrew, and the Oriental languages. Savonarola predicted the coming of the French army, of a new Cyrus, who would traverse Italy as a conqueror, without meeting any resistance or breaking a single lance. Italy was at that time wholly unprotected. When the news suddenly arrived that French troops were crossing the Alps, she had no national armies and no friendly foreign forces. The terrified Florentines rushed to Savonarola, by whom the coming of the foe had been predicted, and implored his aid and counsel. Crowds thronged in the streets in a state of wild disorder. Soon the popular fury turned against Piero de' Medici, who had succeeded his father Lorenzo, and had surpassed him in the magnitude of his crimes, and against the nobles and wealthy citizens. Not only were the houses in danger of being sacked and burned, but their lives were in jeopardy. At this crisis Savonarola mounted the pulpit of the Duomo. The church was crammed with people, rudely armed to defend themselves against the invaders. Savonarola commenced his discourse with these words: "Behold, the sword has descended, the scourges have commenced, the prophecies are being fulfilled." So irresistible was his eloquence that the passions of the multitude were calmed, and no violence was committed that day. Historians ascribe this fact entirely to the ascendancy which he had acquired over the minds of the people. At the meeting of the Signoria, who assembled to discuss the steps to be taken, Piero de' Medici was pronounced incapable of ruling the Republic, and it was resolved that the ambassadors should be sent to the French King Charles, and that Savonarola should accompany them. The chosen ambassadors set out the next day in their splendid equipages. Savonarola followed on foot. The ambassadors were coldly received by the king, who refused to treat with them. Then Savonarola entered the French camp alone, and stood before the king as he sat among his generals. The friar addressed the sovereign in a fearless tone, and told him that the Lord had sent him to deliver Italy from her afflictions, and that if he forgot the work of the Lord, another hand would be selected for its accomplishment. The king listened with profound respect, and gave Savonarola the assurance of his friendly intentions. Meantime, Piero de' Medici, after a vain attempt to resist by force of arms, fled from Florence. After much difficulty and procrastination, King Charles signed a treaty with the Florentines, but delayed his departure from Florence. His soldiers filled the city, creating daily scenes of riot and confusion. Robberies and murders were frequent. The citizens were defenseless and in despair. Still, the king could not be persuaded to leave. Once more, Savonarola was called upon to appear before the king. The result of this interview was a speedy withdrawal of Charles and his army, but not until his retainers had sacked the splendid palace which had been appropriated to his use. Through this barefaced robbery, a large portion of the valuable collections of the Medici passed into the hands of the French. The Florentines now turned more confidently than ever to Savonarola. They owed their freedom to him. His counsels alone could be trusted. His prophecies had been fulfilled. He alone had been able to influence the king and relieve Florence from the heavy incubus of the royal presence. Villari says, "The man, therefore, who was destined to save the people of Florence was Friar Girolamo Savonarola. The hour had struck when he was to enter public life. Events had carried him forward irresistibly in that direction, notwithstanding the firmness with which he had hitherto held back. From the pulpit of the Duomo, Savonarola told his hearers boldly that the reform in Florence must begin with things spiritual, that the people must purify their minds, renounce their evil courses, and abstain from all profligacy and profanity, and thus they might fit themselves to construct a new government. He set forth that the groundwork of that government ought to be that no individual should have any benefit but what is general, and the people alone must have the power of choosing the magistrates and of approving the laws. Speaking of the successful formation of this new government planned by Savonarola, Villari says, "And all this occurred in a brief space of time, without a sword having been drawn, without a drop of blood having been shed, without a single civil riot, and that too in Florence, the city of tumults. But the greatest marvel of all was that the power exercised by a single man, and he a simple friar, directing the work from his pulpit, and bringing it to a happy conclusion, an instance unexampled in history of the omnipotence of the human will and of persuasive eloquence. He was never to be seen at meetings in the piazza, nor at sittings of the Signoria, but he became the very soul of the whole people, and the chief author of all the laws by which the new government was constituted." Villari thus describes the total change which took place in the whole city. The women gave up their rich ornaments, dressed with simplicity, and walked demurely. The young men became, as if by enchantment, modest and religious. Instead of carnival songs, religious hymns were chanted. During the hours of midday rest, the tradesmen were seen seated in their shops reading the Bible, or some work of the friar. Habits of prayers were resumed. The churches were well attended, and alms were freely given. But the most wonderful thing of all was to find bankers and merchants refunding, from scruples of conscience, sums of money, amounting sometimes to thousands of florins, which they had unrighteously acquired. But this state of unwonted and happy quietude was of brief duration. The unstable and unprincipled Charles VIII broke faith with the Florentines, and violated every promise he had given. The city was in great danger, for Piero de' Medici was making mighty efforts to return and resume his despotic sway. He had obtained favor of the French king, and was even now approaching the city in his company. To rescue the Republic from peril so imminent, Savonarola was for the third time sent to the king. The sovereign and the friar met at Poggibonsi. Again Savonarola warned the king that his perfidy would draw down divine retribution. Awed by that menace, Charles once more gave solemn pledges, which, however, were never redeemed. Savonarola, with all the potency of his powerful rhetoric, opposed the return of the Medici and the re-establishment of despotism. Piero de' Medici was eventually driven back and took refuge in Rome. On the death of Pope Innocent VIII, Cardinal Roderigo Borgia, father of the infamous Lucretia Borgia, became Pope Alexander VI. Crime, in its lowest, widest, blackest form, sat unveiled and triumphant on the papal throne. Who can wonder that Pope Borgia was Savonarola's bitterest enemy? Savonarola had addressed him a respectful yet daring letter of remonstrance, setting forth the injuries done to the Church by the immoral life of her popes. A man like Borgia was not likely to pardon such a rebuke. In 1495 the Pope invited Savonarola to Rome, but his friends, who had learned that Borgia favored a conspiracy against the upright friar, entreated him not to obey the summons. They assured him it was only a snare laid for his imprisonment or assassination. Fortunately, a severe internal malady, which rendered traveling impossible, afforded him a legitimate excuse for delay. Already his life had been several times attempted. Even in the city, he could not venture forth without an armed escort. Savonarola's excuses were seemingly accepted by the Pope, but before long the friar was again commanded, and more peremptorily than before, to hasten to Rome, and was suspended from preaching. Savonarola refused to leave Florence, but he was silenced. Fra Domenico, his zealous and devoted friend, preached in his stead and promulgated his doctrines, but they lacked the influence of Savonarola's personal presence and overwhelming eloquence. Savonarola's active mind and his love of usefulness compelled him to engage in good works which might be effected out of the pulpit. The Carnival of 1496 was approaching, and the obscene orgies which the Medici had inaugurated were still in vogue. Even the children took a prominent part in festivities at which all decency was ignored. One of the favorite amusements was to light bonfires in the Piazza del Signoria and dance around them, singing lascivious ballads, and to conclude by a game of throwing stones. This brutal game invariably maimed and often killed people who were passing in the streets. Savonarola undertook what he modestly called the children's reform. He gave a new direction to their amusements and endeavored to substitute religious for carnival or bacchanalian ceremonies. The children were in the habit of forming themselves into bands of extempore robbers and taking possession of much frequented localities to bar the passage of everyone who walked that way until the contents of his purse had been distributed among them. The money thus forcibly obtained was squandered in festivities and revelry. Savonarola had small altars set up in the localities where the children were accustomed to congregate, and he told them they might collect alms to distribute among the poor, but they should take no money by force, and waste none in carousing. He allowed them to sing as before, but taught them hymns, some of his own composition, which they were to substitute for their profane and disgusting Medici ballads. He instructed the good friar Domenico to collect the children and allow them the pleasurable excitement of choosing from amongst themselves a leader, who was presented to the Signoria and who made known to that body the object of the reform. The children were highly delighted at their own importance, and entered into the spirit of the good work with great zeal. The murderous game of the stones was for the first time given up. The children collected 300 ducats, which were given to the poor. Savonarola's friends now made such earnest appeals to Pope Borgia that he granted the friar permission to preach during Lent. The Pope, either to conciliate Savonarola or because he feared him, or to lay another snare, offered him a cardinal's hat, on the condition that he would change the style of language he had been accustomed to use in his sermons. Savonarola quietly refused the conditions and the new dignity. During his Lent preachings, the multitudes which flocked to hear him were so great that a lofty amphitheatre, rising to the first row of windows, was erected inside the Duomo. This amphitheatre had 17 small steps on which the children were seated. Savonarola often addressed them, for to him he looked to the future generations of Florence. The attempts upon his life became so open that he had to be conducted to the Duomo by armed friends. They re-escorted him to the convent without venturing to leave him for a moment unsurrounded. These Lent discourses were chronicled as the most bold and the most impressive which he ever delivered. The historian says, "His sermons are to the Florentine history of this period what the orations of Demosthenes are to that of Athens, and Cicero to that of Rome." It often happened that the princes of Italy wrote to Savonarola to remonstrate with him, because they imagined that they were the persons alluded to in his sermons. Savonarola was again ordered by the Pope to abstain from all preaching, in public or in private, and commanded to acknowledge the authority of the Vicar General of the Lombard congregation, and to proceed to whatever place he appointed. Pope Borgia knew that if Savonarola were to leave the Tuscan territory, he would immediately power. Savonarola threw the plot, and at once made up his mind not to obey, but he sent a conciliatory answer to the Pope, giving his reasons. The Pope once more pretended to be satisfied, and resorted to cajolery, still, however, commanding Savonarola to abstain from preaching. At this period Florence was in a state of great misery. She was threatened with famine, and the plague had broken out, and was making daily progress. The people were almost starving and in despair, without any prospect of succor. As usual, they turned to Savonarola for comfort and counsel. The Signoria implored him to break the silence wrongfully imposed by the Pope. Savonarola, greatly moved by the deplorable state of the city, yielded to the solicitation of the chief magistrates, and returned without permission to the pulpit. So long as the Florentines could hear his voice, they gained courage to face any calamity. It was a singular coincidence that Savonarola had hardly preached his sermon of consolation, conjuring his hearers to give up their vices and lead good lives, that they might receive the blessings of heaven, when the long hoped-for supply of men and of wheat arrived from Marseilles. All Florence was frantic with joy, and the people's confidence in Savonarola was redoubled by this incident. The bells rang out a joyful peal, artillery was discharged, and thanksgivings were offered up in all the churches. When the carnival season of another year, 1497, approached, the Arrabbiati, which was the party violently opposed to Savonarola, again made preparations for the scandalous feast of the Medici, and for the game of stones which Savonarola had prevented on the previous years. But Savonarola, aided by his well-tried friend, Fra Domenico, invented a ceremony which would better occupy the hands and minds of the little people. This was the making of a bonfire of vanities. The children, under the direction of their young leader, were instructed to march through the city in white robes with olive crowns on their heads and knock at every door to gather voluntary contributions for the bonfire. They were to ask for objects which came under the head of vanities, or the anathema. These were obscene pictures, portraits of females of bad repute, immodest or immoral books, carnival mask and dress, artificial accessories of the toilettes, tapestries with unchaste designs, cards, dice, gaming boards, etc. On receiving the anathema, the children repeated a prayer taught to them by Savonarola and went on their way. On the last day of the carnival, the objects were carried by the juvenile reformers to the Piazza della Signoria. The children marched in solemn procession, bearing their unhallowed burdens. Before them was borne a statue of the infant Saviour, the exquisite work of Donatelli, supported by 4 angels. Jesus pointed with the left hand to a crown of thorns. The right hand was stretched out in an act of blessing the people. A dense crowd, holding red crosses and olive branches and singing hymns, accompanied the children. On the piazza, an octangular pyramid had been formed, 60 feet in height and 240 feet in circumference at its base. It was divided into 15 stages, and on these the vanities were heaped. The interior of the pyramid was filled with combustible materials, and on the top was a monstrous image representing the carnival. While the children sang, denouncing carnival vices, the pile was set on fire. The great bell of the Palazzo Vecchio was tolled, and the multitude shouted for joy. Savonarola has been severely reprehended by the writers of after times because it is supposed that many valuable manuscripts and rare books, and even works of art, were destroyed in that bonfire. But there is no proof that such was the case, and Savonarola's love and admiration for the fine arts cannot be questioned. The most eminent artists of the age were his devoted friends. Michelangelo was constantly seen in the Duomo when Savonarola preached, and continued to read his sermons with delight, even in old age. In the second part will be traced the fall of Savonarola from his wonderful moral autocracy of Florence, until he was burned at the stake in the public square of the city. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Italian Life and Legends by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 1, Part 2, Savonarola. Upon Ascension Day of that year, the party opposed to Savonarola conspired to have his pulpit blown up by fireworks while he was preaching, but this attempt was abandoned for fear of injury to the congregation. The Arrabbiati then scattered all sorts of filth in the pulpit and drove sharp spikes in the places where Savonarola, in the warmth of his discourse, often struck his hands. The object of these conspirators was to raise a commotion, in the hope that an opportunity to slay Savonarola would occur. The Piagnoni, a party full of gentle piety, who were friendly to Savonarola, went to the Duomo at the break of day and cleansed the pulpit and removed the spikes. Savonarola, surrounded by his armed escort, reached the Duomo in safety and commenced his sermon. Suddenly, while he was preaching, a tremendous crash was heard, and the alms chest was thrown down, drums were beaten, benches were torn up and tossed about, and the doors flung open. The Compagnacci, evil companions, with the Arrabbiati, had raised this alarming tumult. In the midst of this confusion, 2 of the Otto, 8 rulers, who thought that the dignity of their office rendered their persons secure, rushed forward to kill Savonarola. But his friends had already formed a circle about him and barred all approach. They conducted him triumphantly through the crowd, back to the convent of St. Mark. Pope Borgia now sent his long-threatened letter of excommunication, in which everyone who would not incur the like penalty was prohibited from rendering the friar any assistance, or having any communication with him. Savonarola wrote a letter declaring the excommunication to be invalid, as it was based upon false charges invented by enemies. Villari says the effect of this excommunication, which was solemnly read in the cathedral, was that profligacy was established as if by incantation. The churches were empty, the taverns full. Women came forth wearing indecent dresses, their hitherto hidden jewels. Perfumed youths went about singing carnival songs under the windows of their mistresses, who no longer blushed when hearing them. In less than 1 month, the days of Lorenzo the Magnificent seemed to have come back, and all thoughts of patriotism and liberty were forgotten. Meanwhile, the plague had broken out, and Savonarola was one of the most zealous and untiring of the small band who had the strength or courage to minister to the stricken. When Christmas Day arrived, his friends entreated him to ascend to the pulpit once more. He yielded, and celebrated 3 masses upon that day at St. Mark, and the first Sunday in Lent, February 1498, again appeared in the pulpit of the Duomo. The Archbishop of Florence, Leonardo de' Medici, threatened to withhold the communion and burial in consecrated ground for anyone who was present at Savonarola's discourse. But the Signoria showed their resentment by intimating to the Archbishop that he must resign his office within 2 hours, or he would be declared to be a rebel. This year there was a second bonfire of vanities upon the Piazza della Signoria, in spite of the violent opposition of the Compagnacci. The pyramid was surmounted by a figure of Lucifer, surrounded by representation of the 7 mortal sins. The conflagration was even greater than on the previous year. After this, the Pope wrote a violent letter to the Signoria, threatening to excommunicate the whole city if Savonarola was permitted to preach. The Signoria, the officers of which were changed every 2 months, had no alternative, and sent an order to Savonarola requesting him to deliver no more sermons. The next day, which was the 3rd Sunday in Lent, he took an affectionate leave of the people, informing them of the order he had received. About this time a singular event took place, which suddenly turned the capricious current of public opinion against Savonarola. Francesco di Puglia, preaching in the church of Santo Spirito, denounced Savonarola's doctrines as heretical, and challenged him to the ordeal by fire, affirming that if Savonarola were truly a servant of the Lord, a miracle would certainly be wrought in his behalf, and he would issue from the flames unharmed, but if he were burned, his impostures would be made manifest, and the people would be awakened from their pernicious delusion. The Franciscan monk asserted that he was prepared to perish himself for the sake of putting Savonarola to the test. Savonarola, to the surprise and dismay of his adherents, refused the challenge. He replied that he had other work to do, and that he did not feel himself called upon to undergo this ordeal. But when Savonarola declined, his heroic friend, Fra Domenico, who was gifted with a stolid fortitude which defied physical pain, rose up and boldly accepted the challenge. Savonarola rebuked him and argued with him in vain. At last, seeing his unflinching resolution and perfect faith in the triumph that awaited him, the conviction was forced upon Savonarola that Fra Domenico must be acting under the prompting of inspirations, and that the Lord would guard him through the fire. The Franciscan monk, who had evidently anticipated Savonarola's refusal, rejected Fra Domenico as a substitute, and proclaimed that he would only undergo the ordeal with Savonarola. But Fra Domenico was resolved, and the Signoria felt bound to urge Francesca di Puglia to consent. For all the friars of St. Mark and of the Dominican convent of Fiesole had offered to pass through the fire, and had compelled Savonarola to make known their wishes to the Signoria, and to desire that body to select one of the Dominican order for every minaret who would accept the challenge. The excitement rose to such a pitch that men, women, and even children in crowds offered themselves as candidates to pass through the flames. The 7th of April was fixed upon for the trial. Fra Giuliano Rondinelli was accepted to accompany Fra Domenico. Francesco di Puglia, who had given the challenge, held himself in readiness, he said, to enter the flames with Savonarola, but with him only. The city was in a state of frenzied enthusiasm to witness the proposed spectacle. Upon the famous Piazza della Signoria lay the pile of faggots, woods sprinkled with gunpowder, oil, and resinous substances. It was 8 feet long, 10 feet wide at the base, and 5 feet high. In the middle was a passage 2 feet wide, through which the champions were to pass. When the mace-bearers of the Signoria announced that the hour for the trial had arrived, the friars of St. Mark immediately went forth in procession. Fra Domenico walked between his brethren, Malatesta Sacromoro and Francesco Salviati. He was perfectly confident and eager for the test. He wore a bright red velvet cape and carried a tall cross. Savonarola followed them in a white robe, bearing the sacrament. The piazza was thronged, and the windows, balconies, and roof of the surrounding houses perilously crowded. A body of 300 infantry had been stationed in front of the Loggia de Lanzi, commanded by Mercutio Salviati, a faithful adherent of Savonarola. But there were also 500 Campagnacci, Savonarola's bitterest foes, under the leadership of the brutal Dolfo Spini, and 500 of the infantry of the Signoria stationed in front of the palace. Thus there were 1,000 armed men, masters of the piazza, all ready to offer any indignity to Savonarola, or even to do him any personal injury. The monks of St. Mark had taken their appointed places, but Francesco di Puglia and Giuliano Rondinelli had not yet made their appearance. They were in the palace, holding a secret conference with the Signoria. The Minorite friars now began to invent causes for delay, and, if possible, to raise up obstacles to the ordeal. They ordered the director of the ordeal to say that the red cape of Fra Domenico might have been charmed by Savonarola and must be removed. Fra Domenico at once took off the suspected cape. Then the Minorites said that his gown might have been charmed. Fra Domenico willingly consented to lay it aside. He was taken into the palace and put on the dress of the Dominican, Alessandro Strozzi. After this, the Minorites would not allow him near Savonarola, expressing a fear that the latter might renew his incantations. The crowd, which had been waiting, eagerly expectant for many hours, now became impatient at the delay, and their murmuring soon broke out into a tumult. The Arabarati agreed amongst themselves that they would take advantage of any disorder to seize Savonarola and put him to death. They made the attempt, but Salviati kept his soldiers close before the loggia, and drawing a line on the ground with his sword, cried out, "Whoever passes this line will find what the weapon of Mercutio Salviati can do." Order was hardly restored when a violent storm of thunder and lightning broke over the heads of the people and threatened to put an end to the trial. But the populace were too pertinaciously determined to behold the spectacle to stir from their places. They remained unmoved. Pouring of rain unexpectedly ceased. The Minorites now requested that Fra Domenico would lay down the crucifix he held in his hand. He complied, and Savonarola substituted the sacrament. The Minorites violently protested. To bear the consecrated host into the flames would be a sacrilege, and could not be permitted. Savonarola and Fra Domenico refused to yield this point, and an argument arose between them and the Minorite friars, who were rejoiced at the delay. The Signoria took advantage of this dispute to order that the trial should not take place. The populace were thrown into a state of indignant fury and disappointment, and turned their wrath upon Savonarola. Even his own party maintained that, others failing, he ought to have walked alone through the fire, and miraculously exhibited his supernatural powers. His enemies openly accused him of cowardice, and of having been proved an impostor. Friends and foes wanted to see a miracle. They would have a miracle, and if Savonarola were a man of God, a miracle must be wrought in his person. But for the brave soldiers of the noble Salviati, with their drawn swords, defended Savonarola and Fra Domenico against the enraged mob, they would not have reached the convent of St. Mark alive. Savonarola had worked no miracle. He had cheated his disciples out of the wondrous spectacle every heart palpitated to behold. From that hour he was torn from the pedestal to which popular love and gratitude had raised him. Who cared that the city had owed its freedom and its purification from the worst abuses to him, or that he had taught the Florentines how to frame their new government, or that when others had fled from the pestilence he had tended the plague-stricken with never-flagging devotion, or that his voice had consoled the starving and kept alive their dying hopes when gaunt famine stalked the streets, or that he had rescued their fair city from the depredations and violence of the French army and prevailed upon the French king to take his departure. What were all the friars' benefactions if he could work no miracle, if he would not even trust his body to the flames? Not only did the Minorite friars consider themselves the victors, though their champion had not even appeared upon the piazza, but the Signoria awarded them an annual pension of 60 lire for 70 years as reward for the services they had rendered. The friars of the convent of St. Mark could not appear in the streets without being insulted, called hypocrites and impostors, and having stones thrown at them. On the afternoon of Palm Sunday, the 8th of April, the convent of St. Mark was attacked by a mob, headed by the Arabarati. The people who were attending vespers in the church were assaulted by a volley of stones. The church was rapidly vacated and the doors of the convent barred. Savonarola's small band of remaining friends, in numbers of about 30, stationed themselves within, to defend the convent. Foreseeing the danger, they had concealed weapons in a small chamber in the cloister, unknown to Savonarola. They armed 16 of the friars, who presented a most singular appearance, with helmets on their heads, halberts in their hands, and cuirasses over their long Dominican gowns. While the assailants were thundering at the doors, Savonarola implored his self-constituted defenders to lay down their arms, and proposed to give himself up without delay. Neither his secular friends nor the friars would listen to this suggestion. Soon the mace-bearers arrived with a proclamation from the Signoria, ordering everyone in the convent to surrender, and announcing that Savonarola was banished, and must leave within 12 hours. The fury of the attacking party increased. They set fire to the doors, while some scaled the walls and got into the cloisters. They sacked the infirmary and the cells, and entered into the sacristy, breaking open the doors of the choir, where Savonarola and his followers were at prayer. The friars struck at the intruders with their lighted candles and crucifixes, putting them to sudden flight, for they believed themselves attacked by a company of angels. In spite of Savonarola's entreaties, new encounters with the assailants followed. The convent bell was tolled, and every moment the tumult heightened. The convent seemed to be gaining the victory when a new proclamation was received from the Signoria, stating that all who did not leave the convent within the hour would be considered rebels. And now the tide of war changed and the assailants were triumphant. And Giovacchino del Vecchia, who commanded the palace guard, threatened to destroy the convent buildings with his artillery if Savonarola, Fra Domenico, and Fra Salvestro were not given up. Savonarola's friends entreated him to escape by being let down the wall on a side that had not been reached by his adversaries, but Savonarola chose to surrender. So did his faithful friend, Fra Domenico. Fra Salvestro concealed himself and was not found until the next day. Villari thus describes the scene. The two friends had no sooner come down into the cloisters than the mob, pressing around them, gave a shout of ferocious joy. All were now insane with rage. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. The dense mob looked like a tumultuous sea of helmets, cuirasses, swords, and spears, from which the light of lanterns and torches was dimly reflected. The people gazed on Savonarola with threatening looks, and, holding up their lanterns to his face, exclaimed, "This is the true light." They scorched and burned his face with their flambeaux, saying, "Now for a turn of the key." They twisted his fingers and beat him, insultingly calling out, "Prophesy now to us who it is that beat you." So great was their fury that the guards could with difficulty protect him by crossing their arms and shields over him. When they had reached the palace, the two friars were brought before the Gonfaloniere to be interrogated. He asked if they asserted that their words came from God, and when they replied in the affirmative, caused them to be thrown into separate cells. On the morrow, Fra Salvestro was seized and incarcerated. On the 11th of April, the Signoria appointed a committee of 17 examiners to conduct the trial of the 3 monks, and gave permission for the use of torture. Among this committee were the deadliest, most open enemies of Savonarola: Piero degli Alberti, who exhibited fierce hatred on the day of the ordeal, and Dolfo Spini, the ferocious leader of the Campagnacci, who headed the tumult on the Ascension Day, and also when the convent was attacked, who had tried to kill Savonarola by means of hired assassins, who had even made the attempt with his own hands and had been frustrated by Savonarola's guard of friends. Savonarola was questioned, and, remaining firm in his replies, the unhappy friar, in spite of his delicate and debilitated frame, his sensitive nature and nervous temperament, was at once subjected to the torture of the hoisting rope. In this kind of torture, a rope is attached to a pulley on a high pole. The victim has his hands tied behind his back, and the end of the rope wound around his wrist. He is then repeatedly drawn up and let down suddenly by the executioner. The arms, drawn up backwards, are made to describe a semicircle. The pain of the torn muscles and fibers is excruciating. The agony often produces delirium and, if protracted, death. That Savonarola had a shuddering fear of physical pain, that he was unable to support its effects, it would be impossible to deny. He had high mental courage, but his physique lacked all power of resistance, and was keenly susceptible to outward impressions. As soon as he was subjected to torture, his mind began to wander, his answers were incoherent, and he wailed out, in his paroxysm of agony, "O Lord, take my life." The executioner stated that he had never seen anyone on whom the torture produced so immediate and so severe an effect. During a month he was repeatedly tortured, and the historians Pico and Burlamaqui testify that he was drawn up by the rope. Live coals were applied to the soles of his feet. There seems to have been no doubt in the minds of the historians of that day that the minutes of his examination during torture were grossly falsified. They are in many instances contradictory and sometimes unintelligible. They represent Savonarola denying, in his agony, that he spoke from divine inspiration, or had visions, or prophesied, and then reasserting that these things were true. He was much lowered in the estimation of his few remaining disciples by his incapacity to endure the torture, and remain coherent and firm in his declarations. But in spite of all his delirious ravings, and in spite of the transparent falsification of the minutes, the Signoria found, to their dismay, that Savonarola could not be proved guilty of any charge brought against him. They had succeeded in humiliating him and wholly destroying the faith reposed in him by his followers. This was their only triumph, yet it was one of importance, for it rendered his condemnation easier. Savonarola was compelled before 8 witnesses to sign the copy of his own dispositions, but Burlamaqui asserts that one copy was read to him, and then a different one was dexterously substituted for his signature. During his respite from torture, Villari says, his troubled and wearied mind soon took direction of mystical contemplations. His prison became peopled by supernatural creations, by invisible beings, and when once carried off to that world, every other thought vanished from his mind. In these moments he forgot all the horrors he had undergone, forgot his lacerated limbs, his insatiable persecutors, his prison walls, and imagined himself in the pulpit of the Duomo. His pen was not idle, and he wrote his last meditations or sermons, taking for his text the psalmist's words, "In thee, O Lord, do I put my trust. Let me never be confounded." Pope Borgia sent on 2 commissioners to examine Savonarola under fresh torture. On the 20th of May, he was cruelly interrogated before them. On the 21st, the torture was repeated, and he was ordered to appear upon the 23rd to hear his sentence. As the minutes of this examination more clearly proved the innocence of Savonarola than the previous ones had done, they were not signed nor printed, nor publicly read according to the established custom. Sentence of death was hastily passed upon the 3 friars, without a single accusation against them having been proved. Savonarola begged to be allowed to see his condemned brethren. The friars met for one last time, after 40 days of imprisonment and torture. The undaunted and immovable Fra Domenico had borne the most severe tortures without flinching, never betraying his sufferings, and never wavering in his assertions. Fra Silvestro, who was a natural somnambulist, and whose organization was, if possible, even more sensitive than that of Savonarola, had yielded at once to his persecutors. To escape the agony he could not endure, had admitted or denied whatever was required of him. After the interview, Savonarola, on returning to his cell, quickly fell asleep. It is related that during his sleep he seemed to dream, that he smiled, and his countenance expressed the most perfect serenity. The next morning he administered the sacrament to the 2 friars, and took the communion himself. At the close of the ceremony, it was announced to the condemned that they were to be conducted to the Piazza del Signoria. That piazza where the little children taught by Savonarola had substituted hymns for the licentious carnival songs, had solicited alms for the poor instead of waylaying the passers-by, and emptying his purse to spend its contents in feasting and carousing. That piazza where Savonarola had built for them the pyramid upon which their earnest young hands had laid the vanities they had collected from the penitent, and made them into a bonfire. 3 tribunals had been erected on the Ringhiera. The first, next to the door of the palace, was appropriated to the Bishop of Asova, the second to the Pope's commissioners. The third was occupied by the Golfonier, mayor, and the Auto, 8 rulers. In front was a scaffold supporting an upright beam, holding another beam, near the top at right angles. An arm of this beam had been truncated to diminish its resemblance to a cross. From the beam were suspended 3 halters and 3 chains. At its foot lay a large heap of combustible materials. The friars were sentenced to be hanged from the halters. The chains were then to be wound around their bodies, which were to be suspended until consumed. The 3 friars, when they had descended the stairs of the palace, were ordered to lay aside their gowns. Their scanty woolen undertunics alone remained. Their feet were bare. Savonarola showed great emotion when he received this insulting command, but resistance would have been fruitless. He obeyed, saying, "Holy dress, how much I long to wear thee! Thou wast granted to me by the grace of God, and to this day I have kept thee spotless. I do not now leave thee. Thou art taken from me." Their hands were then tied, and they were led out into the piazza, up to the first tribunal, where the Bishop of Asova was seated. The bishop was compelled to obey the orders of the Pope, but he appeared to be greatly agitated, for he loved Savonarola and had been one of his disciples. He pronounced the funeral ceremony with a feeble and broken voice. The gowns of the friars were restored to them, that they might be first degraded, and then have their sacred vestments removed for the last time. It is said that the bishop's presence of mind so completely forsook him that he forgot the words of the formula, and, taking hold of Savonarola's arm, he exclaimed, "I separate thee from the church militant and triumphant." Savonarola electrified the bystanders by solemnly replying, "Militant, yours is not triumphant." The gowns of the friars having been stripped off in token of their degradation, they were led up to the Pope's commissioners, from whom they heard their sentence as heretics. Then they were placed before the Auto, who, according to the established custom, put the sentence to the vote and passed it without an opposing voice. The condemned were then conducted to the scaffold. Savonarola's composure was never once disturbed, and his companions were equally calm. The ferocious mob hooted and jeered at them and gave utterance to all manner of contumely, but the martyrs continued as serene as though the revilings were unheard. Savonarola's last words were, "The Lord has suffered as much for me." The 2 friars were executed first. The halter suspended from the center of the beam was left for Savonarola. When he mounted the scaffold, after witnessing the death of his companions in persecution, he saw the people, with lighted torches, crowding eagerly to the beam, impatient to light the fire before the spirit had escaped. A voice from the crowd cried out, "Prophet, now is the time to perform a miracle." The executioner, to please the brutal mob, indulged in audible jokes. While the body of Savonarola was yet alive and quivering, he made a great haste, hoping the fire would reach the martyr before life was extinct. But owing to this very speed, the chain, which he was trying to wind around the body, slipped from his hand, and during the brief delay occasioned by his efforts to recover it, Savonarola passed into the eternal world. He died in the 45th year of his age. This martyrdom took place at 10 o'clock in the morning, on the 23rd of May, 1498. At first a current of wind turned away the flames from the 3 bodies. Then the fickle populace, easily swayed by the most trifling incident, cried, "A miracle! A miracle!" But the wind soon fell, and the flames rose and enveloped the bodies. Still the morbidly excited imaginations of the people made them eager to discover some miraculous token, and when the flames caught the cords by which the hands of Savonarola were pinioned, and the heat caused the hand to move, they declared that he had raised his right arm in the midst of the flames to bless his enemies, who were burning him. His disciples fell upon their knees, sobbing wildly, and men and women lamented aloud. The Arabarati could not endure this sight. They hired little children to make a noise and dance and throw stones at the burning bodies. The favorite barbarous game of stone throwing, which Savonarola had partially abolished, was thus re-established in the presence of his corpse, and was entered into with so much zest that large pieces of flesh were cut from their bodies by the sharp stones and fell hissing into the flames beneath. Many ladies, disguised as servants, made their way through the crowd to the scaffold to gather up relics, but the soldiers of the Signoria drove them back. The Signoria, fearing that the very ashes of the martyrs might be made to work some miracle, had them collected and thrown over the Ponte Vecchio into the Arno. But even there those ashes did not prove inaccessible. Villari tells us that young Pico della Mirandola, although an eminent scholar and learned in philosophy, believed that he had been able to pick up from the Arno a part of Savonarola's heart, and he asserted that he again and again had had experience of its miraculous effects in curing many diseases and exorcising malignant spirits. Henceforth, the friars of the convent of St. Mark's were relentlessly persecuted by the Arrabbiati, who were now masters of the city. They were robbed under various pretexts and deprived of their privileges and freedom. To show to what an absurd extent the Arrabbiati carried their animosity, we cannot forbear mentioning that, after much deliberation, they declared the great Belle of the convent, which went by the name of Pianona, guilty of having tolled on the day of the tumult, and they accordingly banished it from Florence. It was taken down and carried without the city in a cart, and publicly whipped by the hangman, with as much gravity as though all who witnessed the punishment actually believed that it was endowed with sensation. Only a few years later, when the Spanish army had replaced the Medici in power over Florence, when all Italy was scourged, when Clement VII became Pope, and Charles V sacked the Eternal City, when churches were converted into barracks for soldiers and stables for horses, the prophecies of Savonarola seemed fulfilled to the letter. Men never tired of pointing out how the events he had foretold literally came to pass. His sermons were in everyone's hand, and the convent of St. Mark became the powerful center of the most faithful friends of liberty and lovers of their native land. Well might Mrs. Browning say of Savonarola, "'Tis true that when the dust of death has choked a great man's voice, the common words he said turn oracles." End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Chapter 2 of Italian Life and Legends by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 2. Vittoria Colonna. Who ever walked through the Colonna gallery at Rome without pausing before the portrait of Vittoria Colonna, the great Italian poetess? The face is one of surpassing beauty, singularly pure in outline and perfect in regularity of feature. The eyes are large, soft, contemplative, the forehead grand, the lips full and finely curved, the hair of that molten gold which haunted Titian's dreams, and became tresses of sunshine upon his canvas. Rarely has an angelic spirit, affluent in intellectual gifts, been enshrined in a mold of such absolute loveliness. For Vittoria Colonna's clayey part was but a faint reflex of the gloriously beautiful shape within. In olden days, as in modern, poetesses seldom looked poetical. True hearts and noble minds were often disguised in earthly cerements of coarse and unshapely clay. That something in this world amiss, which Tennyson tells us shall be unriddled by and by, creates a want of harmony between the inner and outer development. Well may we contemplate with refreshing delight such an exception to this perplexing rule of incongruity as the Italian poetess presents. Vittoria Colonna was the daughter of Fabrizio Colonna, brother of that profanotary Colonna, who was decapitated after tortures of inconceivable cruelty, at the instigation of the hereditary enemies of his family, the Orsini, and by the order of Pope Sixtus IV. Vittoria's mother was Agnes of Montedalfiere, daughter of Frederick, Duke of Urbino. At the time of Vittoria's birth, 1490, the princely house of Colonna had reached its meridian splendor. Vittoria was born at Marino. The castle and town picturesquely nestle among the hills that surround the lovely lake of Albano, and of the many fiefs held by the Colonna in the neighborhood of Rome, this was considered the most beautiful. When the Colonna took service under Frederick II of Naples, that king, to render more secure his hold over his new and powerful friends, betrothed the infant Vittoria, then 5 years of age, to Ferdinand de Avalos, a child of the same age, son of Afonso, Marquis of Pescara. Constanza de Avalos, Duchess of Francavilla, the elder sister of the boy fiancé, was one of the most cultivated, pure, and highly refined women of her day. Shortly after the betrothal of the children, the Marquis of Pescara lost his life through the treachery of a black slave. The young Ferdinand was his heir, and on the death of Constanza's husband, King Ferdinand made her chatelaine of the picturesque little island of Ischia. The infant Vittoria was then transferred to her charge to receive her education in the company of her future bridegroom. A year later, King Ferdinand II died, deeply lamented by every class of his people, especially mourned at Ischia. When the children were 11 years old, the harmonious routine of their days of blended study and pastime was broken by the presence of discrowned royalty. The French had sacked Capua and were advancing upon Naples, and Frederick, the last of the Aragonese kings, with his queen and children, sought refuge on the rock-bound Isle of Ischia until he threw himself upon the generosity of the French king. Love seems to have been equally strong in the hearts of both of the affianced children. When the youthful couple had entered their 19th year, Costanza deemed it time for their marriage to be celebrated. Vittoria made a farewell visit to her parents at Marino, and returned to Ischia, escorted by a large company of Roman nobles, who came to be present at her nuptials. In beauty of person, the young Pescara seems to have been a fitting mate for Vittoria. His biographer, Gianni, thus describes him: his beard was auburn, his nose aquiline, his eyes large and fiery when excited, but mild and gentle at other times. He had many knightly accomplishments, but his bearing was haughty, his speech brief and grave, and he kept aloof from all familiar intercourse. To Vittoria, however, he was all gentleness and tenderness. After their nuptials, 2 years of tranquil and uninterrupted joy, such as mortals seldom taste, were granted to the young pair. Later in life, Vittoria often recurs to her blessed childhood and to those 2 years of unbroken, ecstatic felicity in her happy island home. But Pescara was a soldier. Not to fight as soon as he reached manhood was to be dishonored. At the close of those 2 idyllic years, when he was 21, he accompanied Vittoria's father and joined the army in Lombardy. Severely as the young husband and wife suffered from this separation, even the gentle, clinging Vittoria never sought to be spared the pang of parting. She never forgot that she was the daughter and the wife of a soldier. When it was suggested that her husband was the sole surviving scion of a noble house and ought to be absolved from risking his life upon the battlefield, she repelled the counsel as indignantly as the young soldier himself. Courageously she sent him forth with the olden motto on his shield, "With this or on this." Vittoria remained at Ischia with Constanza. The dwellers on this little island were always surrounded by a brilliant circle of wits and poets, and literary men, whose society both ladies thoroughly enjoyed. There was no fear of scandal, for even the foulest tongue would not have dared to sully Vittoria's name by the suggestion that she was consoled for the absence of her husband by the admiration of other men. In his very first battle, Pescara was made prisoner. Vittoria's father met the same fate. The united Spanish and Papal arms were defeated by the French before Ravenna, 9th of April, 1512. Pescara was picked up on the field where he had been left for dead and carried captive to Milan. During his imprisonment, he composed a Dialogo d'Amore, which he inscribed and sent to his wife. The Bishop of Como asserts that this dialogue was full of grave and witty thoughts. Pangs of sorrow gave birth to Vittoria's muse. The first poetic production was a letter, in verse, of 112 lines, addressed to her husband in his prison. One naturally smiles at the pun which breaks in upon her lamentations, but when we remember the elegantly turned puns of Shakespeare's heroines, involuntarily uttered in the most agonizing situations, we must pardon the Italian poetess for saying, "Si Vittoria volevi, io t'era espresso, ma tu, laciedome, lacivi lei." If victory was thy desire, I was by thy side, but in leaving me thou didst leave also her. Pescara's captivity was robbed of much of its discomfort through the influence of a general in the service of France, who had married the prisoner's aunt. As soon as his wounds were healed, he was permitted to ransom himself for 6,000 ducats. Vittoria had the great joy of welcoming her husband once more to their island home. The maternal principle was strongly developed in her affectionate nature, and the holy presence of infancy soon became indispensable to her perfect felicity, but she remained childless. Her husband had a young cousin, Alfonso de Avalos, Marquess del Vasto, whose disposition was so violent and ungovernable that guardians, tutors, servants alike shrank from him in terror. Every attempt to train or educate him had proved futile, yet he was endowed with fine mental capacities, and with personal beauty of the highest order. This boy Vittoria fearlessly adopted, declaring that he only needed prudent and loving management to become a superior man. The boy was quickly inspired with a sort of chivalric devotion for her. His passionate nature, rightly molded and directed, proved to be full of strength and nobility. She magnetized to the surface every dormant good impulse, and cultivated his heart as well as his mind. He owed to her his love of literature and his scholarly attainments. The turbulent youth became a refined, whole-souled man, a soldier of renown. Vittoria had ample cause to rejoice over the fruition of her glorious work, and Alfonso's ever-enduring love brightened her life in its darkest hours. She used to say, with exultation, that the reproach of being childless should be removed from her name, for she had given mental birth to a child in developing the mind and moral nature of a being whom no other hand had been able to master. After a few months of domestic happiness, Pescara joined his army in Lombardy. Vittoria remained at Ischia, surrounded, as before, by poets and men of letters. Some of the most celebrated writers in Europe visited her little island and immortalized its beauties. Tasso was among their number. He eloquently celebrates the brilliant Ischia reunions of choice spirits. Vittoria had herself become an enthusiastic votary of the muse, and her lyre was never more silent. Pescara's duties in camp only permitted him at long intervals to pay brief visits to Ischia. In October 1522, he remained with Vittoria 3 days, and then returned to the army. Battle quickly succeeded battle, and she never saw him more. At the age of 35, he was made general-in-chief to Charles V, but, in spite of his undeniable valor and soldierly achievements, the proof that he was false to his king are only too strong. Pope Clement VII tempted him to turn traitor to Charles and use his armies under his command to crush the Spanish power in Italy. The throne of Naples was promised to him as the price of his treason. Pescara undoubtedly entertained the overtures, But it chanced that a messenger bearing letters which would have revealed the whole conspiracy was robbed and murdered by an innkeeper at Bergamo, and buried under a staircase. As time passed and no tidings were received, the conspirators concluded that the letters had been forcibly taken from their courier, and the blot would be made known to Charles. Pescara determined to save his own reputation by a clever stratagem. He wrote to Charles, and coupled with assurances of the greatest loyalty the information that certain conspirators had made him propositions to which he had listened for the sake of detecting and frustrating their machinations. This complicity is too strongly proved by a letter from Vittoria, in which she vehemently urges her husband not to be lured from the path of honor by any temptations, and tells him that she has no wish to be the wife of a king, but only of a loyal and upright man. It is thought by some historians that this letter, and not the disappearance of the messenger, saved Pescara from becoming a traitor to his monarch. Charles credited Pescara's tale, and made him generalissimo of the imperial forces in Italy. In the same year he was taken ill at Milan, and sent for Vittoria. She set out with all speed, but had only reached Viterbo when she received the tidings of his death. He died on the 25th of November, 1525, was buried at Milan, but shortly afterwards carried to Naples, and interred with great pomp. Vittoria's love had been boundless, and her sorrow had no limit. She gave herself up to the most frantic bewailing, not comforted to live, because Pescara was gone. And what manner of man was it who inspired love so large and grief so great? Some paragon of virtue, doubtless? Alas for the truth! The reader starts in amazement and shrinks in horror at learning what all history testifies. This idol, raised for heart worship by one of the purest, loveliest, most gifted of God's creatures, was a man base and infamous, cruel as a savage, merciless as a heathen. Two virtues he had, and apparently only two, he was a brave soldier, and he loved Vittoria. He was reckless of human suffering, says the historian, and eminent even among his fellow captains for the ferocity and often wantonness of the ravages and widespread misery he wrought. The cruelty he committed was worse than Turks would have been guilty of. An anecdote illustrates his pitiless sternness as a disciplinarian. He had ordered the ears of a soldier to be cut off for entering a house for the purpose of plunder. The man implored that his ears might be spared, and he cried out in anguish that death would be preferable to losing them. Pescara, with savage jocosenness, at once bade his soldiers, since the culprit preferred death, to hang him to a neighboring tree. In vain the wretch shrieked for mercy. He was seized and hanged, while Pescara enjoyed the joke of having taken him at his word. Guicciardini states that he has often heard the Chancellor Morone declare that there did not exist a worse or more faithless man in all Italy than Pescara. And this is the man whom Vittoria's love surrounds with such a radiant halo, that his character seems resplendent with the most glorious virtues. This is the man whom she makes the theme of a long series of poems in memoriam, the man whom she calls her Bel Sole, for whose dear sake she is tormented to commit suicide, whom she longs for death to rejoin, and then chides herself for wishing to die, because haply her virtue may not suffice to enable her to rejoin him in the mansions of the blessed. Can love's power to idealize be more forcefully and wondrously illustrated? She had entered her 36th year when she became a widow, and the writers of that day pronounce her beauty in its meridian glory. The medals struck at Milan just before her husband's death bear witness to her supreme loveliness. She was, even then, styled the most celebrated woman in Italy, but her renown as a poetess became much greater at a later period. The first stunning prostration of her grief caused Vittoria to attempt to shut herself out wholly and forever from that world which she had hitherto found so beautiful and so full of enjoyment. She hastened to Rome and immured herself in the convent of San Silvestro, resolved to take the veil. But the Bishop of Carpentras, a man of letters and a poet, Vittoria's personal friend, saw the fatal rashness of the act into which grief had hurried her, and induced Pope Clement to send a letter to the abbess and nuns of San Silvestro, charging them to shelter and console the Marchesa di Pescara, but absolutely forbidding them to let her take the veil. She had resided at the convent nearly a year when a new quarrel arose between the Colonna family and the Pope. Vittoria's brother, Ascanio, and her sole protector, now insisted upon her leaving the convent and hastening to Marino. A little later, the Colonna faction sacked the Vatican and the houses of their mortal enemies, the Orsini. For this act of violence, Cardinal Colonna was deprived of his hat, and the estates of all the family were confiscated. Vittoria once more took up her abode in the little island which had borne the footprints of her husband's feet, from infancy to manhood, which had been the scene of such rich joys, and was now the grave of so many hopes. Her first passionate burst of anguish had softened into a quiet mournfulness, and from that time her true poetical career may be said to have begun. Writing poetry became the chief occupation of her life. 134 of her sonnets were lamentations over her loss, or written in honor of her husband's memory. The distinguished men and women of that day hailed with delight the appearance of each new poetical effusion, and wrote in its praise to the sorrowing songstress. Her works passed into 3 editions during her lifetime, which in that day was equivalent to 30 in this. It is a remarkable fact that in this beautiful and gifted woman, who had all her life been the center of a crowd of worshippers, so thoroughly impressed, everyone knew her with the sense of her perfect purity that she seemed to have been the rare exception to the rule which prevents the chastest from escaping calumny. Numerous suitors she, of course, had, but when she refused the hand which had been once bestowed with her heart, and never could be given again, ardent lovers became devoted and lifelong friends. Trollope says, "We find her uninfluenced by the bitter hereditary hatreds of her family, striving to act as peacemaker between the hostile factions, and weeping over the mischief occasioned by their struggles. We find her the constant correspondent and valued friend of almost every good and great man of her day." He adds, "The learned and elegant Bembo writes of her that he considered her poetical judgment as sound and authoritative as that of the great masters of art of song." Guidiccione, the poetical bishop of Fossombrone, and one of Paul III's ablest diplomats, declares that the ancient glory of Tuscany had altogether passed into Latinum in her person, and sends her sonnets of his own, with earnest entreaties that she will point out the faults. Veronica Gambara, herself a poetess of merit perhaps not inferior to that of Vittoria, professed herself her most ardent admirer, and engaged Rinaldo Corso to write the commentary on her poems, which he executed as we have seen. Bernardo Tasso made her the subject of several of his poems. Giovivi dedicated to her his Life of Pescara, and Cardinal Pompeo Colonna his book on the Praises of Women. And Contarini paid her the far more remarkable compliment of dedicating to her his work on Free Will. In 1530, the pestilence raged in Naples, and even reached Ischia. Vittoria was compelled to fly to Rome. The Colonna family had made their peace with Pope Clement, and their fiefs had been restored to them. The poetess resided with her brother Ascanio and his beautiful and accomplished wife, Donna Giovanna da Orgagna. Vittoria's adopted son and pupil, the Marcheso de Vasto, was also at Rome, and his presence was always a joy to her. Yet she grew restless and ill at ease away from her island home, and hastened back as soon as safety permitted. At the close of 6 years she was again induced by her brother and adopted son to visit Rome. Her fame had increased with every year, and it is recorded that her stay in Rome was one continued ovation. Her religious impulses were strong and pure, and she was prompted to study of theology that she might know something of the God whom she worshipped. A year after this visit to the Holy City, she first evinced Protestant tendencies. René of France had married Hercules II, whose sympathies were avowedly with the Protestant party. These sympathies had rendered the court of Ferrara the resort, and in some instances the refuge, of many of the professors of the new ideas which were beginning to agitate Italy. Vittoria visited Ferrara for the purpose of exchanging ideas upon this vexed question with some of the leading minds assembled there. Duke Hercules and his court paid her the highest honors, and invited the most distinguished poets and men of letters in Venice and Lombardy to meet her. At Ferrara, she conceived the idea of making a journey to the Holy Land, though she was then in failing health. Her adopted son went to Ferrara to dissuade her, and after much entreaty, induced her to return to Rome instead. Her presence in the papal capital was once more the signal for public rejoicings. That she was an advocate of religious reform, her poetry gives ample testimony, though her Italian biographers make great efforts to maintain her orthodoxy. Trollope declares that Vittoria Colonna has survived in men's minds as a poetess, but she is far more interesting to the historical student who would obtain a full understanding of that wonderful 16th century as a Protestant. Her highly gifted and richly cultivated intelligence, her great social position, and above all her close intimacy with the eminent men who strove to set on foot an Italian Reformation which should not be incompatible with the papacy, made the illustration of her religious opinions a matter of no slight historical interest. It was shortly after her return to Rome from Ferrara, in the year 1537, that a tender and durable friendship sprang up between the renowned poetess and the great sculptor and painter Michelangelo. He was in his 63rd year, and she in her 47th. It was through his association with Vittoria Colonna that the rugged, stern, self-intelligent old man became a devout Christian. In the poems which he addresses to her, he attributes that change wholly to her influence. The letters of Vittoria to Michelangelo are preserved as the most treasured possessions of his descendants. The last was written after the sculptor became architect of St. Peter, and she tells him playfully that her duties to the youthful inmates of the Convent of St. Catherine at Viterbo and his duties as architect at St. Peter's must prevent a frequent correspondence. In this same year, 1544, she returned from Viterbo to Rome and took up her residence in the convent of the Benedictines of St. Anne. Her health, long delicate, now began to fail rapidly. When she became seriously worse, she was removed from the convent to the house, which chanced to be near, of the only one of her kindred left then in Rome, Giuliano Cesarini, the husband of Giulia Colonna. Her brother and son were both at a distance, but Michelangelo, her ever true and devotedly attached friend, sat beside her couch as her pure and lovely spirit gained its freedom. It is said that he often mourned in remembering that he had not dared to press his lips for the only time upon the noble but clay-cold forehead. She died in February 1554, in the 57th year of her age. Vittoria well knew that her works were a more lasting monument than could be carved out of stone, and she ordered that her funeral should closely resemble that given to the nuns in the convent where she had resided, and that, like theirs, her place of sepulchre remains unmarked. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Italian Life and Legends by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 3 Galileo's Villa. Chief among the memorable villas which girdle Florence and have been consecrated by the footprints of the illustrious dead are the villas in which the renowned Galileo resided. The villa where he lived and hoped and rejoiced. The villa where he suffered, despaired, and died. The Villa del Gioiello, usually called Galileo's Villa, is situated beyond the hill Architrici. It is an ivy-draped, gloomy, desolate-looking abode, and the heavy atmosphere of the place is rendered more oppressive by the melancholy inscription on the outer wall, which records that in this villa the great astronomer and philosopher passed the closing years of his life, afflicted with blindness, the victim of papal persecution, abandoned by his powerful Mysidian patrons, but still surrounded by a few faithful friends, who reverently received the last inspirations of his towering genius. Not far from this villa is the rude tower called Galileo's Observatory. But it is in the quaint old villa which crowns the lovely height of the Bellesguardo, and is also celebrated as the residence of Guicciardini, the historian, Galileo's contemporary and friend, that Galileo passed 14 years before bigotry's iron heel crushed out of his heart every buoyant and expectant throb, and before the hand of affliction had drawn the pall of blindness between him and that glorious firmament whose luminaries, watched by his speculative eyes, had filled the world with the new light of science. There is a bust of Galileo near the northern entrance of the villa, with a tablet chronicling his residence within those walls. Upon what is now called the Piazza di Bellesguardo, opens the somewhat imposing gateway which leads to the front entrance of the villa, through a brief carriage path lined on either side with laurustinus, arbustus, yellow jasmine, cluster roses, with a few fine trees shooting far above the flowering shrubbery. The grounds are by no means extensive, but they are so dexterously laid out in winding walks, dotted by tiny gardens, with here and there sudden openings among the trees, disclosing the most enchanting views, that they produce the effect of both space and variety. It is said that Galileo had a passion for flowers, and delighted in cultivating his garden with his own hands. What aspect these limited pleasure grounds must have presented nearly 2 centuries and a half ago, it is not difficult to conjecture. For Galileo, who trod them for 14 years, could not have cherished his floral taste in such a suggestive locality without causing that teeming earth to bloom out into even fuller, richer beauty than it boasts at the present day. This villa was formerly called Villa Albizzi, but it now bears the name of Villa del Ombrellino, Villa of the Little Umbrella. It received this designation from a rudely shaped species of wooden umbrella, with a circular bench running round the stem. This unpoetical-looking substitute for a summer house stands in the northwest corner of the grounds, which juts out over a green valley and overlooks a charming prospect. The Italians have so decided a passion for nicknames that after this extraordinary umbrella bower once made its appearance, they, doubtless, could not be induced to call the villa by any high-sounding title. The little umbrella can be seen far down the road towards Florence before the villa itself is visible. It is consequently the Villa del Ombrellino to every Italian, and a most delightful retreat the unpicturesque umbrella affords. To one perched upon the circular seat, in the days we could tell of, it was a never-failing enjoyment to watch the changing aspect of the surrounding scenery, for with every alternation of light the landscape varies, some new charm is evoked by the play of the sunshine, and some loveliness, very palpable before, has disappeared in the shadow. But the prospect revealed from this clumsy yet cozy resting place is far surpassed by that which the terrace commands. The center of the roof of the villa, a square of about 20 feet, is flat, and surrounded by an iron railing. Furnished with sofas, table, and chairs, it makes a most fascinating terrace drawing-room. There before you lie the whole city of Florence, with its stately palaces and ancient churches and striking towers standing out clearly against the blue sky, or only dimly suggested by shadowy, dreamy outlines through the golden-gray mist of morning or evening. And there is the vine and olive-clad valley of the Arno, and there is the Cascine, the favorite promenade or drive, the Hyde Park of Florence, and there is the Poggio Imperiale, and, leading to it, that abrupt black line of cypresses which sign the way to Florence, and Fiesole, the ever-beautiful, and San Miniato with Michelangelo's fortification, and the encircling Apennines, the hills of Vallombrosa and Carrara, and on every side countless villas gemming the landscape and teeming with romantic histories, and all down the undulating slopes of the Bellesguardo hill, the greenly fertile farms displaying their treasures of grapes and olives and figs. But who could venture to describe the glorious and ever-varying sunsets watched from that terrace, or the marvels conjured to heighten the landscape when the molten moonlight lent its own mysterious beauty to the scene. But when the moon was absent, and even when the stars were obscured, Florence was still visible, outlined by her myriad lights. And on the evenings of her illuminations, those outlines were clothed with a flickering garment of fire, wonderful to behold. In 1863 and 64, the writer was a member of that little circle that occupied this villa, and that terrace where Galileo once gazed upon the stars was the favorite place of gathering in the summer evenings. Here tea was served, and guests were received. Often from this terrace the melodious voice of the songstress has floated over the hills and enraptured the ears of listeners in the neighboring villas. And, strange to relate, this terrace now and then witnessed rehearsals of the little dramas, afterwards performed at the English Dramatic Drawing-Room by the company of amateurs, who in the winter of 1864 and 1865 devoted their talents to charities. Once, during our sojourn in the Galileo villa, its spacious old entrance hall was the scene of a dramatic representation, peculiarly appropriate to a Florentine locality. The play was entitled The Unknown Masterpiece, a free translation of The Chef d'Oeuvre de l'Inconnu. The great Florentine sculptor and painter Michelangelo was one of the heroes, personated by an American sculptor of talent. The Grand Duke of Florence, Cassino de' Medici, was represented by a descendant of the Buonarroti family, from which Michelangelo sprang. The heroine was embodied by a lovely golden-haired American maiden, whose delicious voice has given her a foremost rank among the nightingales of Florence. A youthful page was played by the marvelously gifted little daughter of T.A. Trollope, who enchanted the audience by her wonderful vocalization. The young girl, who afterwards evinced so much talent at the dramatic drawing-room, made her debut on the occasion as the bewitching boy student, brother of the young sculptor who was the hero of the drama. The latter character was admirably personated by a rising young artist, also a member of the dramatic drawing-room company. Such a festival seemed particularly appropriate within the walls which the presence of Galileo had consecrated, for he was himself a great lover of the drama, and declaimed with much effect. He delighted in music, and performed with so much skill upon several instruments, especially the lute, that he had been counselled in his youth to become a professional musician. In truth, Galileo was rich in accomplishments, for he was also proficient in drawing, and evinced a taste for all the arts, besides possessing very wide information, a fondness for literature, and a great command of his pen. Galileo Galilei was born at Pisa in 1564. His family was noble. His father designed him for a physician. He entered the University of Pisa at an early age and quickly distinguished himself. He had not completed his 25th year when he filled the chair of professor of mathematics. In the Cathedral of Pisa, the stranger is still pointed out the lamp which suggested to Galileo, by its slow and uniform swinging, the possibility of a pendulum as the motive power of clocks. He was then only 18 years of age. He wrote some remarkable essays based upon the motion of this lamp, but it was not until nearly half a century later that he actually succeeded in making a pendulum clock. It seems almost incredible that the man who invented the thermometer, improved the compass, constructed the telescope, which disclosed to him the irregular surface of the moon, caused by her valleys and mountains, the spots upon the sun, and showed that the Milky Way was a lengthened cluster of countless stars, that the man who revealed to the world these unimagined facts, and who confirmed and promulgated the truth already made known by Copernicus, that the planets revolved about the sun, which is the center of our system, that this man should have been all his life surrounded by enemies and detractors, should have lived through a series of relentless persecution to die their victim. A frank but incautious criticism sowed by the rapid springing seed of Galileo's first disgrace. Giovanni de' Medici, the natural son of Cosimo I, had invented a machine which he submitted to the young Galileo. Giovanni was a poor engineer and a worse architect, as the tomb of St. Lawrence, for which he furnished the design, testifies. Galileo, who had not yet learned the humiliating lesson that policy is expediency when princes and potentates are to be dealt with, publicly criticized the invention. Sentence of banishment was the result of this temerity. He took refuge in Venice and remained in exile for 18 years. He rapidly achieved celebrity. Very soon he was elected professor of mathematics at Padua. There he published a treatise on fortifications, one on mechanics, and an admirable work on proportions. But Galileo yearned for Florence, and his biographers relate, with some severe comments, that he availed himself of an occasion to be restored to the good graces of the Medici by a delicate piece of flattery. One of his most important telescopic revelations was the discovery of the satellites of Jupiter. He gave them the name of Satellites of the Medici, and published in Padua his treatise on these satellites. This compliment threw open the closed gates of his country. He received permission to return to Florence, and joyfully availed himself of the longed-for privilege. His honest ingenuousness had banished him. A stroke of policy effected his recall. He bowed to the exigencies of the times. It was his nature to conciliate rather than to combat his opponents. All through his life, either from timidity or from an instinctive shrinking from strife, he tried to avoid contest. He strove to win, to convince, to influence, and not to oppose. Thus we too often find him apparently yielding to those who are too obviously in the wrong, instead of combating their errors. In that age, any deviation from accepted dogmas was called heresy, and nothing ruined a man more quickly and more certainly than the accusation of heresy. Galileo was at heart a sincere Catholic. He loved and had perfect faith in the doctrines of the Church, and he believed in the Scriptures. When the clergy declared to him that the discoveries he had made, if veritable, contradicted revealed religion and were wholly at variance with scriptural statements, it did not shake his faith in the religion of revelation. He knew that the facts which he had proclaimed were unquestionable, but he had an internal conviction that scientific truths could be reconciled with scriptural, even though his own spiritual insight might not be deep enough to show their accord. One of the chief arguments of his priestly accusers seems to have been that Joshua commanded the sun to stand still, and it obeyed him, and that if the sun had not been in motion, it could not have been commanded to stand still. Galileo replied that in the Bible we read that the heavens are solid and polished like a mirror of brass, and that a man had only to raise his eyes to see that this language could not be interpreted literally. These and similar arguments and quotations from sacred writ were silenced by the cry of blasphemy. Guicciardini says of him that he wanted to reconcile what was irreconcilable, and adds, "The philosopher could not listen to advice. In vain all his friends bade him remain quiet, told him that it was impossible for him to combat so many enemies and to triumph over so many rivals, that in the end he would only draw upon himself 1,000 new unpleasantries. He listened to no one. He complained of being received coldly, and did not see that he himself tried the patience of the cardinals by his importunities." The French Chasles, one of his most recent biographers, writing in 1862, remarks, "A man of the world would not have attempted to wage war against calumny, like a child to seize the lightning and fight against the thunder. Galileo did not know that calumny is more terrible than thunder, the stratagems of envy more subtle than lightning, 1,000 times more rapid, more impalpable, more destructive." After Galileo's return to Florence, having published a work on hydrostatics and another one upon the spots on the sun, he resolved to go to Rome. This mission was a singular one, and betrays the self-reliant simplicity of his character. He was confident that his own eloquence, the precision of his calculations, the authority of his name, the weight of his genius, would win over the incredulous, would persuade the Pope, and convince all the members of the Sacred College. In 1616 he obtained letters from the Grand Duke to the Cardinal Orsini. Although the cardinal received him warmly, the result of his mission proved his ignorance of the priesthood and the fallacy of his hopes. Far from making a convert of the Pope, Galileo was ordered to renounce the doctrine of the immovability of the sun and the rotation of the earth, not to teach it, and not to defend it, by word of mouth or in writing, except indeed as a hypothesis, and without affirming it. He submitted and left Rome. For 15 years, during the reign of the 2 popes who preceded Urban VIII, he preserved the silence thus arbitrarily imposed upon him. Such was his dread of being thought a heretic that he said he preferred death, and induced Cardinal Bellarmine to publish a certificate of his, Galileo's, belief. In 1623, Cardinal Maffeo Barberini was made Pope Urban VIII. He had a great affection for the illustrious astronomer, and Galileo reveled in the hope that this new pope would be in favor of the doctrine of Copernicus, and that through him the truth would be established. He dedicated to him his work on the comets, and, depending upon the Pope's protection, wrote his celebrated dialogue on the systems of Ptolemy and Copernicus. This book, when it was published in Florence in 1632, contained a very remarkable engraving. A vast sea is represented, bearing vessels ready to sail. 3 philosophers standing on the seashore are discussing the movement of the world and the revolutions of the spheres. One is Sagredo, the Spaniard. One wears the Venetian costume. It is Salviati of Venice. These were 2 real personages whom Galileo knew and loved, and who had openly accepted his doctrines. Sagredo proves by his philosophical arguments, and Salviati by mathematical deductions, the principles of Copernicus. The antagonist they are endeavoring to convince stands between the 2 philosophers. He is robed in oriental draperies and wears an Eastern turban. It is Simplicio, a man of past ages, the partisan of Ptolemy, and the advocate of ideas rendered respectable by the sanction of one's forefathers, a man who defends tradition, who declares that received doctrines and axioms content him, that appearances are all sufficient for him, that the abyss into which new thinkers and discoverers are plunging terrify him. As confident as though he had met with no rebuff, Galileo once more set out for Rome. His chief object was to obtain permission to publish this work. After a delay of 2 months, during which the manuscript had been abundantly pruned by Fra Niccolo Riccardi and by Per Visconti, the mathematician, Galileo was allowed to return to Florence to publish his book. But his implacable enemies seized upon this very work for his destruction. They represented to Pope Urban VIII that it was a personal attack upon himself, that Simplicio was intended for a portrait, or rather a caricature of His Holiness. The Pope was highly incensed at the bare suggestion that his protégé dared to turn him into ridicule. Galileo was at once summoned to Rome. At first he was allowed to reside with the Tuscan ambassador, but not to leave the house. Afterwards he was imprisoned for several days by the order of the Inquisition. He was examined on the subject of his book, and proved that he had received permission for its publication. It is said that he fell upon his knees before the tribunal of cardinals, imploring them to pronounce him a heretic, for he was a good Catholic, and would remain one in spite of the whole world. He added that, if the book was condemned to be burned, he himself would cast it into the flames, on condition that he was informed upon what ground such a sentence was passed. Then he read aloud the adjuration which had been prepared for him by the friar Firenzuola, his bitter enemy, and the favorite of the Pope. This Firenzuola, who had aspired to be the best military architect of that age, hated Galileo for not having ranked him above Michelangelo, and, in spite of Galileo's denial, so thoroughly persuaded the Pope that Simplicio was designed as his portrait that he never forgave the astronomer. The sale of the book was suspended, but Galileo was allowed to return to Florence. On the 23rd of September, 1632, Galileo was again cited to appear in Rome before the Inquisition. In vain, the ambassador Niccolini showed the certificates of Galileo's physicians, affirming that he was suffering from a malady which prevented his traveling. In vain the cardinals Antonini, Barberini, and Ginetti appealed to the Pope in Galileo's behalf. The answer was that Galileo's presence could not be dispensed with, and that a litter would be prepared for his removal. On the 11th of January, 1633, he received a final summons. He was 70 years of age and was becoming very infirm. He dreaded the fatigues of the journey in his suffering and feeble condition. The plague was raging in the cities through which he was forced to pass, and he had an unconquerable horror of infection. But there was no alternative, and he was compelled to set out on a journey which then occupied 25 days, though it is now accomplished in almost as many hours. On reaching Rome, he was lodged, as before, in the palace of the Tuscan ambassador, but soon transferred to the prisons of the Inquisition. His trial commenced on the 12th of April. There is no proof that he was put to the torture, though it has often been asserted. It is recorded that with tears he implored the mercy of his judges. He was, nevertheless, condemned to the stake. The terrible alternative of death, or a solemn, final recantation of assertions which he knew to be unquestionable truth, was left to him. The struggle in his spirit must have been bitter, and the injustice of his judges could hardly have galled him more than their perverse ignorance. But life was sweet, even to the great philosopher, who could hardly have been supposed to fear death, and who must have felt within himself the consciousness that existence had been bestowed upon him, that science might make gigantic strides through his agency. He decided to go through the form of recantation. The ceremony required him to kneel and place one hand upon the Bible and to utter these words, which were dictated to him by a priest. I abjure, curse, and detest the error and heresy of the motion of the earth, and promise that I will never more teach verbally or in writing that the sun is the center of the universe and immovable, and that the earth is not the center of the universe and movable. It is, however, related, after the compulsory utterance of this gross falsehood, rising from his knees, he muttered, with a look of fierce defiance, "The earth moves, notwithstanding." It was deemed wise by those who overheard this declaration to ignore it for the time being. After his recantation, Galileo was for several months imprisoned in his dwelling at Rome. He wrote to the Pope, begging that he might be released, or assigned some other place of confinement. The Pope commanded him to go to Siena and take up his abode with the Archbishop Piccolomini. The Archbishop had a great affection for Galileo, but was obliged to obey the order received from Rome and to keep him under close surveillance. He was not even permitted to accompany the Archbishop to his summer villa. Galileo pined for Florence, and again prayed to be allowed to return to his villa on the hill Beatrice. Just as he had lost all hope, he received the Pope's permission, coupled with a command which made him virtually a prisoner within his own walls, and forbade the entrance of visitors. His 2 daughters were nuns in the adjacent convent of San Matteo, a Franciscan convent founded in 1269, now abolished. He was devotedly attached to them, especially to the elder, and in former times visited them frequently. During his trial at Rome, his favorite daughter fell into a profound melancholy, brought on by her fears for her father, and shortly after his return she died. Her illness had lasted 6 days, and Galileo was overwhelmed by the suddenness of the blow. The second daughter now became her father's companion, and too soon his nurse, for his health was seriously impaired, and his sight failed more and more until he became totally blind. After his return to the villa he lived 9 years. Though his captivity was irksome, he could not have been more rigidly guarded, for we hear of his being surrounded by his pupils, who listened with eagerness to his instructions, and it is recorded that Milton visited him. Milton, say Galileo's biographers, gained access to him either by eluding the vigilance of his jailers or by forcing his way into his presence. Chasles thus sketches the memorable meeting. Picture those 2 noble forms. I know of nothing more touching than their contrast. Galileo is blind. The nun, his daughter, the sole child left to him, sustains his faltering steps, while with his stick in hand he tries to find his way in the garden which he planted and loved. His finely shaped Italian head, encircled by a crown of silvery locks, the grandeur of his forehead, the purity of his profile, the classic harmony of all his features, testify to his race and his mental powers, while the winning smile, the delicacy of coloring, the bland softness of his countenance reveal the man not insensible to worldly pleasures and the charm of social life. The young Englishman is more grave. A severe simplicity characterizes his appearance. His costume is more recherché. His long golden brown hair falls in curls upon his shoulders and harmonizes with his great blue contemplative eyes, his melancholy and thoughtful smile, and the freshness of his complexion, which neither sensuality nor violent passions have robbed of its youthful brilliancy. As the twain seat themselves together upon the summit of that hill where Milton can view the entire range of Florence, her marble palaces, her cupolas, her steeple clocks, her bridges, beneath which glides the Arno, what were his thoughts? Had he any prevision of his future destiny and of that of England? Did some inner voice tell him that he would one day be celebrated like Galileo, blind like him condemned to spend his last days in solitude, and like him misunderstood or calumniated by his contemporaries? And yet happier than he is, for Milton was destined to leave behind him the picture of a green and proud old age. It is not known to a certainty at what precise period these two celebrities met, but Chasles thinks that it was probably in 1638. Towards the close of Galileo's life, his persecutions were redoubled. Every conceivable obstacle was thrown in the way of the circulation of his works, and his relations with the outer world, already so limited, were narrowed more and more. The Inquisitor of Florence was ordered by the Pope to visit the captive from time to time and assure himself that he was humble and very melancholy. And his cruel sufferings were heightened, says Chasles, by the consciousness of his own moral feebleness, by remorse for his vain artifices and useless concessions, and the barren result of his long humility. For, he adds, this Italian, half a Greek, sublime revealer of the mysteries of the starry firmament, genius which preceded Newton, followed Bacon, proclaimed Descartes, was not a hero of moral courage, he was illuminated genius. Men wrote and printed what they pleased against Galileo. He was forbidden to deny their assertions, to reply at all. And yet, during this period of blindness and captivity, he wrote and confided to the hands of a faithful friend the treatise which at a later period enabled Sir Isaac Newton to deduce the attraction of gravitation from the fall of an apple. Tenderly watched over by his daughter, Galileo died on the 9th of January, 1642, in his 79th year. Newton was born at the close of the same year. The celebrated church of Santa Croce, the Florentine Westminster, is graced by an imposing monument raised to the memory of the great and persecuted astronomer. When the body of Galileo was conveyed to this sepulchre, the forefinger and thumb of one of his hands was severed from the corpse, to be kept as a memento. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Italian Life and Legends by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 4. The Convent of Vallombrosa. King Victor Emmanuel has recently made a law to protect the hospitable monks of Vallombrosa, or, rather, to prevent their compulsory hospitality from being too largely abused. The founders of this ancient monastery of Vallombrosa decreed that all travelers should be welcomed, lodged, and fed, free of charge, for 3 days. The object of this charitable provision was, doubtless, to secure rest and shelter to weary pilgrims bent on holy missions. The monastery soon became celebrated, and yearly increasing crowds thronged its ever-open doors. Though no remuneration for most bounteous cheer can be demanded, a compensation dictated by the generosity of the guest is always expected, not, however, always received. Holiday people from the neighboring towns have trespassed in such large numbers upon the liberal hospitality of the monks that in the summer of 1865 they prayed the king to devise some method which would guard them against imposition, without violating the rules of their order. The king's ingenuity must have been severely taxed. Finally, he announced that no visitor could be received at Vallombrosa unless he presented himself furnished with a passport. Regular tourists and strangers who form that portion of the community from whom the monks are certain of remuneration are still welcomed, while the Italian pleasure-seekers of the neighborhood, who have no need of passports and who carry no purses, are excluded by the royal edict. This law inevitably created discontent. On several occasions, excursionists have only been informed of its existence at the doors of the convent, and have wrathfully demanded admission, and caused such a disturbance that the monks were compelled to summon military aid for their protection. Vallombrosa is a corruption of the original name, Vallombrosa, Shaded Valley. In 1060, this lovely location took the name of Aquabella, Beautiful Water. Some of the most renowned poets have commemorated their visits to Vallombrosa. Ariosto and Milton have left their footprints in the Shaded Valley and by the Beautiful Water. Aurora Leigh, looking with disappointed eyes upon the peaceful, cultivated landscapes of England, and contrasting them with the picturesque scenery of her beloved Italy, says, "Not my chestnut woods of Vallombrosa, cleaving by the spurs to the precipices, not my headlong leaps of water that cry out for joy or fear in leaping through the palpitating pines, like a white soul tossed out to eternity with thrills of time upon it, not indeed my multitudinous mountains sitting in the magic circle with the mutual touch electric panting from their full deep hearts beneath the influent heavens and waiting for communion and commission." According to San Giovanni de Gaetano, who writes from the solitary cell he had made for himself at Vallombrosa, toward the close of the 4th century, the Shaded Valley was, at that period, a wild forest, infested by noxious serpents and beasts of prey. It has now bloomed into an Eden. Vallombrosa is 20 English miles from Florence. After reaching the valley of Pelago, which lies 4 or 5 miles below the monastery, the rest of the journey must be made on foot, in the saddle, or in a sort of rude wicker basket placed on sledges and drawn by oxen. Ladies are usually consigned to this extraordinary conveyance, and learn to their amazement what an amount of jolting and bouncing feminine humanity can endure unfractured. The road follows the course of the mountain torrent, but has no particular interest until it reaches a grove of superb pine trees, whose somber branches meet in irregular arches overhead. Further on, the traveler is suddenly charmed by what appears to be a noble English park, verdant lawns and fertile meadows, pasture grounds, alive with herds of cattle, small lakes, used as trout preserves, and the whole girdled in by magnificent forest of chestnut, beech, and oak. The herbage is remarkable for its unfolding verdure, and even in winter retains the vernal freshness imparted by the moisture of the mountain streams. The convent is of massive structure, and forms a quadrangle, with vast paved courts and high towers. It covers as much ground as a small village. In times of war the gates are closed, and the hospitable monastery is transformed into a redoubtable fortress. The refectory accommodates 200 persons. The extensive library contains many valuable manuscripts and rare volumes. The chapels and spacious halls are embellished by fine paintings. The front windows of the convent command the whole valley of the Arno to Florence, the hills above Lucca and the Carrara mountains rising grandly in the distance. Male visitors only are received into the convent. About 100 yards from its principal entrance stands a rude, dilapidated albergo. This is styled the foresteria, where the gentler sex are lodged. A monk, who is selected for this especial duty, superintends their entertainment. The holy brother who holds the office at this moment is remarkably handsome and conversable, and not particularly monastic in his deportment. But he could not occupy so agreeable a position until his fitness and religiosity had been well tested. The doors of the convent are every morning surrounded by a crowd of needy peasants, women and children, who come to receive their breakfast from the charitable hands of the monks. Halfway up the steep declivity, which rises in the rear of the monastery upon a projecting cliff, stands a small white building, with an untended and weed-grown garden, oddly styled the Paradisio. This little paradise is used as a hermitage by the most holy of the monks, and their solitary meditations not unfrequently induce the state of semi-trance called ecstasy. The monastery of Vallombrosa was founded in the 11th century by Giovanni Galberto. He was the son of Lord Pettorio in Valdepesa. His family was one of the noblest, the richest, the most powerful in Florence. His history is very remarkable. At 18 years of age, he was a gay cavalier, wholly absorbed in worldly and sensual pleasures. At this period, his beloved brother Hubert was killed in a quarrel by a young nobleman. A life for a life was the cruel creed of the cavaliers of those days. Not alone Giovanni's rage and grief, but his code of honor impelled him to vengeance, and he resolved to take the life of the assassin. One Good Friday morning he went forth, clad in armor and followed by his retainers, to attend Mass at the San Miniato al Monte. Passing through the narrow road that leads to the Basilica of San Miniato, he unexpectedly encountered the murderer of his brother. The latter was unarmed and alone. The adversaries stood face to face. The fiery Giovanni drew his sword, and at the signal the swords of his followers flashed from their scabbards. Giovanni was in the act of rushing upon his foe when the culprit threw himself at the avenger's feet, extending his arms in the form of a cross, and, in the name of that merciful Savior who, upon the day which they were both celebrating, died upon the cross, and pardoned sinners in dying, supplicated Giovanni to spare his life and pardon his crime. Giovanni paused. In his soul there was a fierce, brief struggle between mercy and revenge, but compassion prevailed. With a grand impulse of pardoning generosity, he sheathed his sword, stretched out his arms, and said, "Thou hast slain my brother. Be a brother to me in his stead, if thou canst." Filled with contrition, his adversary flung himself, weeping, into Giovanni's arms, bewailing his deed of blood, and again declaring his unworthiness to receive that forgiveness which had been so nobly and promptly granted. This incident is commemorated by a fresco placed in a tabernacle on the wall by the roadside, upon the very spot where it occurred. Giovanni, after embracing and comforting his foe, led him to the church of San Miniato, whither he was bending his steps. The legend says that when the reconciled cavaliers knelt before the crucifix, the lips of the Savior smiled upon Giovanni, and the head bowed in approbation. Giovanni was so much overcome by this miraculous manifestation that he forthwith renounced the world and joined the fraternity of San Miniato. Here he led so exemplary a life that when the abbot died, the monks proposed, although he was only 23 years of age, to elect him as their head, but he declined the distinction upon the plea of his youth. At a later period he retired to the solitude of Vallombrosa, and there built himself a small cell beside those of the 2 hermit monks who had made that wild forest their abode. This trio formed the nucleus from which sprang the holy order of Vallombrosa. The miraculous token vouchsafed Giovanni became widely known, and crowds flocked to see him, to receive his pious counsels and his blessing. Some even assumed his rude garb and bore him company. Emperors and nobles poured in their treasures to establish a community which boasted a founder so saint-like. The monastery became very wealthy through these endowments. The Countess Matilda was one of the most lavish in her benefactions. Victor II conferred on San Giovanni Galberto the title of Abbot General of the Order. He was then 72 years of age, but his humility prevented his ever assuming the robes of his office. He waged uncompromising war against the corruptions of the age, and succeeded in abolishing many abuses. He died in 1073, 88 years of age, after having passed 70 years in religious seclusion. The present extensive buildings of the monastery were erected in 1637. For a long period, the monks of Vallombrosa strove in vain to obtain possession of the crucifix from which Giovanni affirmed that the Saviour had bowed his head in token of heavenly approbation. The monks of San Miniato clamored against this demand of the brethren of Vallombrosa. This crucifix had become one of the most valuable possessions of San Miniato, and drew crowds to the church. Finally, Cosimo III, over whom the monks of Vallombrosa possessed great influence, prevailed upon the fraternity of San Miniato to consent to the temporary removal of the cross to the 8th chapel of the church of San Trinita, and to wait until the proper authorities could decide to which fraternity it ought to belong. No satisfactory decision was ever given, for the crucifix to this day remains at Santa Trinita. Tradition declares that Giovanni Gualberto performed numerous miracles, and there is a famous well near the sacristy of the church of San Giovanni in the Piazza San Trinita, the waters of which, having been blessed by the relics of this saint, are said to have effected wonderful cures when a malignant fever ravaged Florence in 1580. In the 15th chapel of this church there is a painting by Francesco Corsi, representing San Giovanni Gualberto in the act of pardoning the murderer of his brother. Banquets are given in the monastery of Vallombrosa upon certain festivals, and at the same time a sort of rural fair is held. The peasants assemble on a green sward before the convent, and sing improvised verses to popular airs. On the festa of the Assunta, the monks present several young girls whose blameless conduct has entitled them to reward with a small dowry, which enables them to marry. The celebrated monastery of the Camaldoli is about 10 miles distant from Vallombrosa. It is situated on a rocky slope of the Apennines. The adjacent mountains are bleak and barren, but the region about the Camaldoli is an oasis of fertile and picturesque loveliness. The brethren of the Camaldoli are a branch of the Carthusian order, and own a vast and productive territory, well-stocked dairy farms, extensive meadows, highly cultivated fields, and forests which produced, it is said, the finest timber in the world. There is a sort of penal branch attached to this institution called the Sagro Eremo, or Holy Hermitage. This convent is located amid pine forest on the very topmost height of the Apennines. From this altitude, both the Adriatic and Mediterranean seas are visible. The climate is one endless winter. The church is encompassed by small, rude, isolated huts, and their inmates are essentially hermits. The discipline is very rigid. The monks hold no communion with each other. Speech is forbidden. They have no life in common. His scanty allowance of bread and vegetables is passed to each monk through a trap door, which opens from the wall into his cell. Twice only in the year animal food is supplied. The sound of the human voice is never heard except in religious exercises in the chapel. The monks are summoned to prayer 7 times in every 24 hours. 2 luxuries alone are permitted them, but it is said they rarely avail themselves to either. One is access to a large library of historical and theological works, from which they are allowed to select books. The other is a small garden, attached to each hut, which they are at liberty to cultivate. But the books remain unopened, and weeds possess the neglected earth, which might be embellished by hardy flowers. The community of the Holy Hermitage is composed of 3 classes of monks: novices, who must prove their fitness for the monastic life by 2 years' residence in the Sagro Ermio, before they are permitted to take their place in the more agreeable monastery of the Camaldoli; monks who are sent to the Ermo from the Camaldoli for a certain period as a punishment for the transgression of some of the rules of their order; and men who come voluntarily to this place of penance, hoping to atone for great crimes, or to deserve great future happiness by the joyless rigor of their lives upon the earth. It is in the chapel alone that the members of the community meet, and there the visitor may see one of their commonest penances. It consists in prostration at the foot of the altar, the arms extended to form the figure of a cross, the forehead struck violently against the marble steps. This act is often performed several times by the same penitent during a single service. There are 2 or 3 high festivals in the year, upon which the monks are permitted to converse and eat together, and some slight addition is made to their bread and vegetables. But there are monks who never avail themselves of this indulgence, who never change their diet, and whose voices have never been heard in those walls, except in the offices of the choir. This rigid fasting and meditation is said to produce the most seraphic visions, the records of which are preserved in the archives of the Sagro Ermo. Not to so ascetic an order belong the jolly monks who invented the game by us known as that of domino. Monsieur Amadeo de Ponteon gives us its origin. He says that in the 6th century, in a convent of Benedictine brothers, 2 monks, Fra Ormio and Fra Giacomo, were condemned to do penance in the same cell. To while away the tedious hours, they contrived a game, to be played with small square stones, upon which they had ingeniously made certain black marks, representing various combinations. But, as they were aware that the abbot was in the habit of making his round at stated times in the corridor of the cells, they hit upon the plan of chanting at short intervals in a loud voice, Dixit Dominus Domino, to make the abbot believe that they were engaged in their orisons. This game, we are told, was the game of domino, which took its name from the last, and upon which they paused to play. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Italian Life and Legends by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 5. Florentine Bridges. Among the most remarkable and the most picturesque features of Florence are its old historic bridges, arching themselves over the Arno, as it noiselessly steals through the city, bridges that have witnessed many memorable scenes, and have been again and again swept away when the mountain torrents swelled the quiet-looking stream to overflowing, and again rebuilt, with ever-increasing strength and beauty. The bridge farthest to the east is called the Ponte de Grazie, or di Rubaconte. This last name it received in honor of the Milanese Podesta Rubaconte, who laid the foundation stone, and to whom the city of Florence was in various ways indebted. The first appellation it derives from a little chapel at the foot of the bridge, dedicated to Santa Maria delle Grazie. The bridge was built by Lapo, father of the celebrated Arno. It was at the foot of this bridge that, in 1273, the two discordant factions styled Ghibellines and the Guelphs, through the mediation of Gregory X, met, and with great solemnity concluded a peace, which was to last until death. Pope Gregory X, in the company with the French King Charles and with Baldwin of Flanders, chanced to pass through Florence on their way from Rome to Lyons, where they were to hold a council. They were highly delighted with the fair city of Florence, and resolved to pass the summer there. The Pope greatly lamented the bitter feud which existed between the proud Ghibellines and the fiery Guelphs, and noticed the constant injuries which the beautiful city sustained through the strife. The Ghibellines are the party in favor of the empire as opposed to the church, and the Guelphs in favor of the church as opposed to the empire. Pope Gregory, not questioning his power, made up his mind to put a sudden end to these unseemly dissensions. The Ghibelline leaders were then in exile, and he ordered that they should return and make peace with the Guelphs. The pontiff had a huge scaffolding of wood erected at the foot of the Ponte alla Grazie, and there, on the 2nd day of July 1273, all the dignitaries were seated, with the Pope in the center. The Florentine people congregated in the dry bed of the Arno. The Pope solemnly addressed the assembled multitude, and decreed that the Ghibellines and the Guelphs should become friends forevermore, under the pain of excommunication to whoever should not obey the order. He made the syndics of each party, who were doubtless more inclined to tear each other to pieces than to embrace, publicly kiss one another on the mouth, and give bail and hostages. The ceremony was performed with all due solemnity, but forevermore, during which the peace thus forcibly concluded was to last, represented a period of 4 days. After this brief respite, the feud broke out with fresh fury, and rage more violently than ever. The incensed Pope retired immediately from Florence, and kept his word by excommunicating the whole city. Under this interdict, Florence remained, with the exception of a short interval, for 3 years. The only removal of the excommunication was owing to a somewhat singular circumstance. The Pope, in returning from Lyons to Rome, intended to cross the Arno above the city of Florence, but the river was much swollen that the passage of a ferry boat was impossible. The Pope could not place his holy foot in a city that was excommunicated, for his presence was supposed to be synonymous with blessings. There was no alternative but take off the interdict before he entered the gates. As he traversed the streets, he dispensed his blessings according to established custom, but when he passed out of the opposite gate, he immediately took back all the blessings, so profusely showered and fulminated the excommunication anew. In one of the small houses standing on a pier of the bridge, the poet Menzini was born, and in another the Franciscan monk Beat Tommaso de Bellani. The Ponte Vecchio, or Jewelers' Bridge, as it is often called, is lined by shops of jewelers, goldsmiths, or other workers in metal. This bridge is said to be built on Etruscan piers. It was carried away by flood in 1177, rebuilt, and again swept away in 1333. It was rebuilt by Taddeo Gaddi in 1335. An inscription beneath one of the arches commemorates the fact. The officers of the Torre, or towers, presided at its reconstruction, and the arms of the Torre, sculpted underneath the loggia, or open part of the bridge, are mingled with those of the Republic. Upon this bridge, in 1420, was signed the treaty of peace between Pope Martin V and Fortebraccio, Lord of Pisa. It was this Pope Martin who, on the year previous, had evinced his gratitude to the city of Florence for its hospitality by presenting the Signoria with a gold rose, a very singular honor. The presentation of a rose of gold upon Easter Sunday by a Roman pontiff to a prince or potentate who had won his favor is a very ancient custom. Cambry describes the rose as a golden bough, with leaves of gold, very fine, and on it 9 roses, one bud above the 9, and inside there was musk, and myrrh, and balsam. Upon Easter Sunday, 2nd of April, 1419, when Pope Martin presented Florence with his rose, the Gonfalonier, mayor, Bernardo de Castello, was prevented by serious illness from receiving the much-prized offering. Taddeo Gherardini, chairman of the Signoria, for that day occupied Bernardo's place, and from that time his family was called Gherardini della Rosa. After the Pope had placed the rose in the hands of Messer Taddeo Gherardini, the pontiff came out of the Piazza Santa Maria Novella with 13 cardinals and members of the Signoria. They all, the Pope excepted, mounted their horses, and 11 cardinals led the way. Then came Messer Taddeo with his rose, 2 cardinals followed him, and the Signoria closed the procession. The horsemen passed through all the principal streets, and then returned to the Palazzo Vecchio. The rose was ceremoniously placed in the chapel of the palace, where it remains to the present day. In one of the houses on the Ponte Vecchio, the poet Ariosto was entertained for 6 months by Cavaliere Niccolo Vespucci, on the occasion of the feast of St. John and the election of Leo X. And here the poets first saw Alessandro Benucci, widow of Tito Strozzi, and fell in love with her. The correspondence between this lady and the poet lasted uninterrupted until her death in 1532, and she appears to have reciprocated his attachment. Above the shops which lined the bridge was a gallery ingeniously uniting Palazzo Pitti to the Galleria degli Uffizi and the Palazzo Vecchio, built by Cosimo I. It was at the foot of this bridge that the gallant young bridegroom, Bulomonte, coming from his nuptials, was waylaid by the outraged relatives of a fair lady he had deserted. He was slain at the base of the statue of Mars. This statue was afterwards removed from its place near the bridge, on account, it is said, of the sad associations to which it was forever linked. The Ponte a Santa Trinita is by far the most beautiful of the bridges. The former bridges, which occupied the site of the present one, have frequently been swept away. The last bridge was constructed by Bartolomeo Almonante, architect to the Grand Duke Cosimo I. It was finished in 1569. From its incomparable lightness and elegance, it was thought too fragile to sustain great weights, and heavily laden wagons were prohibited by the authorities from crossing. Almonante, highly indignant at being supposed so unskilful as to build a bridge which was insecure, ordered an immense car to be filled with stones. The car was so ponderous that it could with difficulty be drawn by 6 strong horses. Upon these stones the architect himself mounted, and was drawn to the center of the bridge. Here he remained for several hours, discoursing with the people from his throne of stones, and practically convincing the Florentines of their error, and of the injustice they had done to him. Yet 150 years passed ere carriages were allowed by the Grand Duke to pass over it. An inscription cut in the stone of this bridge records the name of a brave Frenchman who, when the Arno was swollen, and rushing onward with a fierce current, threw himself into the river to save a poor Florentine artisan, and, though the unfortunate man's leg was broken, rescued him, at the imminent risk of his own life, and restored him to his family. The angles of the bridge are adorned by statues of the 4 seasons. The one representing winter, by Taddeo Landini, is considered the finest. The Ponte alla Carraja is said to have been the second that was built, and it was called Nuove Ponte, in contradistinction to Ponte Vecchio. The architect was Lapo. It was first erected in 1218, and swept away by a flood in 1269. The most appalling catastrophe imparts great interest to this bridge. It was an ancient custom in Florence to celebrate the first weeks in May by superb pageants. This Ponte alla Carraja was the favorite bridge for the exhibition of spectacles to the people. The different parties and companies of Florence vied with each other to gain the palm for grandeur and originality of display. In the year 1304, the company Sanfriando resolved to offer a magnificent May Day fête to the Cardinal Niccolo de Prato, who was then visiting Florence. T.A. Trollope, in his Commonwealth of Florence, quaintly remarks that they wished to invent a fête which would be magnificent and at the same time especially adapted to the sacred character of the guest whom they wished to honor. So it was determined to regale the dignified Dominican cardinal with a representation of hell and the torments of the damned depicted to the life. The company sent around the city a band of musicians and a herald to announce that whoever wanted to have news of the other world must come to the Ponte alla Carraja. The bridge was at that time constructed of wood. The painter Buffalmacco directed the spectacle. A quantity of artificial fire of various colors was employed to lend splendor and reality to the performance. The infernal regions were represented upon the Arno. The river was covered with rafts and barges, peopled with demons rushing about amidst the flames, groaning, shrieking, yelling, and inflicting torment upon naked souls, these naked souls of the condemned being made manifest by naked bodies. We quote Trollope's description of what ensued. The scene was at its height, and the interest and satisfaction of the beholders proportionally intense, when all at once the bridge, burthened beyond its strength by the vast crowd of spectators, fell with a crash into the hell beneath, overwhelming the devils and their victims and the crowd of gazers in one common ruin of indescribable mass of inextricable confusion, with what the fall and the injuries by the timbers of the ruined bridge and drowning in the water and crush one another, few either of the actors or spectators of the scene escaped with their lives. It is said that there was hardly a family in Florence which did not lose a relative by this catastrophe. The historian Villani coolly observes that they saw hell much nearer than they intended. The painter Buffalmacco happily escaped. He had left the bridge a few moments before the accident to procure something needful to the show. It is related that Dante was present at this spectacle, and that he there first conceived his idea of the Inferno. Not far from the Ponte alla Carraja stands the house where Amerigo Vespucci was born. A tablet over the front of the building bears an inscription recording that fact. In 1304, the Ponte alla Carraja was first built throughout with stone. In 1333, it was again entirely destroyed by the overflow of the Arno. It was then rebuilt by the architect Fra Giovanni de' Campi in its present form, except that Almanati in 1557 rebuilt two of the arches, which had been carried away. Every year, on the festival of San Giovanni, patron saint of Florence, the most splendid fireworks are exhibited from this bridge, and the Arno is covered with barges containing bands of music. The fireworks which we witnessed there in 1865 were superb beyond description. They were literally pictures painted in flashes of colored fire. Florence has now added to her historic bridges two modern suspension bridges, the Ponte San Fernando and the Ponte San Leopoldo. They were constructed by a French engineer and completed in 1837, but the furious little Arno proved too strong to be resisted by one of them. The bridge above the Ponte alla Grazie was swept away in November 1844 and rebuilt in 1883. As we stand upon any one of these bridges and watch the stream gliding through the street and winding through richly green valleys, and we lift our eyes to palaces, towers, and churches singularly imposing in their individuality, and then to San Miniato, to the Fiesole and Bellosguardo, to the background formed by the stately Vallombrosian hills and the purple peaks of the Carrara mountains, we are forced to admit that it is the position of those bridges and the landscape, replete with rare and varied loveliness which they command, that redeems the narrow little Arno from insignificance, and imparts to it the pictorial aspect for which it is celebrated. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Italian Life and Legends by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 6. Dante. July 3rd, 1865. Is Dante to be allowed to rest at last? Are we to have any rest from Dante? Italy has been Dante mad for a couple of months. Dante's glorification has been the signal for the most brilliant extravagance and superb festivity. After a lapse of 6 centuries, a frantic desire to pay homage to their great poet has suddenly stirred the pulses of the Italian people into jubilant enthusiasm. We do not venture upon the suggestion on this side of the ocean, but we are almost brave enough to whisper to our friends on the other that although it is just possible a genuine and intense appreciation of the writings and character and political services of Dante may have made the nation seize with such wild avidity upon the opportunity to do him honor, it is even more probable that the Italian holiday-loving heart was simply overjoyed to snatch at any excuse for a series of fêtes. The 3-day solemnities at Ravenna have just terminated. Dante's recovered bones have been finally sepulchred with impressive pomp and ceremony. Their discovery, made a little more than a month ago, is somewhat singular. The exiled Dante died at Ravenna, September 14th, 1321. His unquiet bones seem to have passed through extraordinary vicissitudes. A few years after Dante's death, when Cardinal Bertrando del Poggetto, moved by pious wrath, determined that the poet's remains should be burned as those of a heretic, they were stolen by some Franciscan friars. Tradition says they were restored to their original resting place when the danger was over. In 1519, the Florentines supplicated Pope Leo X to have the poet's venerated bones brought to Florence, Dante's birthplace, as Michelangelo had offered to sculpture a sepulchre worthy to be their last receptacle. The people of Ravenna cried out against this demand, and the bones once more mysteriously disappeared. It is not definitely stated when or how they were restored, but since they were destined to vanish again, they must have been replaced. When Cardinal Corsi, in 1692, attempted to repair the chapel of Dante, the friars suspected that his object was to obtain possession of these valued relics, and once more they became invisible. Their repository was not again discovered until the 27th of May, 1865, just after the great Dante festival celebrated in Florence. The municipality of Ravenna, having approved the program for that festival and wishing to do further honor to the poet, ordered that the chapel of Dante should be opened and repaired. The masons employed on the work found embedded in a wall, from which they had removed a few stones to fasten a pipe, a badly made firewood box. It was opened by them. An inscription within testified that the bones it contained were those of Dante, placed there by Friar Antonio Santi, 18th of October, 1677. The archives of the Franciscan College were examined, and a record of this act, made by Friar Antonio Santi, was found. Here was a glorious occasion for another festa, and the 24th, 25th, and 26th of June were set apart for Dante's final obsequies. Military salutes, processions, bands of music, orations, and banquetings formed part of the ceremony. The bones were carried to the temple of Bracciaforte, upon a white satin cushion, in a crystal urn covered with a white veil. When the veil was lifted, the Syndic of Ravenna made a touching address, and then placed a wreath upon the urn. A second wreath was offered by the Syndic of Florence. no priests were permitted to officiate. Their ire was very naturally excited, and they pronounced the whole proceedings sacrilegious. The 3 days national Dante festival, in commemoration of the 600th anniversary of his birth, took place in Florence on the 14th, 15th, and 16th of May, 1865, and has never, it is said, been surpassed in magnificence, at least in Italy. It will seem strange to our American readers that Sunday was the day upon which the festival commenced, but that sacred day is usually chosen by Italians for the fittest for a jubilee. A colossal statue of Dante was to be inaugurated on the Piazza Santa Croce. The piazza was richly adorned with decorative paintings, illustrative of incidents in the life of the poet, garlands of laurel and flowers, trophies, banners, emblematical devices, and rich hangings. Indeed, the whole city was hung with flags, and upon those houses in which great celebrities have lived or died or were born, their names were inscribed, surrounded with garlands and trophies. The procession was formed in the Piazza Santo Spirito at 10 o'clock in the morning. Men and women marched bareheaded in the broad sunshine. Conspicuous among the most renowned moved the great Ristori, the most distinguished actress of Italy. She was arrayed in a flowing robe of gold-colored silk, which swept the streets, and wore a crown of gold upon her stately head, with a long, rich white veil. Her noble carriage, her graceful, regal gait, and her handsome features won general admiration. Salvini and Rossi, the 2 greatest Italian actors, walked by her side. A superb banner, representative of the dramatic art, of which they each held a ribbon, was borne before them. When the procession had assembled in the Piazza Santa Croce, the solemn bell of the Palazzo Vecchio sounded. Then followed superb music by the band of the National Guard. King Victor Emmanuel gave the signal for the unveiling of Pazzi's statue of Dante, and an oration was pronounced. The statue is severely criticized on the one hand and highly praised on the other, but it is sufficient that Pazzi, the sculptor, is a native of Ravenna for him to excite the jealousy of the Florentines. It is said he has made Dante frowning upon ungrateful Florence. The king knighted Pazzi for his work. In the evening, the whole city was illuminating with a dazzling brilliancy of which no language can give an adequate conception. A triple row of lights gleamed along the whole length of the Arno and reflected a blaze in the water. The bridges, the Pitti Palace, the Palazzo Vecchio, the Duomo, baptistry, Giotto's Campanile were literally, in the language of Aurora Leigh, drawn in fire. All Florence, from its princes and potentates down to the lowest contadini, poured into the streets. The order and quiet preserved were wonderful. Great as was the crowd, there was no jostling, no pushing, no rudeness, no loud talking. The hum of low voices and the sound of music alone broke the stillness. The finest band and choir were to be heard in the Piazza Santa Croce. Upon the second day, the celebration was continued in the Academy of Fine Arts. Several original poems on Dante were delivered, and Ristori read, with great effect, Victor Hugo's letter to the mayor of Florence. A Dante concert was given in the evening at the Pagliano Theatre. On the third and last day, the festivity began with a distribution of prizes to women of good conduct on the Piazza Santa Croce. During the day, there was a festa for the populace and a mock tournament on the Cascina, and a boat race on the Arno. At night, a ball for the people in the open air under the Uffizi. The festa closed with the most gorgeous tableaux vivants, accompanied by music and recitation, at the Pagliano Theatre. The magnificence and artistic beauty of these tableaux were unrivaled. They represented scenes from the works of Dante, chiefly from his Divina Commedia. The Inferno, with all its horrors and tortures, as Dante had fantastically described them, was illustrated by a series of pictures exhibited by fiery red electric light. Purgatory, with its milder suffering, was shown by a cold blue electric light. But the electric light shed a golden blaze of glory when heaven, with Dante led by Beatrice, amidst groups of angels and apostles, with the blue vault and bright stars and fleecy clouds above them, were revealed. The tableau of Francesca de Rimini was preceded by a recitation powerfully given by the great Ristori. Declamations by Salvini and Rossi preceded several of the tableaux. It was a great source of pride and congratulation by the American visitors in Florence that an exquisite translation of the Divina Commedia by our own Longfellow, richly bound, was sent by the poet himself through the minister, Mr. Marsh, to the mayor. It is also gratifying to remember that the full-length portrait of Dante by Giotto in the chapel of the Palace of the Podesta, which, on the occasion of this kind, when the city swarmed with strangers, was an object of especial interest, might have still remained hidden by a coat of whitewash which had concealed it for generations but for the energy of our countryman, Mr. R. H. Wilde, assisted by a few English and American gentlemen. The whitewash was in some places an inch thick, and it is not definitely known how long the portrait had worn this unseemly white veil. The day before the festival instituted by the authorities commenced, it may be said to have been inaugurated at the English Dramatic Drawing Room by an admirable lecture delivered by Mr. Montgomery Stuart, correspondent of the London Morning Post. The national ovation has caused Italy, we might almost say Europe, to be flooded with pamphlets, poems, sonnets, discourses, and books on Dante, his life and times. Certainly no poet ever won a more bounteous tribute of venerating admiration. We quote an illustrative passage from a highly interesting volume written by a Greek lady noted for her beauty and talents, Madame Albania Minnati. She says, "When we have granted to Dante his full share of weakness, passion, inconsistency, and even bitterness, enough remains of heroic strength and unquenchable ardor in the pursuit of virtue to ensure Dante, our Tuscan father, the admiration of all ages, as the prince of Christian poets, and the foremost of all those who have sought to guide mankind through suffering and through faith to their eternal home." Having given this quotation, we are bound to confess that we do belong to the number of Dante's worshippers. While we admit that he has claims to high rank as poet, that he gave to Italy her language, that he united wonderful imagination to vast scientific knowledge and poetical wisdom, that although he was a dreamer, he showed an acquaintance with scientific facts then supposed to be unknown, and which seem prophecies as they were recorded by his pen, and while our deepest sympathy is excited by his misfortunes, and the harsh ingratitude which he received at the hands of those whom he had so largely benefited, while we grieve over his sad exile, his lonely wanderings, his poverty, which, he declares, caused him almost to live on alms, while we are moved by his yearnings for his native city and his sad death at Ravenna, in short, while we admit his mighty genius and his heavy sorrows, we cannot feel that his character commands that amount of veneration which it so lavishly receives. He is called the most Christian of poets, the most high-minded and noble, and large-hearted of men, etc., etc. But this Christian poet cherished inveterate and deadly hatreds, wholly inconsistent with the teachings of Christianity, incompatible with the character of a Christian. And when he describes the Inferno, the Christian poet takes care to give all his enemies a conspicuous place there, and to depict their tortures with savage triumph. His egotism has scarcely a parallel in biography. He himself, his emotions, his aspirations, his adventures, his self-laudation are constantly themes of his muse. He is called the true lover-poet, who has deified the passion of love in the style of his Beatrice. But what is the matter-of-fact history of that same passion? He had very little beyond a bowing acquaintance with his idolized Beatrice. Indeed, her ceasing to salute him at one time affords the opportunity for a frantic burst of poetic agony. He was 9 years old when he first met Beatrice. She had just entered her 9th year. During the next 9 years, he only saw her by chance glimpses. In his Vita Nova, he thus describes their first meeting. 9 times from the hour of my birth had the heaven of light returned, as it were, to the same point in orbit, when the glorious lady of my thoughts appeared for the first time before my eyes. By many she was called Beatrice. By some she was known by another name. She was then of such an age that the starry heavens had moved the 12th part of a degree towards the earth during her lifetime, so that she appeared to me about the beginning of her 9th year, and I saw her about the end of my 9th year. She appeared to me in the dress of a noble color, a subdued and becoming blood red, and a sash and ornaments suited to her very youthful years. At that moment, I speak the truth, the spirit of life, which dwells in the most secret chamber of the heart, began to tremble so violently as to be frightfully visible in the smallest pulses of my body, and with faltering voice said these words, "Behold a God stronger than I, whose coming will subdue me." Of his second meeting he says, "When exactly so many days had elapsed after the above-described apparition of this most noble lady as were necessary to complete 9 whole years, it chanced that on the last of these days this most admirable person appeared to me in a dress of the purest white, between 2 noble ladies older than herself, and passing along the street, she turned her eyes to the spot where, trembling with fear, I stood, and with an ineffable courtesy, which now has its reward in eternity, saluted me in so striking a manner that I seemed to reach the very extreme of happiness. This hour at which I received this most bewitching salutation was precisely the noon of the day. And as this was the first time that her words had reached my ears, the pleasure which I received was such that I quitted the company, as it were, in a state of intoxication, and, retiring to my solitary chamber, I sat down to meditate on this most courteous lady. During my meditation, a sweet sleep came over me, in which appeared a wonderful vision. The vision is minutely described, and is followed by his first love sonnet. When the father of Beatrice died, Dante's sympathy for her sorrow was so great that he fell ill, and on the 9th day of his indisposition he saw a vision of the death of Beatrice herself. 9 was to him the most sacred of numbers, and when Beatrice dies, he says, according to the mode of reckoning in Italy, her blessed soul departed in the 1st hour of the 9th day of the month, and according to the computation in Syria, she died in the 9th month of the year, for the 1st month is there Tasman, Tisri, which is our October. And according to our calculation, she departed in that year of our calendar, that is, in the year of our Lord, in which the perfect number has been 9 times completed in the century in which she was born in the world, and she was a Christian of the 13th century. The following may be a reason why this number was so propitious to her, since, according to Ptolemy, and the belief throughout Christendom, there are 9 stars which move, and according to the common belief, these stars have an influence on things here below, according to their positions. This number was propitious to her, in giving it to be understood that at the time of her generation all the 9 morning stars were in the most perfect conjunction. At Beatrice's death his vehement anguish was so overpowering that he addressed an extravagant letter to the potentates of the earth, informing them that the whole city of Florence was widowed by her loss. But this is the embroidered state of the tapestry of his love history. The reverse does not altogether correspond. Strange to say, we hear nothing of his ever having sought Beatrice in marriage, nor of his sufferings when, at the age of 20, a bridal ring was placed upon her delicate finger by another hand. After her death, which he so violently laments, he declares that he consecrates his whole life to her memory, and that he hopes to speak of her as no woman was ever spoken of before. And somewhat later he bitterly reproaches himself in the Convento because he is attracted to a certain lady by her compassionate looks and earnest sympathy for his grief. When he finds his thoughts turning too often to the gentle stranger, he upbraids himself for the temporary solace, as though the pleasurable emotion were a crime. Yet in 1293, only 3 years after the death of Beatrice, he marries Gemma Denotti, and in the course of time becomes the father of 7 children. Surely this Gemma must have been one of the most patient, forbearing, and unjealous of womankind, for Dante continues to rave of his beloved Beatrice, and his writings continue to be full of his personal experiences. He continues to admit the reader into the inner sanctuary of his soul. He continues to throw out acclamations of self-thinking, self-adoring, through poor Gemma, and his quiver with the 7 arrows are ignored. In the Purgatorio alone, 1 passing allusion is made to his family. All that was real and tangible had not the same actual existence to him as that which was ideal or visionary. The uncomplaining woman who sat by his hearth and cradled his children in her arms had less positive existence than the departed Beatrice, whom he could scarcely be said to have known, a proceeding which a prosaic friend of ours quaintly pronounces poetic, not proper. Besides this, Boccaccio tells us that Beatrice was by no means the poet's only flame. One of the objects of his admiration has come down to us as Gentuca of Lucca, sometimes called Pogoletta. Another is said to have dwelt among the green hills of the Casentino, and seems to have been beloved in spite of a goiter. And to each of these fair ones the true lover poet wrote impassioned sonnets. He gave to his daughter the name of Beatrice, perhaps in remembrance of his first love, whom he wished the world to believe his only love. Of this daughter little is known. She was a nun in the convent at Ravenna at the time of her father's death. His wife he never saw after his exile. After calling to mind these rather startling little biographical facts, Are we not justified in saying that although Dante was a great genius, he was by no means the most Christian of poets, the noblest of men, and the truest of lovers? Heaven defend the young maidens of the present generation from such a love, or the destined wives from such a husband. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Italian Life and Legends by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 7. Florentine Feuds. Serravezza, Valley of the Apennines, near Florence, August 22nd, 1865. Some of the most thrilling episodes in Florentine history are those which record the deadly feuds that separated illustrious families or existed between the nobles and the people, feuds which lasted for centuries and supplied the chronicler with an abundant treasury of romantic incidents. The Ghibellines were the ancient nobility of Florence, and were opposed to the Guelphs, who were the representatives of the people. Their furious dissensions involved the Florentine Republic in numberous sanguinary wars, threw the government into confusion, and entailed on all classes a perplexing series of misfortunes. The feud, which originated in a private quarrel between the Buondelmonti and the Tifonti, culminated in a fearfully tragic catastrophe, and was most fatal and enduring in its consequences. In 1215, the order of knighthood was conferred upon Mazzino of the Mazzini. He gave a feast to celebrate an event which did him so much honor. Buondelmonti, a young and gallant cavalier, noted for the attractions of his person and the fascination of his manners, was invited. An altercation arose between two of the guests, Umberti Infaticanti and Odo Tifonti. The fiery Buondelmonti, ever ready to plunge into a quarrel, started up and took sides with Infangati. His manner was so violent and his language so vehement that Tifonti seized a plate from the convivial board and dashed it into his face. At this indignity, all the guests sprang from their seats. The friends of Buondelmonti drew their daggers and rushed upon Tifonti. He must inevitably have lost his life had he not have been defended and rescued by the cooler portion of the company. The host made an eloquent appeal to the excited young men, and finally succeeded in calming their ire and reconciling Tifonti and Buondelmonti to each other. They shook hands, and the guests reseated themselves at the banquet table. But it was feared that the reconciliation thus forced upon the cavaliers would not be permanent. To ensure its duration, a marriage was proposed between young Buondelmonti and the niece of Odo Tifonti, of the noble family of Amadei. Buondelmonti was too courteous to refuse the proposition, although he had no preference for the young lady thus suddenly offered to him as a bride. To have declined her hand would have added fresh insult to the one he had already given Tifonti. Preparations were forthwith made for a magnificent wedding. When these tidings reached the ears of Madonna Aldruda, of the noble Donati family, she was filled with dismay. She had watched the young Buondelmonti from his childhood, and in her heart she had selected him for the bridegroom of her beautiful daughter, just budding into womanhood. She could not resign herself to this sudden awakening from her brilliant dreams. At the hour when she knew Buondelmonti would pass her house, she stood in her doorway to salute him. The young cavalier reined in his steed when he saw her, and after she had greeted him with even more than her wonted courtesy, she drew forward her lovely daughter, and, presenting her to him, said, "This I have kept for thee." The impressionable youth was charmed by the modesty and beauty of the young maiden, and touched by the words of the mother. Prompted by unreflecting impulse, he sprang from his horse, and taking the young girl by the hand, replied, "I should be ungrateful to refuse your gift, lady," and entered the house. During this, his first interview with the fair damsel, he became so much enamored that he resolved to break his faith with the niece of Tiffonti. He had once betrothed himself to the daughter of Madonna Aldruda Donati, and their nuptials took place without delay. When Odo Tiffonti learned that the affianced husband of his niece had wedded a Donati, he vowed a terrible vengeance. The enraged family of the forsaken lady met in council, and decided that Buondelmonti should be severely wounded and maimed as the penalty of his inconstancy. But Mosca Lamberti deemed each punishment insufficient. "This king has got a head," he ejaculated, as he wrathfully arose to demand a sterner retribution. Then it was decided that Buondelmonti should suffer death. Easter Sunday is celebrated by the Catholic Church as one of the holiest and grandest festivals. That was the day selected for the execution of Buondelmonti's sentence. He had been married 1 week. He rode gaily forth on that bright Easter Sunday, attired in a suit of pure white, and upon a white steed. His young bride herself had buckled on his sword. It may well be imagined with what loving pride the innocent girl watched the noble and handsome cavalier as he mounted his horse in his bridal garb. She was never more to look upon his living face. He rode rapidly over the Ponte Vecchio, now the well-known Jeweller's Bridge. But at the foot of the bridge he received a blow upon his head, which hurled him from his horse. Odo Tiffonti then fell upon him, and with his own hands opened his enemy's veins, and savagely watched him bleed to death. The tradition further says that his young bride was seized and placed in an open car, which held the bleeding body of her husband, and with his head laid upon her lap, the car was drawn through the streets of Florence to exhibit the vengeance which a noble and insulted family had taken upon a faithless cavalier. The whole city took a part in this quarrel. Of 62 Florentine noble families, 39 became Guelph or friends of the Buondelmonti, and the rest Ghibellines or partisans of the Amadei. And the two parties were ever after the most inveterate foes. Constant contentions, bloody frays, and even desperate wars sprang out of this unhappy division. At a little later period, 1258, a most romantic incident gave an important place in history to another member of the Buondelmonti family. Like his predecessor, a young and gallant cavalier. Between the illustrious family of the Bardi, whose ancient mansion is still visible in the street of that name, the family of the Buondelmonti, a most implacable hereditary hatred had existed for generations. Ippoliti Buondelmonti, in his 21st year, is described as a golden-haired, blue-eyed, symmetrically portioned youth of noble presence. He had an enthusiastic temperament, a warm heart, and a character richly endowed with generous and manly attributes. Unfortunately, he fell in love with Dianora del Bardi, the daughter of the bitterest enemy of his house. He had beheld her in church, and from that time haunted the street in which she lived. It is said that the apparent hopelessness of his passion caused him a dangerous illness. During this period, his devoted in obtaining his confidence. Instead of reproaching her son for his weakness and bidding him forget this young maiden to whom he had given his heart, she gave him most tender and womanly sympathy, and even bade him hope that the breach between the two contending families might be healed, and Dianora become his bride. Her words of consolation possessed a restorative power that acted like magic, and Ippolito recovered with a rapidity which astonished and perplexed his physicians. Meantime, the mother formed a plan which enabled the lovers to meet upon the occasion of a great festival given at Monticelli, the villa of one of her ancient friends. The hostess and mother even allowed the young couple an opportunity of conversing without witnesses. During that single interview, Dianora was wooed and won by the enemy of her house. The happy pair were not only affianced, but the day of their marriage was fixed, and the manner in which Dianora was to be stolen from her father's house concerted. In 10 days, a priest and proper witnesses were to assemble in the chapel of the Servite convent of the Holy Trinity, at an altar belonging to the Bueno del Monte. Ippolito was to let his lady-love know that all was well in readiness, by giving her a signal as he passed beneath her balcony on that day at a certain hour, and in the dead of night he was to climb to her chamber window by means of the silken ladder, then greatly in vogue, and return with his bride. At the hour agreed upon, the signal was duly given, and Dianora, very joyfully at heart, withdrew to wait for the coming night. Ippolito had made all his preparations, and, having concealed his silken ladder within his cap, set out, soon after midnight, for the house of his betrothed. Just as he had passed the Ponte Vecchio and entered the Via del Bardi, he heard behind him the tramping of feet of the Bargello, and his men, the patrol, seized with a sudden panic, imagined that they were in pursuit of him. Instead of attempting to hide himself, which he could have easily have done by slipping into some of the narrow streets, he fled down the Via de' Bardi, and thus attracted the attention of the patrol, who at once gave chase. His swift feet might still have given him a chance of escape, but his cap, with the betraying contents, fell off, and he stopped to recover the lost treasure, upon which his future happiness depended. That brief pause gave the patrol time to reach and capture him. He was instantly thrown into prison. When he was questioned, instead of avowing the truth, which he thought might tarnish the fair name of his bride, he accused himself of being engaged in a housebreaking expedition, and confirmed his story by details which seemed to leave no doubt of its truth. Outrages were very frequent in those days, and it was necessary that justice should be dealt out summarily. The Guelph magistrate, if he would conciliate the goodwill of the people, must perforce exert the authority of law as unhesitatingly over a patrician offender as over the meanest citizen. On the very morning after his capture, Ippolito Buondelmonte, proved guilty by his own confession, was condemned to be beheaded. His courage and determination to preserve his secret remained unshaken by this sentence. His mother was admitted to his prison, and by her prayers and tears strove to induce him to let her reveal the truth, and declare the part she had herself taken in aiding his fatal expedition. But he withstood all her entreaties. He said he had but one wish, and that was to behold Dianora once more. He therefore charged his mother to go to the Bargello, and petition him to allow the procession which would conduct him to the place of execution to pass through the Via de' Bardi. This petition was readily granted. Soon after dawn, on the morrow, the procession issued from the prison doors. It was composed of the Bargello and his pikemen, then a couple of priests walking on either side of the prisoner and chanting the penitential psalms, then the headsman with his barred axe on his shoulder, then more pikemen, and then a crowd of people who volunteered their attendance, and joining in chants as they walked. Dianora, when she arose that day, to the great surprise of her maidens, arrayed herself in her most superb attire. The members of her family had all assembled on the balcony to see the procession pass, and to glory over the humiliation and punishment of a detested Buondelmonte. Dianora did not join them until she heard the procession was within sight. Just as it passed in front of the balcony, and her lover raised his eyes to her face, to look the farewell he could not speak, Dianora, with pale cheeks and flashing eyes, suddenly stepped forward, and in a firm, clear voice addressed the Bargello and the citizens of Florence. She bade them pause to listen to the testimony she had to give concerning their prisoner, Ippolito de Buondelmonte. Her proud relatives were too much amazed, too completely stunned by the suddenness of her action to silence her. The procession halted at her command. The crowd expressed the deepest emotion. When she again prepared to speak, some of the cavaliers of her family pressed forward to intervene, but she waved them back with a regal gesture and turned to the Bargello and the citizens. Then, in rapid but eloquent language, she told them that she would have been guilty of murder had she not spoken. She declared that Ippolito was her affianced husband, in spite of the deadly feud which separated their families, that he had generously allowed himself to be condemned as a midnight robber to preserve her fair name unsullied, that on the night he was seized, in accordance with a plan they had laid, he was to have climbed to her chamber window to carry his betrothed to the altar, that she had hoped their union would end the wicked and senseless feud which had existed between their houses, and she concluded by saying that she stood there an expectant bride, waiting for the fulfillment of her bridegroom's promise. The crowd enthusiastically cheered the noble and courageous maiden, and would have yielded her Ippolito by force, if force had been needed. But he, fearing that she would only ruin herself and not save him, addressed her as one whom generous pity for his misfortune has caused to use this stratagem. With a woman's ready wit, she interrupted his words, and reminded the crowd that a priest must have been engaged to perform the marriage ceremony, and added that, as the testimony of that priest would prove her assertion, she demanded that a proclamation be made ordering him to appear. It chanced that this very priest was one among the crowd. With great difficulty he forced his way beneath the balcony, and testified that he had waited 6 hours at the chapel of St. Agnes, having been ordered by Ippolito to be there for the ceremony of the Holy Sacrament of marriage between himself and the noble lady, Dianora de' Bardi. Then the delighted populace shouted tumultuously, "The prisoner is innocent! Long live the Buondelmonte! Long live the Bardi! A Buondelmonte and a Bardi! Ippolito and Dianora! Peace and union in Florence! To the palace! To the palace!" The seat of the Republican government was still called Palazzo Vecchio, on the Piazza Granduca. The Bardi could not, dared not, gainsay popular request. The rival families were forced together by a current too strong to be resisted. Ippolito was conducted by his guard to the palace. Dianora was escorted by her amazed but powerless relatives, and joined him there. Before an immense crowd, not made up of the people alone, but also composed of the principal families of Florence, Ippolito de Buondelmonte and Dianora del Bardi were united, and the feud between the rival houses was at an end. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Italian Life and Legends by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 8 Feuds between the Bianchi and the Neri. There is nothing more remarkable in Florentine history than the endless feuds between the nobles and the people, or the nobles and one another, which for centuries distracted the Commonwealth and occasioned not merely the loss of individual life and property and the demolition of so many stately palaces and other superb buildings, but culminated in fierce and protracted wars. And there is, perhaps, nothing in Florentine history more singular than the trivial first causes which gave rise to those battle-generating feuds. T.A. Trollope, whose indefatigable researches have enabled him to produce the most complete history of the Florentine Commonwealth which has ever been written, says these divisions must be attributed to some underlying cause of longer and deeper significance than any to which they are attributed. A match falling into a powder barrel is in one sense the cause of an all-widespread ruin that follows, but the destructive force which has been put into activity has been previously prepared and stored up, without which the accidental match would have been harmless. Yet it is of interest to trace the often trivial circumstances which lighted the ready match and caused the explosion. One of the most bloody encounters between the Florentines and their rivals, the Pisans, owed its origin to a lap dog. The story runs thus. When the Emperor Frederick II was crowned in Rome, the 2nd of March, 1220, all the Italian cities sent ambassadors to do honor to His Majesty. Between Florence and Pisa there always existed a bitter jealousy. As a matter of course, the rival cities selected men of the highest position in their community, and the ones most fitted to grace a royal festival. A Roman cardinal gave a dinner to the Florentine ambassadors and another to the Pisans. The banquet to the Florentines took place first. The cardinal had a lap dog of rare beauty, which gamboled around the feet of the ambassadors and won great admiration. One of the Florentine representatives was so much charmed that His Eminence presented him the little favorite, and begged that he would send for it whenever he pleased. The next day the Pisan ambassadors dined with the cardinal. The dog had not yet been claimed by the Florentine ambassador, and again he sported about the guest, and was caressed and admired as before. It was an odd coincidence that one of the Pisan ambassadors conceived such a fancy for the dog that he begged the cardinal to bestow it upon him. The cardinal, quite forgetting his impromptu gift to the noble Florentine, very courteously told the Pisan to consider the dog his own. A little later, a messenger came from the Florentine ambassador to claim the dog, and it was promptly delivered. When the Pisan ambassador's messenger arrived for the same purpose, the dog was gone. The Pisan was so greatly enraged and insisted that the dog was his by right and should be yielded up to him. The Florentine refused to relinquish the highly valued pet. The ambassadors met in the streets of Rome, and an angry argument ensued. They did not hesitate to insult one another grossly, and furious words were followed by furious blows. A regular street fray was the sequence. The Pisans came off the victors, for the Pisan ambassadors were accompanied by 50 Pisan soldiers. All the Florentines in Rome at once assembled and attacked the Pisans, and in this second contest the battle appears to have ended in the favor of the Florentines. When the news of this dissension reached Pisa, the government of that city immediately took possession of all the merchandise in Pisa which belonged to Florentine citizens. The Florentines made every effort to have their property restored without extending the quarrel farther, but the Pisans were deaf to all offers of reconciliation and refused to give up the goods, of which there was a very large quantity, waiting to be imported in Pisan ships. The patience of the Florentines became exhausted, and they marched out and gave battle to the obstinate Pisans. The encounter lasted the whole day. Many lives were lost. The Pisans were wholly defeated, and the Florentines marched back with 1,300 prisoners, among whom were numerous members of first families in Pisa. Query: had the cardinal's pretty lapdog never existed, or had it been less attractive, or had the cardinal been less liberally careless in his donations, would the terrible day's fighting ever have occurred? Would those heaps of dead have been left on the plains of the Castel de Bosco? And would those 1,300 prisoners have been carried in triumph to Florence? In the Florentine Feuds we narrated the thrilling story of the handsome but inconsequent young Buondelmonte, and the origin of the terrible Guelph and Ghibelline feud. That protracted and bloody strife had nominally ended when it was succeeded by the feud between the Bianchi white party and the Neri black party, which in the commencement of the 14th century grew out of the gambols of two children. The children were cousins. Their mothers were the daughters of the same father, though by different wives. They belonged to the most wealthy and powerful family of the Pistoia, the Cancelleri. Each sister boasted of more than 100 retainers. The name of one sister was Bianca, hence her descendants are called Cancelleri Bianchi. The offspring of the other sister, for distinction's sake, are called Cancelleri Neri. In Italy, the maiden name is always retained, and that of the husband is often made to precede instead of following the lady's family name. Young Lore, the son of Guglielmo de Cancelleri Neri, while playing with his cousin, the son of Betuca de Cancelleri Bianchi, accidentally inflicted a serious wound. The father of Lore was much distressed when he heard of this chance injury, and at once sent Lore to the father of the wounded boy to express his contrition and to beg forgiveness of both father and son. Lore's apologies and explanations were fiercely interrupted by his inhuman uncle, who cried out, "Boy, you were not prudent in showing your face here, neither was your father wise in sending you." He then turned to a servant and bade him summon the cook and order him to bring his cleaver. When the latter appeared, his master pointed to the affrighted Lore, and then to the horse trough near, and commanded the servants to hold the child while the cook struck off his right hand, the hand which had injured his cousin, upon the horse trough. The cook and the servants did not dare to disobey, and the child's hand was quickly severed. His uncle savagely seized the fallen member, and, placing it in the boy's other hand, said, "Take that to thy father from me." The Neri, maddened by a deed so cowardly and so cruel, summoned retainers and friends, flew to arms, and attacked the Bianchi. The citizens joined in the fray, some taking sides with one party, some with the other. The chiefs of the two parties were exiled from Pistoia and sent to Florence. There the Bianchi were received by the Cerchi, and the Neri by the Donati and Frescobaldi families. The more aristocratic portion of the community sided with the Neri, and the Guelph populace supported the Bianchi, a most bloody warfare in which all the distinguished men of that age took part, broke out, and gave birth to numberless acts of inconceivable barbarity. The great Dante upheld the Bianchi. Between the Cerchi and Donati families, who had ranged themselves, the one on the side of the Bianchi, the other of the Neri, a most irreconcilable feud existed. The Cerchi were very opulent merchants, the Donati impoverished nobles. Unfortunately, they were neighbors. The Cerchi had purchased one of the most magnificent old palaces which had belonged to the Guidi. Nearby resided the Donati in a more humble mansion. The Cerchi made a prodigal display of their wealth. They kept many servants, horses, and equipages. The young men, awkward and plebeian, though some handsome and intelligent, dressed with surpassing splendor. Corso, the head of the Donati family, openly ridiculed the manners, bearing, and low-bred ostentation of his par nouveau neighbor. He nicknamed Verdi de Cerchi, the donkey of the ward, and, when Veri was to speak in council, would ask if the donkey had brayed that day. The historian Dino Campagni says of Corso Donati, "He was of noble race, handsome in person, a good speaker, of elegant manners, and of subtle intelligence, allied to a heart always intent on evil. He and his band committed many deeds of arson and robbery in the city. On account of his arrogance, he was nicknamed the Baron." Dante married Gemma, a member of this Donati family, and in his youth, strange to say, was much attached to the fierce, unscrupulous Baron. In after years they became deadly foes, and Corso Donati was one of the most powerful instruments in promoting Dante's banishment from Florence, in procuring a decree for the confiscation of his property, and in sentencing him to be burned at the stake if he ever fell into the hands of the Florentine government. It was almost impossible for members of the Donati and Cerchi families to meet without fighting. One day they were both at the funeral of a lady of the Frescobaldi family. The nobles had the privilege of sitting upon benches, all others sat on reed mats. The Cerchi and Donati found themselves placed opposite to each other, the treasureless Donati upon the seats of honor, and the opulent Cerchi on the ground almost at their feet. This position galled the one party, and rendered the other insolently exultant. They watched each other's movements with angry eyes. During the ceremony, one of the Cerchi rose from his seat, it is said, merely to adjust the folds of his dress beneath him. The Donati imagined that he had started up to commit some violence. They all rose in haste, drew their swords, and, regardless of the sacred place, which was over the corpse lying before the altar, and the priest performing the funeral rites, the two parties rushed furiously upon each other and were with difficulty separated. In that same year, 1300, they had another encounter, which ended more disastrously. On the evening of the first day of the annual May festivities, a party of ladies were dancing on the Piazza di Santa Trinita, surrounded by an admiring crowd. Among the lookers-on were a group of the young Cerchi and their friends, mounted on their horses. Soon the Donati, also mounted, joined the crowd, and pressed forward to obtain a view of the dancers. Accidentally, the two parties pushed each other. In a moment, swords flashed from their scabbards. The dance was broken up. The terrified ladies fled, shrieking, to their homes. The piazza, which a moment before had echoed to gay music, now resounded with the clash of arms and the trampling of horses' hoofs and the cries of the charging foes. Furious combatants met where the feet of fair women had so lately glided through the graceful measure. Riot and confusion usurped the place of gaiety and gallantry. One of the Cerchi had his nose cut off by a Donate sabre. When the fight ended, a new element of hatred and a stronger thirst for revenge had been infused into the minds of the adversaries. On Christmas Day of the same year, two members of the opposing families came again into collision. A holy friar was preaching on the piazza in front of the church Santa Croce. Simone Donati formed one of the listening crowd. Niccolò de' Cerchi came riding by alone, on his way to a villa without the city. Simone, at the sight of a Cerchi unprotected, turned from the pious exhortation of the good friar, spurred his horse, and came up with his unguarded foe outside the city walls, attacked him unexpectedly, and murdered him on the spot. But Niccolò, as he fell from his horse, struck at Simone, and inflicted a wound from his dagger. Simone died the next day. This Simone was a son of Messer Corso Donati, the Baron, who became very celebrated in Florentine history. We constantly see him at the head of the party disturbing the public peace and committing all manner of outrages. His cruelty seems to have extended itself alike to men and women, as his treatment of his beautiful sister Piccarda illustrates. In spite of her opposition, he promised her hand to Rosolino della Tasca. To avoid this hateful union, she fled during her brother's absence to the convent of St. Clare, and took vows of a nun. When Corso Donati heard this news, he hastened to Florence, assembled 12 ruffians, and with them scaled the walls of the convent, seized his sister, and, regardless of the holy vow she had made, gave her to Rosolino della Tasca. But she was soon rescued from a merciless brother and a pitiless husband. The horror of her situation and the terrible scenes through which she had passed snapped the cord which bound her to a life of despair. She only survived her union a few days. Corso Donati's end was a fitting termination to his turbulent and lawless career. In 1308, he was suspected of conspiring to become a despotic master of the Commonwealth. He was declared guilty by the Podesta and condemned to death. But he and his allies strongly barricaded the streets adjacent to his house and gave battle to the party who came to seize him. While defending the barricade in front, he was attacked in the rear. But he succeeded in cutting his way through the enemy and, with a few trusty friends, reached Rovezzano, a villa 3 miles away from the city. There he was overtaken, disarmed, and finally captured. He was resolved not to be carried into the city alive, to be subjected to the scoffs of the rabble, and be consigned to the hands of the executioner. He tried to bribe his captors to kill him, but in vain. There was no means of self-destruction within his reach, and his bodily exertions had brought on a sudden and violent attack of gout in the feet and hands. He was now within 1 mile of the city, and desperate. Suddenly he threw himself from his horse to the ground. The soldier who was guarding him imagined that he was making an attempt to escape, and pinned him to the earth with his lance. Thus Donati's stratagem succeeded, and he never more entered the walls of Florence. The soldiers left his body in the road. The monks of St. Salvi found it the next day and buried it in their cemetery. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. of Italian Life and Legends by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 9. Serravezza. Serravezza, August 15th, 1865. In one of the valleys of the marble district of the Apennines lies the little village of Serravezza. The rivers Serra and Vezza, threading their way between the mountains, suddenly bend and unite, and the village upon their banks, at the point of union, takes the combined name of both rivers. The mills belonging to the marble quarries are worked by the waters of these rivers. They are narrow streams that gracefully wind in and out, now gliding smoothly and now leaping over rocks and forming unexpected cascades. The banks are richly wooded, and here and there the trees dip into the stream. The verdant mountains start up, almost perpendicularly, on either side, the green of their chestnut, fig, and olive leaves often suddenly interrupted by slides, as they are called, of gleaming white marble. The little village of Serravezza is quaint and primitive, but picturesque in a high degree. It is composed of a mere cluster of houses planted together in a narrow strip along the banks of the river, and girdled in by the mountains. Yet it has a somewhat imposing little church, with the Duomo and the Campanile adorned within by pictures and statues of no small merit. Beside the church stands a hospital, a large commodious building, endowed by Cavaliere Campagna. The constant accidents in the mountains and in the quarries render this admirably conducted hospital a most important institution. Every day its doors admit some poor sufferer whose limbs have been crushed by a fall of marble, or who has met with some other disaster inseparable from his vocation. At the head of the valley, commanding a superb prospect, stands the Villa of the Medici, a favorite resort of the late Grand Duke. Situated in this small, secluded, peaceful-looking, one cannot help wondering to see this unpretending-looking villa, well provided with portholes for cannon, as if attacks of an enemy were at all times anticipated. A subterranean passage runs for a mile beneath the mountain, and leads from the villa to the seashore. Here the Medici always kept a vessel prepared for their escape. The villa has spacious stables with accommodations for 36 horses, also a chapel, and a large garden surrounded by massive stone walls. Close by is a marble quarry, which belonged to this noble family. The property of the Medici is now held by the government of Victor Emmanuel. The town authorities of Serravezza express great discontent because no title deed proves that the ground upon which the Medician villa stands has ever been paid for. Victor Emmanuel offers the villa for sale, that the authorities may receive the price they demand for the land. The villa, it is said, cost between $30,000 and $40,000 to build. It is offered for sale for $8,000. In the center of the village stands a stone column, out of which rises an iron spike, placed there to receive the gory head of the decapitated traitor. Doubtless before Tuscan law forbade capital punishment, it has often been capped by this ghastly adorning. The little village, small and obscure as it is, boasts of its men of genius, or rather of embryo genius. It may be the close proximity to the marble, or that the vocation of stone earth is one low step in the ascent to high art, but among these stone-cutters there is a small band aspiring to become sculptors, making uncouth attempts to cut figures in stone, hideous apes, wild beasts, and other ungraceful forms. But from among these rude essays, some beautiful creation will no doubt one day spring beneath the hand of genius yet undeveloped. And Serravezza boasts of a musical genius, a young man of 20 years, occupied in the iron foundry, who composes and improvises music in the most wonderful manner. He is self-taught. The only instrument he could afford to purchase is an accordion, but listening to him as he played beneath our window the other evening, it seemed absolutely incredible that the instrument from which he was drawing such touching strains, now so strong and full, now so meltingly sweet and echoing, so deliciously varied, could have been but a simple accordion. The Serravezza has her decayed actor, once the representative of Roman emperors and Greek kings, but who now, in the sere and yellow leaf of his life, condescends to keep an allegro, or inn. We could hardly venture to designate the humble locality as a hotel. This dramatic satellite amuses his patrons, not merely by reciting passages from celebrated plays, but often by going through whole tragedies, admirably personating each character in turn. His declamation is remarkable for its power and pathos, and though he is quite an old man, his gestures have an eloquent grace peculiar to the Italian. The native poet, or improvisatore, we learn, is often to be met with here. And surely, if there is one spark of poetic fire in the breast, it must be fanned into life by the grandeur and the beauty of these glorious mountains. Albeit the scenery of the Apennines in these regions, though different in character, is as grandly beautiful as that of the finest portions of Switzerland. Strange to say, the latter is flooded with tourists, while these picturesque Apennine peaks, only 3 hours' journey by railroad from Florence, are scarcely visited. The Pagna, the highest of the range, is reached after 6 hours' climbing, starting from Serravezza. From its summit, the whole coast of the Mediterranean, from Spezia to Leghorn, is visible. Via Reggio, Leghorn, Pisa, and even Florence can be distinctly seen. The latter is 60 miles distant. A natural bridge connects two of the mountains at their very peaks, 5,000 feet above the level of the sea. The bridge is a narrow stone ledge, its arch 160 feet high. It is called the Madonna's Bridge, and the contadini implicitly believe the tradition that the Madonna, in passing over these mountains, desired to step from one peak to the peak adjoining, when immediately the stone formed itself into a bridge, barely wide enough to permit her dainty feet to walk over in safety. Some of the marble quarries are several thousand feet above the level of the river. A few of them are near the very topmost peaks of the mountains. The marble is blasted in the mountains, then cut into square blocks, then hurled over the side of the mountain, upon a marble slide, down which it makes its way with tremendous bounds, the whole mountain echoing with the roar, while smaller pieces of marble, with which it comes in contact in its frantic descent, leap into the air, sometimes to the height of 60 feet, enveloped in a cloud of snow-white marble dust. The slide of marble leads from the quarry to the valley. Across this slide, at various distances, are erected walls of marble, which give the block the direction required, and cause it to fall upon the ground in the valley, upon the exact place prepared, and where it can be reached by ox carts. Near each quarry are the marble works of the proprietors, large, handsome buildings, looking like railway stations, where all the process of sawing the marble and polishing it is accomplished by water power. The marble is taken in ox carts to the Forte di Marma, 4 miles from Serravezza. In calm weather, the oxen are driven, most unwillingly, into the sea to the boats. When the weather is too boisterous for them to be forced into the water, the small vessels in which the marble is to be conveyed to Leghorn are drawn upon the beach and there loaded. The ox carts are then fastened to the boats, and the oxen, sometimes 14 pairs at a time, urged into the sea. The marble-laden boat is thus launched. At the Forte di Marma, the whole beach, for 1/4 mile, is white with blocks of marble columns, pedestals, slabs, flooring, looking, at first glance, like an endless city of monuments. At this moment are to be seen upon the beach the columns, steps, flower vases, and various decorations in colored marble destined for the new opera house now being erected at Paris. This beach is one of the most beautiful we have ever had the great enjoyment of walking upon. When the tide is low, the sand is smooth and firm to the foot. On one side stretches the blue Mediterranean, far as the eye can reach, and, parallel with the shore, on the other side, rises the Apennine chain in all its majestic beauty. And if picturesque charm of the scene can be heightened, we have seen it brought to perfection beneath the superb Italian sunset, flooding the heavens with indescribable glory, while a crowd of lovely, laughing girls and merry children sported upon the beach, and dived and danced and gamboled in the shining water. But to return to the marble quarries. The smaller blocks of marble are split at the quarries into slabs, and these slabs are carried to the beach upon the heads of women. Some women are able to carry 4 marble slabs upon their head at a time, and this over the roughest, steepest, and most difficult mountain paths. This severe and unfeminine labor earns these poor toilers for bread rarely as much as a franc, about 22 cents per day, and never more. The habit of holding the head erect and poising the body as they step causes these women to move with a firm and graceful grandeur of step and motion, which would throw into despair the representative of our stage queens. The genuine queens are too seldom queenly in gait to be mentioned. If they could behold and then study the regal carriage of these poor carrier peasants. One of the favorite pastimes of little children is to imitate their mothers, pile cakes of mud or stones, supposed to be marble slabs, upon their head, then holding themselves erect and steady, fold their arms upon their breast, and step from stone to stone in the bed of the river, balancing themselves dexterously, and moving with that grand step of the mother as she descends the mountain pass. At Serravezza there are quarries of variously colored marbles, and the scientific agriculturalist may interest himself by investigating a fact which has excited the curiosity and surprise of visitors. The peculiar coloring of the different marbles appears to be repeated in the beans that grow in the valley. There is a pink marble with black veins, and there are pink beans with the same veining. There is bluish marble with spots, and there are beans to match, greenish marble, and beans of precisely the same hue of green, by no means the ordinary green of a bean. The yellow marble has its yellow bean. There is a cream-colored marble with blue veins, and there are cream-colored beans with veins of blue. The causes which have produced these resemblances may doubtless be explained, but the singular resemblance itself cannot be explained away. We mentioned in the earlier portion of this letter the Villa of the Medici, which was a favorite resort of the late Grand Duke. We have only just learned, in conversing about this villa, a circumstance which does him great honor. We were not aware that he belonged to the celebrated society of the Misericordia, the Brothers of Mercy. The Brothers of the Misericordia are the Good Samaritans of Tuscany, who give their own personal services to aid the suffering. Many of them belong to noble families. At the sound of the deep, sonorous summoning bell of the Duomo, however, these members may be employed, whether at marriage fest or taking rest, or occupied in the most grave and important duties of their life. If it is their week to serve, they must all leave and hasten to the Piazza del Duomo to present themselves at the oratory of the Misericordia. Here the brethren pass into the robing room and issue from it into the chapel, clothed in long black robes, with peaked hoods over their heads and faces, leaving their eyes alone visible through 2 holes cut into the cowl. A large broad-leafed hat hangs at the back, over the shoulders. They form themselves into pairs according to their height, and, raising the black-covered litter, prepared to receive the sufferer, walk forth with even, rapid steps, and in perfect silence. The member present, who happens to be the highest in rank in the hierarchy of the order, acts as captain, walks at the head of the procession, and directs all its movements. It is his duty to prepare the apparatus required for the last hurried shrift, should such be needed, of the dying. The crucifix, the candle, the breviary, the holy oil. These are deposited in a box and attached to the litter. The brethren are not permitted by their laws to partake of any refreshment at the house where they receive their human burden, save a glass of cold water. They carry with them a pair of large, clean sheets and a counterpane, and with these they enter the house of the sick. The sheets are dexterously placed beneath the patient, one so as to perfectly envelop him, the other to form a sort of hammock, in which, covered with the counterpane, he is gently borne to the litter. The delicacy and care with which the brethren shield their charge from the public's curious gaze while placing him or her in the litter has often been a subject of comment. The sick person carefully deposited, the litter is raised, and the black muffled cortege proceeds on its way to the hospital. It is the duty of one brother, if the sick person is supposed to be near his last moments, to keep a vigil watch, and from time to time lift the front part of the covering. If he sees any alarming symptoms, he strikes 3 little blows on one of the poles. At this signal, the bearers immediately set down the litter. The great black covering is thrown aside. The brethren gather round to shield the dying as much as possible from the gaze of the passers-by, and the sacrament is hurriedly administered. The Grand Duke, it is said, was most punctual, earnest, and efficient in discharging all his duties as a member of this holy brotherhood. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Italian Life and Legends by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 10. The Protestant Cemetery at Florence. Mrs. Browning, Dr. Southwood Smith, Mrs. Frances Trollope, and other celebrities. Florence, November 1865. There are few localities in Florence so replete with solemn interest to English and American travelers as the Protestant cemetery. It is situated a short distance beyond the Porta a Pinti. The ground rises in gentle undulations from the entrance gate to an eminence which commands a prospect of varied and picturesque loveliness, a gradual ascent which seems to typify those upward steps which the spirit takes after it is thrown off the mortal clog interred in that earth. There are not many imposing or even pretentious monuments. The one that first attracts the eye is that of Ruth Fairley, surmounted by a statue of Faith by Fantacchiotti. This cemetery holds the ashes of not a few who have won renown in Great Britain and America. But the one about whose odorous memory there clings the deepest, tenderest, most widely spread interest is Elizabeth Barrett Browning. She loved Italy with a deep, passionate, prayerful love, and longing for its resurrection from the grave of sloth and inertia, with a prophetic foreseeing of its restored liberty and glory. Florence was so entirely the home of her heart that she seems to belong to Italy rather than to England. In Florence, the very air is redolent of her presence. Go where you will, you retrace her footsteps. From the heights of the beautiful Belsgardio, lovely Fiesole, or solemnly grand San Miniato, down the banks of the Arno, through the narrow palace-lined and legend-consecrated streets, on the gay Cascina and the memorable squares, on the picturesque old bridges, in the churches, in the galleries, standing in rapt admiration before the works of old masters, everywhere the rhythmic echo of her inspired words ring in the ears. She has sung of them all, has linked herself to all by her glorious verse. Most readers are familiar with her poems entitled Casa Guidi Windows. That Casa Guidi, which now bears a tablet with the inscription, "Here lived and died Elizabeth Barrett Browning, who united in her heart the knowledge of the learned and the genius of the poet, and with her verses made a golden link between Italy and England. Grateful Florence offers her this memorial." 1861. In Casa Guidi, her son, the only babe which ever rejoiced her yearning heart and rendered perfect her womanhood, first drew breath. In Casa Guidi she said to him, "The sun strikes through the windows up the floor. Out on it, my own young Florentine, not 2 years old, and let me see thee more. It grows along thy amber curls to shine brighter than elsewhere. Now look straight before, and fix thy brave blue English eyes on mine, and from thy soul, which fronts the future so, with unabashed and unabated gaze, teach me to hope for what the angels know when they smile clear as thou dost. Stand out, my blue-eyed prophet, thou to whom the earliest world daylight that ever flowed through Casa Guidi windows chanced to come." In Casa Guidi, her cold lips for the last time pressed those of her blue-eyed prophet. From Casa Guidi, her Holy Spirit took its heavenward flight, before the sorrowing watchers knew that there was one angel less on earth. It is related that in answer to the inquiry how she felt, she murmured her last words, and they were so lovely. A fitting utterance to fall from those dying lips, and how suggestive of her life. Her eyes were ever fixed upon the beautiful, or they beautified, through their hallowing medium, what they looked upon. It is said we are most apt to recognize in others what exists in ourselves, and hence sprang her quick recognition of all that is lovely, noble, and good. The evil that glared before eyes less merciful was ignored by hers. Her spirit, wherever it moved, threw a halo of luminous holiness and beauty around even commonplace objects and natures, and lifted them up out of their dull insignificance, and converted the prosaic round of daily life into poetry. Thousands of feet have visited her grave, thousands of hands have plucked the ivy leaves from the sod, yet uncovered by the elaborate monument which is being sculpted to adorn the spot. The Italians, even those who are well educated, take but little interest in English literature. We think it is not too much to say they are better acquainted with Mrs. Browning's writings than with those of any other English author. A few steps onward, past the grave of Mrs. Browning, we come to that of the celebrated Dr. Southwood Smith, a man whom England reveres as largely the benefactor of his race. His monument of pure white Serravezza marble bears this inscription from the pen of Leigh Hunt: "Ages shall honor, in their heart enshrine thee, Southwood Smith, physician of mankind, bringer of air, light, health, in the homes of the sick poor, of happier years to come." A bas-relief, beautifully executed by the American sculptor Mr. Hart, calls vividly to mind the features of the philanthropist, features almost perfect in their benign and holy beauty. The ample brow, the finely shaped eyes, the exquisitely soft and benignant mouth, the whole contour of the face manifest the soul of the man as few souls reveal themselves through their covering of clay. Mr. Hart has invented an ingenious instrument which enables him to repeat by exact measurement the features of his sitter. He used this instrument in sculpting the bas-relief of Dr. Southwood Smith. Thus there can be no question of the correctness of the proportions and the faithfulness of the likeness. We are aware that Mr. Hart's invention has been ridiculed by some of his brother artists, who prefer to exercise their powers of idealizing upon a portrait, and to improve upon defective nature. But the public, who desire to know precisely how a great man looked, is Mr. Hart's debtor. We learn that, of late, some of the best artists in Florence have not disdained, now and then, to ask permission to use this mechanical invention to test the exactness of their own delineations. The life of Dr. Southwood Smith is rich in incident. One of the most touching is that to which his noble work on the divine government and his valuable and instructive volume on the physiology of health owe their origin. Very early in life he became a Calvinist clergyman. One beautiful Saturday afternoon he was passing through a field in a little village where he had just arrived, and where he was to preach on the morrow. Suddenly he heard behind him the sound of musical voices and of merry laughter. He turned and saw 5 young girls. A moment after they passed, still laughing and talking. With the face of one he was powerfully impressed, and her voice thrilled him as though it had been a loved and familiar tone. It may seem strangely romantic to the wide range of commonplace people, but the young clergyman, who was only 19 years of age, watched the merry maidens until they reached a stile and climbed over. The young girl who had so singularly attracted him came last, and when she had stepped over and gone on her way, the already enamored boy rushed to the spot, and, kneeling down, kissed the ground, which he had seen pressed by her feet. The lovely face and melodious voice haunted him all night. The next morning, when he entered the pulpit, his eyes fell upon the same countenance looking up to his. The 5 young ladies, with an elderly gentleman, were sitting directly before him. When the service concluded, several of the parishioners were presented, and among them the father of the 5 sisters. This gentleman invited the young clergyman to his house. From that hour an intimacy commenced which resulted in Southwood Smith winning the heart of the fair girl whom he had literally loved at the first glance. Before the close of the year, the father died, leaving his 5 motherless daughters to the guardianship of the youthful clergyman. Southwood Smith was only 20 when he became a bridegroom, and although his bride was a few years his senior, their union was said to have been one of unmitigated happiness. In less than 4 years he was the father of 2 daughters, and they were motherless. When her last infant was only a few months old, his wife took a severe cold while visiting the poor, and, after a brief illness, expired. The grief of the widower amounted to despair, almost to frenzy. For a season he could find no consolation, but, pondering upon the decrees of that divine providence which could not permit such a calamity, the light of truth pierced through the clouds of rebellion that enveloped his mind, and he wrote his eloquent book upon the divine government, truly the healing offspring of his wounded spirit. He, however, entertained the conviction that his wife might have been spared to him had she not been unskilfully and ignorantly treated, and he was so impressed with this idea that, in the compassionate hope of saving others from needlessly enduring the terrible blow which had crushed his life, he left the ministry and studied medicine. This erudite and instructive work upon the physiology of health was the result of his laborious investigations and deductions. He not only became an eminent physician, but to him England is indebted for her sanitary improvements, and to him the science of medicine owes much of its progress and the revelation of various facts until then unsuspected. The last year of his life was passed in Florence, the home of his youngest daughter. In another part of the cemetery is the grave of the celebrated Mrs. Frances Trollope, the mother of the distinguished authors Anthony Trollope and T. Adolphus Trollope. Mrs. Trollope's name is familiar to all Americans, and it has been difficult for them to pardon her first literary effort, a volume in which she so savagely and with such one-sided pertinacity ridiculed their foibles and peculiarities, without doing justice to what is grand and noble in the national character. But her experiences in America were confined to a very limited sphere, chiefly Western, and no one can read her book without perceiving how little opportunity she had of judging Americans out of that narrow circle. Mrs. Trollope had reached her 40th year before she aspired to become an authoress. But her pen proved wonderfully fruitful, and her numerous works of fiction won her not merely fame, but fortune. We remember her well in Paris, when her drawing-room was the center of attraction to artists and men of letters. She was a vivacious, agreeable, and amiable lady, who possessed the enviable talent not merely of shining herself, but of making others to shine. It was her delight to stretch out a helping hand to a struggling talent. She was never weary of encouraging the faint-hearted, and of giving the full meed of appreciation to modest worth. During the latter portion of her life, she made her home in Florence. Her mental powers had been so largely and incessantly taxed that they gave way beneath the strain, and for some years before her death she entirely lost her memory, not precisely her reason, but certainly her intelligence. She resided at the time of her death with her son, T. Adolphus Trollope. In spite of her deplorable condition, she was far from unhappy. She always fancied herself surrounded by books, even when there was not a volume within reach, and when asked if she needed anything, replied, "No, you see I have plenty of books. I can always amuse myself." She died at an advanced age in 1864. Not far from her grave is that of the wife of T. Adolphus Trollope, Theodosia Trollope, who died in 1865. She also was a successful writer, and was endowed with a richly cultivated mind, great fascination of manner, charm of person, and remarkable musical talent, doubtless inherited from her mother, Madame Gros, a prima donna well known to fame. In accordance with Florentine custom, the municipality has decided to place a tablet upon her residence, commemorative of her genius. On the other side of the cemetery is the grave of Theodore Parker, well beloved on both sides of the ocean. Recently, another distinguished American name is added to those inscribed upon the tombstone of this Florentine cemetery, that of Hildreth, the historian and author of The White Slave. He died in Florence in 1865. Mental labors too long protracted occasioned softening of the brain and reduced him to the state of childish dependence. He left a wife to fight life's hard battle single-handed and in the field of art, also a son of promising talents who looks forward to making a name in his own land as an architect and a landscape gardener. But our article would extend itself to a volume if we made even passing mention of all the illustrious dead whose ashes repose in this beautiful cemetery, and of whose lives a record full of interest might be given. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Italian Life and Legends by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Overflow of the Arno, Artist, and the Mad Singer. In another article, we make a brief allusion to the last occasion in which Piccolomini was conjured out of her retirement to delight the ears of Florence and aid the sufferers from the inundation. It was in November 1864 that the capricious little Arno, which is always playing fantastic tricks before high heaven, spread dismay through the startled city by one of its maddest pranks. The beauty of this slender stream, which pierces the heart of Florence, has been sung by poets and lauded by travelers. Mrs. Browning, as she views it from the lovely heights of the Bel Sguardo, speaks of the river trailing like a silver cord. Again, looking from her Casa Guidi windows, she says, I can but muse upon the shore of the golden Arno as it shoots away through Florence's heart beneath her bridges four, bent bridges seeming to strain off like bows, and tremble while the arrowing undertide shoots on and cleaves the marble as it goes, and strikes up palace walls on either side. Byron, too, speaks of the Arno's silver sheen. We have seen the Arno justify the poetic simile of a silver cord, when its waters were clear, and the full moon seemed melted in the gently flowing stream. And we have seen the chameleon-like Arno look like a golden cord in the noonday sun, or when it reflected countless lights flashing along its banks during the city's illumination for some grand festa. And we have often seen this same changeful Arno degraded into a narrow, reddish, and decidedly muddy current, the very opposite of silver, golden, or picturesque. And not unfrequently we have beheld its waters almost entirely vanish, and the bright-eyed Italian gamins gambol in its shallow bed. Twice within 3 years the Arno has suddenly swelled and overflowed its banks. The last inundation, that of November 1864, was the most serious that has occurred during the last 20 years. The little circle of which we formed a part was residing at the time in the Via de' Bardi, a street which Miss Evans has rendered famous by making it the home of her noble Romola. We chanced to be located very near where Romola is supposed to have lived, and within view of the hill where Tessa tended her hidden babes and watched for her false-hearted Tito. This Via de' Bardi was one of the streets metamorphosed into a river by the inundation. It was on a quiet Sunday morning that we were startled by the tide. The river had suddenly risen and was overflowing its banks. An artist friend, who had crossed the nearest bridge an hour before without anticipating any danger, was paying us a visit. He started up in dismay, fearing that he might be cut off from his home, seized his hat, and hastily departed. We could well imagine there was some cause for his alarm when we saw him carried across the garden upon the back of a man who waded knee-deep through the water. Half an hour later, in rushed another friend, who had seen, from his villa on the Bellesguardo heights, the swollen river and our perilous situation should the overflow be serious. He came with characteristic hospitality to urge us to take flight to his Bellesguardo home before we became prisoners. We could none believe that the tiny, harmless-looking stream, which we were accustomed to regard as silver or golden or muddy cord, could work any decided mischief and refuse the kind offer. Our friend hurried away, and as we watched his departure, we found that the water had risen too high for him to be borne out upon a man's back. He was compelled to call in the assistance of a donkey, and made his way through the garden, seated in a rude baracchio, drawn by a donkey whose legs were completely hidden by the reddish current. Our situation began to look a little threatening. The wisdom of following the undignified example of our friend and making our escape seated on the floor of a furniture wagon and dragged by an ignoble donkey was discussed. We concluded to wait a few hours longer. Before the time appointed for our final decision arrived, the power to choose was taken from us. The kitchen and billiard room were under water. The concierge had locked the massive entrance portals of the palace and fled. The water had risen above their bolts and locks, above the windows of the piano terrena, ground floor, and was approaching those of the entresol. We had watched it ascend the whole first flight of stairs leading to our apartments, and it had gained the first step of the last flight. The street had been suddenly transformed into a river. Boats sent by the authorities for the relief of the poor were passing rapidly up and down. Articles of furniture, beds, women and children were being lifted out of the windows of the lower stories and away. As for us, the windows of our entresol were strongly gated, and those of the apartments we occupied on the floor above were too distant for the boats for escape to be possible. We were literally water-bound prisoners. Soon came a report that the authorities feared the parapets of the river would give way. The destruction must then be terrible, incalculable. Many houses must inevitably be swept away, and numerous lives sacrificed. The excitement throughout the streets in peril may be better conceived than described. Though the month was November, every window was open, the whole length of the Via del Bardi, and pale, anxious faces peered out, watching the rising of the water, and now and then a frightened voice cried to the gendarmes in the boats, and in piteous tones asked how great was the danger. Thus passed the day. About midnight the water ceased to rise. During the night, to our inexpressible relief, they gradually subsided. The next day, however, boats still made their way along many of the flooded streets. As may be imagined, the losses and sufferings of the poor were very great. Florence displayed a charitable munificence, and contributions for their aid flowed in almost as rapidly and abundantly as the waters of the Arno when they caused the calamity. Charity, according to her custom in the present day, assumed the pleasant form of public entertainments as a lure. At some of these, stars that had set rose again. Among them, Piccolomini shone forth with undiminished radiance. We were residing, at the time of the inundation, at the Palazzo Sabatier, the home of Madame Unker Sabatier, one of the greatest celebrities in Florence, the distinguished German prima donna, the contemporary and rival of Malibran. The palace was built in 1400 and belonged at one time to the Bonaparte family. It was the residence of the present Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte. It passed from the hands of the Bonapartes into those of the Alemanni, thence to the Pitti family, and from the latter was purchased by Monsieur Sabatier. The principal drawing-room of this palace is certainly one of the most remarkable salons in Florence. Its decorations are singularly beautiful and original. The entire wall is covered with a canvas overlaid with gold. Upon golden ground, life-size pictures have been skillfully painted by the eminent French artists Bouquet and Papeete. On one side we have Shakespeare in his youth, by Papeete. Beyond, Mozart, standing before his piano, and further on, Don Giovanni, with the fair deluded ones, and the ghost in the background. These paintings were all executed by Papeete. Next we see Dante, led by the spirit of Virgil, and above these Francesca de Rimini, born to heaven. This group is by Bianchi. Farther on we behold Raphael, standing between Mephistopheles and Faust, who is embracing Margaret. Then comes Raphael, leaning against an easel, which holds the unfinished picture of Madonna della Seggiola, above a half-nude female figure, either representing Fame or La Fornorina, holds a crown over the head of Raphael. One cannot help being struck by the pose of Raphael, which is singularly French. Even his face, though the resemblance to his portrait has been preserved, is Frenchified in a wonderful manner. Next appears Michelangelo, standing between two of his most celebrated statues, conspicuous for their muscular development. Molière, unfinished, completes the distinguished assemblage. The four last-mentioned groups are by Bianchi, who died while he was painting the Molière. It is a singular coincidence that Papeete also died before his work was completed. Bianchi left a young daughter who has been lovingly adopted by Madame Sabatier, an enthusiastic admirer of genius. This gifted girl, at an early age, testified that the rich inheritance of her father's talents had descended to her. She has now become a highly accomplished artiste, and is at this moment completing a painting which will fulfill the one space on the golden ground left vacant by her father's death. Thus the hand of the daughter replaces, and is said to most ably, the death-stricken hand of the father. The mantelpiece of this artistic drawing-room is particularly worthy of mention. It may better be called a monument to Fourier than a mantelpiece, a monument of white marble, executed by the French sculptor Autain. The bust of the great philanthropist Fourier looks down upon basso relieve, illustrative of his peculiar views, explained by inscriptions in golden letters. On either side, beneath the mantel shelf, a couple of lovely children, life-size, delight the eyes with their innocent and eloquent beauty. Monsieur Sabatier is a Saint Simeon and a Fourieriste, an erudite scholar, an able writer, a painter of acknowledged talent, and a most eloquent conversationalist. Madame Sabatier retired from her profession some 20 years ago, An undying passion for her glorious art daily evinces itself in her quick appreciation of youthful talent and her lavish generosity in its cultivation. She devotes the larger portion of her time to training pupils gratis for the opera or concert room, especially pupils whose limited means would have forbidden the culture of their gifts, save for her unmeasured liberality. When she has the good fortune to be thrown into contact with a genius of high order, her exertions to promote its development have no bounds. She will take the pupil to her own home, treat her as a daughter, train her with unwearied patience, scarcely eat, scarcely sleep, because of her great delight in her work of love. And when she has fitted the neophyte to encounter her public ordeal, the loving hands of her noble instructress spare no pains in smoothing the rough paths which even the most successful artist must tread, and in plucking away the thorns which ever grow among the roses with which the world crowns its favorites. Several of Madame Sabatier's pupils have achieved great triumphs and hold positions of prima donna of the first rank. This generous, large-hearted, highly cultivated artiste, at 60, is full of enthusiasm, vigor, animation, and energy, and retains much of the freshness and buoyancy of her youth. She has not the faintest comprehension of that vanity which tempts women of lesser renown to conceal their ages. The year of her birth is inscribed beneath her portrait. That of her husband is written beneath his, though he is 20 years her junior. In spite of this disparity, their tastes are so well adapted, their minds so thoroughly congenial, and their lives so full of active goodness, that their union seems to have been one of rare felicity. The subject of musicians calls to mind a very singular instance of natural musical capacity that has recently awakened our interest. Tobia Cernesi was a grantaggio, or vendor of berries, about the streets of Florence. His superb voice attracted the attention of some lovers of music, who, after having afforded him a rather hurried and impromptu preparation, procured his appearance in opera at one of the minor theatres in Florence. In spite of his lack of culture and musical skill, his voice, a pure baritone, was so magnificent that he became very popular, and after a few seasons was engaged at the Pagliano. For some time he has completely lost his mind. We have never been able to learn what cause his mental derangement is attributed. He may often be seen wandering about in the streets, fantastically dressed, in zouave trousers and jacket, with a red fez upon his head, singing snatches of opera music, looking wildly about him, and making the most extraordinary gesticulations. His sad-looking wife invariably follows him at a short distance, always keeping him in sight, and hastening to rescue whenever he gets into any difficulty. Strange to say, when he enters the theatre, he becomes perfectly reasonable. That is, in regard to all that concerns his vocation. He goes through rehearsals with precision, enacts his role at night respectably, his talents as an actor are not remarkable, sings the music correctly, and makes the proper entrances and exits without betraying any eccentricity. He is even capable of studying new characters and personating them quite as well as before his misfortune, and yet out of the theatre he is absolutely insane. Here is a singular study open to the psychologist, one which we hope will attract attention and receive investigation. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Italian Life and Legends by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 12. Fedi, the Sculptor. Florence, July 1865. Have you seen Fedi's group? Is one of the first questions the lover of art asks of a stranger now visiting Florence. Fedi's group is the new marvel of this beautiful city. Indeed, Fedi himself excites in us no measured amount of wonder. He presents the rare instance of a man who springs suddenly with one gigantic bound from absolute obscurity to the topmost round of the ladder of fame. A few years ago, Pio Fedi, the Florentine sculptor, was a comparative unknown. He had conceived, studied, and worked, had executed numerous statues, but none of them compelled recognition by the unmistakable impress of genius. Fedi commenced life as an engraver. A disease of the eyes rendered it necessary for him to abandon this profession. He had reached his 24th year before he first took clay in his uncertain hands and received his delightful conviction that the powers of the sculptor lay dormant within his soul. Earnest, yet unexpansive in his nature, quiet, even shrinking in his manners, he worked almost in seclusion, unaided, unregarded. The conception of his group, representing the enlèvement of Polyxena by Pyrrhus, appears to have been an inspiration as sudden as it was genuine. Fedi shut himself in his studio and toiled incessantly to create in clay the superb ideal that existed within his mind. Models, and the best that could be found, were indispensable. He was poor, and to hoard up his narrow means that he might obtain these models, he was often forced to deprive himself of the necessaries of life. Sometimes his only food was bread and cheese and salads, but no privation which the prosecution of his work demanded was too severe. At the end of 14 months the clay was completed. Pyrrhus has slain Polites, one of the sons of Hecuba, and bears away her youngest sister, Polyxena, to immolate her upon the tomb of Achilles. The majestic masterpiece won almost instantaneous recognition from the ablest judges. Crowds flocked to the studio, whose doors until then had so seldom unclosed to admit the stranger. Some raved about the grandeur of the conception. Some were enchanted with the finished beauty of the execution. Some were amazed at the wonderful anatomy, but all united in declaring that the entire group was a sublime triumph of art. So grand a work must at once be perpetuated in marble. That was the public verdict. A committee was formed to raise a subscription for the purchase of the marble and the payment of the workmen. Prince Ferdinand Strozzi was the president of this committee, and Peruzzi its secretary. $13,000 was the sum required. Only 11,000 were raised, and Fedi himself subscribed the 2 remaining thousand. The cost of the pedestal was furnished by the municipality. Thus the gifted artist, far from profiting by his work, was compelled to advance a large sum from his own slender means to ensure its execution in marble. Our readers are doubtless aware that the sculptor molds his design in clay, and there his labor ordinarily ends. After the clay has been cast in plaster, skillful workmen chisel the marble by measurement, and it is seldom touched by the sculptor. But Fedi worked constantly upon the marble himself, leading his workmen and finishing all the delicate details. He was in love with his glorious creation, and experienced the most enthusiastic delight in beholding and feeling it grow beneath his own hands. At the expiration of 8 years, the stupendous group stood in marble. It has been beautifully said that clay is the birth, plaster the death, and the marble the resurrection of sculpture. No one can watch the three phases through which a statue passes without being forcibly struck by the truth of the comparison. The design in clay gives us a strong sense of its intrinsic beauty and expression. We see it in plaster and it looks dull, prosaic, lifeless. But in marble it reawakens into a higher, more imposing, more spiritual beauty. The committee which Prince Strozzi headed stipulated that Fedi should not repeat his group in order that Florence might be assured the sole honor of its possession. The Duke of Manchester offered to purchase it from the sculptor for £5,000 sterling, but his offer was declined. An ex-mayor of New York recently visited Fedi's studio and was so much struck by the magnificence of the colossal group that he offered $25,000 to have it repeated to adorn the New York Central Park. Only a few days later, a most enterprising gentleman from Boston, on beholding the group, offered to pay Fedi $50,000 if he would repeat it for the same Central Park. Our Boston friend proposed to build a pavilion over the group in the park and charge a small price for admission, which would soon repay the original cost. Fedi's calm, pleasant face glowed with gratification when the last munificent offer was communicated to him, and he said with animation, "I will make an appeal to the committee and see if it will grant me permission. It may, I cannot tell." We urged him to make the appeal without delay, and, if it be not rejected, America will be enriched by a work of art which Florentine judges have pronounced the most superb of modern times. The subject of the group is taken both from the Aeneid of Virgil and the Hecuba of Euripides. The sculptor has concentrated into one separate actions of the poem and the drama. This is the story. Achilles, having slain Troilus, one of the beloved sons of Priam and Hecuba, the mother becomes frantic with grief and determines to revenge herself by means of stratagem. She makes known to Paris that Achilles has solicited the hand of her daughter Polyxena, and that they are to be united in the temple of Apollo, and plans with Paris the capture and death of the invincible hero. Paris chooses the bravest of his Phrygian soldiers and consults with them in the temple. When Achilles enters to receive the hand of Polyxena, they rush forward, surround, and slay him. As soon as Troy was taken, Pyrrhus, the son of Achilles, entered the palace of Priam to take vengeance upon the murderer of his father. He slew Polites in the presence of his parents and completed the sacrifice by killing Pyrrhum on the dead body of his son. Thus says Virgil. The tradition further declares that Pyrrhus, after slaying Priam and Polites, immolated upon the tomb of Achilles the beautiful Polyxena, innocent cause of the great hero's death. The sculptor has supposed that the seizure of Polyxena took place immediately after the murder of her father and brother. Thus the situation, if we may use a theatrical expression, is stronger and more thrilling than described by Virgil or Euripides. The action of the different figures composing the group conveys the idea that Polyxena has been defended by Polites and by Hecuba, and that Pyrrhus has snatched her first from the hands of her brother and then from those of her mother. Polites lies at the feet of Pyrrhus in death agony, yet vainly endeavoring to rise. Hecuba kneels, almost prostrate, with her arms lifted despairingly towards her child, as though making a last frantic effort to save her. The delicate maidenly form of the terrified Polyxena is encircled by the strong arms of the inexorable Pyrrhus, who is bearing her off to the sacrifice. Luigi dell'Arte, in his pamphlet upon the most desirable locality for the group, says, in the style of Fedi, one is entirely new to us, and does not resemble the somewhat material style of Giambologna, nor the conventional style of Canova, nor the rather hard style of Bartolini, but proceeds directly from the study of the works of Phidias, and is the immediate fruit of the progress we have recently made in the recognition of the early Greek statues. This group is the first evidence of a new era in sculpture, and as such will form an epoch in the history of art. The exact locality which the group is destined to adorn has not yet been decided. Facing the Palazzo Vecchio are 3 noble arcades, tastefully decorated. They were erected by Orcagna in 1375. At one period they served for the town hall or exchange. Now they shelter an imposing assemblage of celebrated statues. It is the earnest desire of Fedi that his group should be admitted to one of these arcades, the Loggia dei Lanzi. The choice of this conspicuous and most desirable situation has excited the jealousy, and we may add the decided opposition, of other Florentine sculptors. If this felicitous locality, enriched by the works of the most distinguished ancient and modern sculptors, should be selected, Fedi's group will be seen in company with works thoroughly in harmony. Ajax dying recalls Homer's Iliad. Hercules and Nestor bring to mind the Furies of Sophocles, even as the rape of Polyxena recalls the Aeneid of Virgil and the Hecuba of Euripides. Near we have the Rape of the Sabines by John of Bologna, the world-renowned Perseus of Cellini, Judas slaying Holofernes by Donatelli, etc., etc. The Piazza Granduca, or Piazza della Signoria, upon which these arcades stand, is an open-air museum of art. One of the most striking statues by which it is adorned is the equestrian statue of Cosimo I by John of Bologna. Near the palace is the Fountain of Neptune by Amanotto, a colossal Neptune in a car drawn by horses, with nymphs, satyrs, and tritons sporting around. On one side of the palace is Hercules slaying Cacus by Botticelli. On the other, the celebrated colossal figure of David by Michelangelo. To return to the group of Fedi, it was stipulated in his contract with the committee that his group should be cut of one entire block of white marble, and that the marble should be brought either from Carrara or Serravezza. The block has proved wonderfully free from all imperfection, a fact which cannot be ascertained until after the work of chiseling has made considerable progress. The marble was brought from Carrara. Carrara and Serravezza are the 2 principal villages of the Apennines. I have already given a description of this most interesting, picturesque, as well as quaint little village, Serravezza. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Italian Life and Legends by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 13. Adelaide Ristori and Piccolomini. August 1865. Among the many celebrities who have made their homes in Florence is the renowned Italian actress Adelaide Ristori, Marchioness del Grillo. The golden harvest reaped by her genius has reared, upon the picturesque banks of the Arno, close to the beautiful Cascine, one of the most magnificent of modern palaces. It is built of brown stone and bears her name. The interior is lavishly decorated with superb frescoes by Gnani, who holds a prominent rank among Italian painters. The subjects represented are scenes from celebrated plays, several from Shakespeare. She has erected another palace in Paris. Ristori has thrown double luster upon the stage by her resplendent talents and the shining example of her pure life. Ennobled by marriage, though less than by nature, she moves among Italy's nobility, a proud matron, reverenced by her husband and children, and worshipped by the crowd. Her striking beauty needs no heightening at the hands of art. It is as remarkable in the drawing room as upon the stage. Her figure is imposing, her eyes are large and brilliantly dark. Her hair is abundant and of oriental blackness. Her brow is queenly, her mouth flexible and expressive. Her bearing is characterized by native grace and dignity, and perhaps by a slight touch of hauteur. Though she has amassed a large fortune, we learn that she does not propose abandoning her profession, and converting the laurels she has not ceased to gather during the 25 or 30 years into a couch of repose. Her last performance in Florence took place on the 12th of May, 1865, the evening before the great Dante Sexcentenary Festival. Rossi and Salvini, the most eminent of Italian actors, the Italian representatives of Shakespeare, were compelled by the imperative demands of the public to interrupt their engagements in Naples and Milan to meet Ristori in Florence. For the first time, the three brilliant luminaries shone upon the same stage. The play selected was Silvio Pellico's tragedy of Francesca da Rimini. The performance took place at the Niccolini Theatre and elicited boundless enthusiasm. Ristori periled her popularity in Italy when she acted in French to gratify a Parisian audience. It is said that the Italians openly avowed their jealous disapproval. We had the gratification of seeing her personate her first role in the French language, that of Beatrice in The Madonna of Art, written expressly for her by Messrs. Scribe and Séguier. The rendition was full of pathos and grandeur, full of archness, fascination, and reality. The heroine is an actress, a Madonna of purity, who sacrifices all of the selfish impulses of her loving heart to the glory of her profession. It is said that the authors purposely depicted Ristori's own character. Her success was triumphant. What command of the French language she has obtained may be judged from the fact that her hypercritical and by no means indulgent Parisian audience applauded her to the echo, and even found a charm in the slight accent which she had not wholly conquered. The illusion of her acting has since been in some measure destroyed to us personally by our learning that she belongs to a school of art which we were never able to comprehend. We were told that it is not necessary for her to feel in order to personate feelingly. It is not necessary that her own heart and eyes should be full for her to wring the hearts and draw the tears from the eyes of others. It is said that sometimes after the grandest, most thrilling birth of pathos, when sobs resounded on every side, and tears had been conjured into the eyes even of the undemonstrative, Ristori, while her face was concealed from the audience, has found great diversion in exciting the merriment of some friend in the side scenes by the most irresistibly comic looks and gestures. If this be true, and we prefer to give it the benefit of a doubt, it proves that the gifted actress's heart may be in her art, and may not be in her role. Another highly distinguished artist, who has lent an additional charm to Florence by making the city of flowers her home, is Piccolomini, Marchioness de Gaetani. We had seen her smiling a witching farewell, which had the most sweetness of a closer adieu, at the Academy of Music in New York. But her face was not less lively, her manners were not less captivating, when our acquaintance was renewed in Florence in the autumn of 1864, at her palace in the Street of the Angels, Via degli Angli, an appropriate name to designate the locality of a songstress. She had been married 4 years, and 3 cherub faces gave brightness to the room. The life of an artist has ever a touch of romance, but Piccolomini's history is enriched by more than an ordinary mingling of the romantic element. She belongs to an ancient and noble Italian family, a family which boasts of having had a pope and a cardinal among its representatives. The branch from which our artist Piccolomini sprang chanced to be very restricted in its worldly possessions, not at all an uncommon circumstance among the Italian nobility. Piccolomini evinced a passion for music and drama, even in her very babyhood. She was still a child when she conceived the project of studying seriously for the opera, that she might at once redeem the fortunes of her family and enjoy the exercise of her gifts. She met with the amount of opposition from her proud relatives and aristocratic friends which was to be anticipated, but the force of that opposition had just as little power as might have been expected when brought to bear upon the promptings of true genius. At 16 she made her debut at Siena, where her family resided. Her success was decided. Though she could have hardly been called brilliant, she studied with zeal and enthusiasm and made rapid progress in the knowledge of her art. Musicians have never been willing to award her a high rank as a vocalist. Her voice has no great compass and no startling power, but we find compensation for what it lacks in its varied and wonderful expression, in its melting sweetness, its ringing mirth, its sympathetic magnetism. She sings with her eyes, she sings with her eloquent hands. Her whole frame is fermented with the spirit of song, and quivers, heightens, or bends responsive to the melody that gushes from her lips. She literally and marvelously illustrates the words of the poet. Oh, to see or hear her singing! Scarce I know which is divinest, for her looks sing too. She modulates her gestures on the tune, and her mouth stirs with song like song, and when the notes are finest, 'tis her eyes that shoot out vocal light and seem to swell them on. But if musical critics will not admit that her singing is great, no one can deny that her acting is of a superlative order. During an engagement which she was fulfilling in Rome, an accident occurred which gave coloring to the rest of her life. One evening her attention was involuntarily attracted to a young gentleman who always sat close to the stage, apparently absorbed in the performance. Night after night he occupied the same seat. He sat motionless, entranced as one in a dream, never addressing anyone near him, never glancing at the audience, never moving his eyes from the face of Piccolomini. And night after night, when she entered upon the scene, her eyes unconsciously turned to see that well-known seat was filled, and filled by him. Soon she forgot the audience. She thought but of him, sang only to him. She had not the remotest idea who he was. She had meant that they would ever meet. But he was her inspiration. He was her public. There was no other public for her when he was present. Some weeks later, while she was paying a morning visit to a noble lady, a young gentleman entered the room, whom Piccolomini at once recognized. the lady presented her nephew. The confusion and more than wonted timidity of the youthful vocalist were inexplicable. After this, Piccolomini and the young Marquis de Gaetani often met in society. She quickly became aware that she had given him her heart unasked. Her native pride and her maidenly delicacy rendered her so fearful that he might divine her preference, a preference which he had never solicited, that she treated him with marked coldness. He, meantime, worshipped the glorious star at a distance, never daring to dream that its light could be shed on him apart from the crowd. Though he lived but in her presence, though he hung upon her words, though he followed her from city to city, he cherished no hope that he could ever rob the public of this idol and call it his own, and his lips remained sealed. Years passed on, and Piccolomini received and refused the most brilliant offers of marriage, and even her intimate friends imagined that her heart was untouched. She was in love with her art, they thought. There was no room in her soul for any other passion. She appeared in London and achieved a triumph that far surpassed all former successes. In America also, she created a genuine furor. Wherever she traveled, she was accompanied by her family. Her father, mother, sister, and brother surrounded her, and they knew that the foot of a favored lover never entered the magic circle. During her visit to America, she accidentally learned that the young Marquis was about to be married. The shock of this intelligence was so severe, so violent, that it broke the ice beneath which she had hidden her great love, and in her anguish and despair she betrayed her secret to a friend. This friend at once occupied herself in discovering whether the report of the Marquis's engagement was true, and found that it was a mere rumor. The mystery hangs over her next steps, but it is very certain that Piccolomini no sooner returned to Europe than the Marquis became her accepted lover. The mysterious mediumship of the confidant is more than suspected. In a very brief period after her betrothal, the lovely vocalist laid her laurels at the feet of her lover, and exchanged her profession, its excitement, its inspiration, its glories, for a wife's devotion and a mother's joys. Few women, famed or unfamed, are so bounteously blessed. She has a charming home, the most tender and devoted of husbands, 3 lovely children, admiring friends without number. She has youth, health, wealth, beauty, but it is useless to deny a fact that is so apparent. Though she is happy, though no one can doubt her happiness, there are moments when she pines for her artist life. A sense of listlessness and of overwhelming idleness oppresses her. Her everyday existence does not rouse and stimulate her mind, does not meet the requirements of her artistic nature. Even the victim of ennui often grows dull, as with a surfeit of happiness. When her talents are called into play for charities, she suddenly revives. A new soul seems breathed into her inanimate frame. Once more she is inspired. She lives. She is the Piccolomini of old. A few seasons ago, her former manager, Mr. Lumley, was in great tribulation, on the brink of ruin. Piccolomini persuaded her husband to take her to London and to allow her to play an engagement for the benefit of her old director. There can be no question of the double happiness she experienced, the joy of serving an old and esteemed friend, and the delight of once more reveling in the exercise of her great gifts. Speak of that engagement, and her blue eyes fill with a luster that rarely illumines them, except when she is singing. Her whole face beams, her lips grow tremulous, and her words are broken by suppressed sighs. The last time she appeared in public in Florence was in November 1864. at a concert given in aid of the sufferers from the inundation. She has always been subject to stage fright, and this terrible nightmare is increased by even a brief retirement from the stage. On the occasion of which we speak, when she was summoned to appear, she trembled visibly from head to foot. She could scarcely breathe, and was seized with a violent palpitation of the heart. When she entered upon the stage, her agitation was so overpowering that she could hardly stand, and she had to grasp a piano, which stood near, for support. She was to sing Donizetti's Affianado, and to be accompanied on the harp by her master, the distinguished Romanelli of the Pergola. Almost with the first notes she uttered, her terror vanished. The blood rushed back to her pallid cheeks and lips. Her eyes flashed and dilated. She stood erect, sublime in her inspired beauty. She sang with vehement passion. She had forgotten herself. She had forgotten all but her divine art. The music in her hand was crumpled, nearly torn by her nervous fingers. Her soul came down into her body and almost grew visible to mortal eyes. Her husband sat behind the scenes, not far from our own seat, and where we could watch his face. It was a picture worth studying. Even so he must have looked in those days in Rome, when his eyes were fastened upon that unknown Piccolomini, who was now his wife. I have already given an account of the frightful inundation, and of the sufferers for whose relief Piccolomini was drawn for her seclusion, and her noble-hearted charity. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Italian Life and Legends by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 14. The Beautiful Horror. A Florentine Legend. Everyone knows that Florence, the gem of the Italian cities, is encompassed for miles by grand old villas, dotting lovely valleys and cresting undulating hills. Linked to many of these ancient villas are strange legends, histories of wrong and revenge, of shame and grief, of heroic endurance and cruel martyrdom. One of the most startling of these narratives is associated with the Villa Salviati, on the road to the picturesque hill of Fiesole, a little beyond the villa of Carraghi, where Lorenzo the Magnificent lived and died. The superb Villa Salviati is now owned by singers of worldwide fame, and as one gazes upon the handsome portraits that adorn its walls, it is from the noble features of the Italian lyric queen that the eye turns to rest upon a face full of bitterness and woe, a face that has the look of one unloved, yet capable of love, of desperate deeds through that love, the portrait of the Lady Veronica, a daughter of the royal house of Massa, the wife of Jacopo Salviati, Duke of San Giuliano, to whom the villa belonged. Towards the middle of the 17th century, there was a grand festival celebrated at this magnificent villa, the last ever given there by a Salviati. The host, then a dashing cavalier in the first flush of reckless manhood, was a few years younger than his wife. She could hardly have been 30, but the disparity of their ages was rendered striking by the gay insouciance of Jacopo Salviati's handsome, furrowless face, and the stern intensity, the wistful eagerness of gaze that was wearing sharp lines in the countenance of the Lady Veronica. It was during the feast that one of the spies whom she employed to watch her husband's movements delivered to her a small package. The evening was far advanced. Some of the guests had departed. Others lingered upon the threshold to enjoy the glorious panorama revealed by the rising moon. The Duchess could hardly conceal her impatience to have them gone. She started when the horse of the Duke was brought to the door, and her knitted brow grew visibly darker. Salviati, with smiling suavity, made his apologies to the remaining guest. The Grand Duke, his master, required his immediate presence. "The Grand Duke has need of you at this hour," the Duchess whispered, or rather hissed out between her closed teeth. "Why not?" answered Salviati aloud. "All my hours are at his command." He bowed courteously, sprang into the saddle, and waved his hand in graceful adieu as he rode rapidly from the door. Even while he was speaking, the lady's fingers clutched the little package she had hidden in her pocket, as she forced her white lips into a sort of a smile, and strung unmeaning words together in idle talk. She could not relax her hold. The last guest turned to depart. Then, without a second's pause, the casket tightly grasped in her trembling hands, she flew up the broad stair to her sumptuous chamber. A child, sleeping beneath a canopy of cerulean silk, was wakened by her sudden entrance, and lifted up its little face, flushed with the roses of sleep, and watched her with great wondering blue eyes, like his father's. She pressed the spring of the morocco case, and shivering, gasping, gazed wildly upon something within. It was a countenance of childlike loveliness, shining out from amid the wealth of loosened tresses, as though a cloud which the sunset had turned to gold. The eyes were blue, and had that pleadingly pathetic expression which told they had been early familiar with sorrow, though they seemed formed only to brighten with joy. And there was the long, slender throat, slender to a fault, which she had so often heard Salviati admire as an especial charm in womanhood. The Duchess raised her eyes. A mirror opposite reflected her own dark, pain-distorted face, her sunken, lustreless eyes, her thick, ungraceful throat. With a look of passionate despair and a fierce cry, she flung down the miniature and stamped upon it, and tossed her arms above her head, and wheeling round as she staggered towards the bed, suddenly faced the amazed boy. "Oh, mamma, you frighten me!" he cried. "Oh, don't! How ugly you look, mamma!" The word ugly had scarcely passed the child's lips when she struck him upon the mouth. "Ugly! Ugly! Do I not know it? Do I not see it? Must even my own child tell me so?" Then she wept violently, and caught the boy in her arms, and caressed him with a sort of savage remorse until his sobs were hushed. In the street called Via della Palastri, near the church San Ambrosio, stands the house of Giustino Canacci, one of the most wealthy, most highly honored of Florentine merchants. It is past midnight, but Caterina Canacci sits in the great salon, in an attitude of one listening for distant sounds, sits with an air of expectation. She goes to the window and looks out and listens. The moon has disappeared. The heavens have grown dark, threatening one of those sudden storms so common in Italy. She moves to a door at the further end of the apartment, and bends her head to catch a sound from within, the low, regular breathing of one asleep. She softly opens the door, and though the taper burns faintly, it gives light enough to show the benignant features of an old man, the white locks lying upon the pillow, the mild lips parted with a half-smile, almost the smile of a sleeping child. It speaks of such absence of care, such sweetness of repose. Caterina closes the door noiselessly, for she has heard a light signal, and flits across the spacious apartment, down the great stair, cautiously lifts the chains of the hall door and draws back the bolt. A cavalier enters and is joyfully greeted. "Jacopo, how bravely you are attired tonight!" she exclaims with childlike admiration, exclaiming at his gala dress. "Come in, step softly. He has only just fallen asleep." Chains and bolts are replaced, and the lovers pass up the stair and enter the apartment Caterina has just quitted. They sit side by side, and while the visitor twines his fingers in and out among the loosened tangles of those soft bright locks, Caterina prattles to him. Some chance word has touched a chord that opened her heart, and she is telling of grinding poverty, of hard struggles, of the goodness of Giustino Canacci, who came one day to bid her wear his name with a ring, that he might save her and her kindred from further misery. She loved him for his goodness, she said, and then sorrowfully added, was she not wrong to permit this gay cavalier to visit her so often, and very wrong to have given him her word to hide those visits from her husband? Besides, how little she knew of the cavalier himself, nothing but that his name was Jacopo, and that he looked the noblest gentleman she ever saw. And how had he come to notice her, or she him? Only from seeing each other day after day as she sat at the casement. She had not meant to drop the flower, indeed she had not, which had fell from her hands one day, and which he had picked up and gained admission to return, though, after all, he did not give it back, as he well knew. How strange that, from that hour to this, he had come so often, and yet she knew nothing about him. "Except that he loves you," replied he fervently. Caterina put a rosy finger to his lips, and with the other hand, pointing to the chamber where the old man slept, answered reproachfully, "I am his, you know, and you promised never to utter words which I could not hear without a blush, or remember without remorse." The sky had grown darker and darker, and at that moment a sudden peal of thunder shook the old mansion to its base. Then came the quick flash and the crashing peal, followed by another and another as violent. In the silence that ensued, a feeble voice could be heard calling, "Caterina, Caterina!" and there was a sound as of one rising from bed and groping about the chamber with feeble steps. Caterina started up, trembling helplessly, but the cavalier, with presence of mind, extinguished the lamp. "Caterina, Caterina!" and the advancing steps were still heard. A vivid flash, for a second, flooded the whole room as with daylight, and they saw the old man standing like a spectre in the doorway as plainly as he saw Caterina, pale and cowering, and the handsome cavalier bending over her. "Caterina, Caterina!" almost wailed the old man. "I did not think thou couldst be false to me. Why hast thou done this?" The tone was one of agony, but not of reproach. Another flash revealed the three again. The old man staggered forward with one arm outstretched towards the cavalier, as though trying to speak. All was dark again, but they heard a heavy fall, and the next flash showed Giustino Canacci prostrate on the ground. Caterina darted towards him and fell on her knees. "Signor, signor!" she sobbed out, "I have erred, but I have not wronged thee. As thou thinkest, I am not fault. Pity me, pity me." The Duke had lighted the lamp. He had raised the old man in his strong arms and bore him to the bed. Canacci was not insensible. He looked inquiringly, not angrily, into the stranger's face, and muttered feebly, "Who art thou?" Jacopo did not answer. The dying eyes turned to the weeping Caterina. "Poor lamb, if I took thee to my fold, it was because I knew it would not be for long. It was only to shelter thee." "And oh, how ill I have repaid thee! but only in hiding that Jacopo came to see me, and that...
That he loved thee, replied the old man, and his lips tried impotently to form themselves into a smile. So be it. I only ask that he will guard thee tenderly. I shall not make him wait. He laid the soft little hand which was clasping his in that of the cavalier, who took it in silence. A sharp pain choked his utterance, but if he could have spoken, was it possible to tell the old man that he could not wear this jewel upon his breast? Was it possible to slay Caterina with that knowledge in such an hour? Some good angel prompted him to do so, even then, and save her and himself, but the opportunity was soon lost. Caterina was bending over a corpse, wildly lamenting, and accusing herself of having caused the death of her benefactor. The events just narrated took place early in November. Upon New Year's Eve, a heavy fall of snow, very rare in Florence, kept almost all Italians within doors, for they ever shrink from cold. The snow rendered noiseless the steps of those who ventured forth, and deadened even the sound of carriage wheels. 2 men, shrouded in long cloaks, were hiding in the Via del Pilastri, near the house where Giustino Canacci had dwelt. Once or twice they stole from their place of concealment, as though to reconnoiter, and looked down the street. If a stray foot passenger chanced to get a glimpse of them, he quickened his pace with a shudder. The trade of the assassin was well known in Florence, but no one dared to meddle with another seeking for vengeance. A carriage approached noiselessly. The man who was playing the part of coachman was evidently unused to such an office. He drew up awkwardly a few paces beyond Canacci's former residence. A lady, wearing a black mask, looked out for a moment when the carriage stopped, then spoke in a whisper to one within. There was no answer, but a man put forth his hand, opened the door, leapt out, and walked boldly up to the dark angle where the 2 bravos were hiding. This man was in no way disguised, except by the fumes of liquor which usually enveloped him and brought to the surface the most brutish part of his nature. Almost any passer-by would have recognized him as Maso, a low, lawless fellow, the only son of Giustino Canacci by a first marriage. He had never looked with favorable eyes upon pretty Caterina, but when he learned the bulk of his father's large fortune was left to her, only an Italian can conceive of how he hated her, and how open he was to overtures from those who shared that hatred. Maso exchanged a few words with the men, and then returned to the carriage. "Signora, he has not gone yet." The lady did not reply, but signaled to him to resume his seat in the coach. They had not waited long when the door of Giustino Canacci's house opened, and the lamp, carried by a beautiful girl attired in mourning, fell upon the radiant face of a cavalier who was carefully enveloping himself in his cloak. As he passed the threshold, he turned and tenderly kissed her forehead. The lady, who was leaning far out of the carriage, drew back and clenched her hands until the nails pierced the flesh and blood marked the pressure of every finger. The cavalier went rapidly on his way. As soon as he was out of sight, Maso again descended from the carriage and knocked at the door. Caterina had not had time to return to her apartment, for it was her voice that answered, without opening. "Who is there?" "It is I, Maso. Open the door." The order was at once obeyed. "Come to the salon. I have something to say to you," said Maso. Caterina, bearing the light, led the way to the salon, having first carefully closed the door. When they entered the room, Maso said, Wait for me here a moment. I have forgotten something."
Caterina nodded a smiling assent and seated herself. Maso returned to the street, handed the lady from the carriage, signaled the two bravos. All four entered the house, and the door was closed and barred. Maso led the way to the apartment where Caterina sat. The masked lady entered first. The three men grouped themselves near the entrance, but she strode up to Caterina. "What is this? Who are you, madam?" inquired Caterina, somewhat startled, though not evincing any great alarm. The lady removed her mask. "Do you not know me?" "No, truly, signora," answered Caterina, but her voice trembled, for the satanic expression of the woman who stood before her might well have terrified a braver heart. "I am the wife of Duke San Giuliano." Caterina did not change color. She simply bowed, and her blue eyes looked the inquiry she was too courteous to speak. "Who left this house a few moments ago?" asked the Duchess. Caterina did not answer. "It is your lover!" shrieked the Duchess. Caterina dropped her eyelids silently, but without shame. She had no thought of denying the fact. "The Duke San Giuliano!" added the Duchess fiercely. Then Caterina gave a violent start, and her face blanched with terror as she exclaimed, "No, no, oh no!" "I tell you, yes, I saw him. My eyes are not false as he is, as you are." Caterina's limbs refused to support her, and she dropped, half kneeling, half crouching, before the Duchess. You mistook. Jacopo, who left me but now, has no wife. When I put off these weeds, he will have one. He has told me 100 times that he never loved any woman but me. It was the truth, I knew. You have mistaken him for someone else." Then the lady's fury burst all bounds. She sprang towards the girl, and seizing her by the throat, that beautiful throat, which her husband must have thought of when he so lauded slender throats, plunged her dagger in Caterina's breast, exclaiming, "2 wives he cannot have. Thus I rid him of the one whom he dared to say he loved. He has only one left to love." The wound was not mortal, and Caterina, with the strength of fear, struggled to her feet and freed herself from the grasp of the frantic woman, but she encountered the bravos. Maso went forth to see that her cries had not been heard. The men soon followed him. After a long interval, the door opened again, and the lady appeared. She carried in her hand a small black bag, entered the carriage, laid the bag on her knees, and held it there as she was driven back to the Villa Salviati. The Duke woke early the next morning and summoned his valets. It was New Year's Day, and all the world would throng the court to pay homage to the sovereign. Salviati bade his valets bring forth his most costly attire. He was merry that morning, and liberal because he was merry. He flung to each a large piece of gold to celebrate Capo d'Anno, New Year. For it was a year which promised much happiness, he said. He was humming a popular love song when someone tapped lightly on the door. "Come in." A servant entered bearing a blue velvet basket, embroidered with seed pearls and apparently well filled with fine cambric. The cavaliers of those days delighted in fine linen and rich laces. "My lady sends to my lord Duke this New Year's gift." "Thank your lady, and say I wish her a happy New Year's. This is for thee." He tossed the attendant a piece of gold. The laces were very costly. Upon the top lay a superb handkerchief. Then came a rich collar and cuffs. He was trying to lift out the next article, but the lace must have caught. It appeared to be fastened. He plunged his hand into the basket to loosen it.
His fingers came in contact with something very soft and silky. The touch, though familiar, thrilled him like an electric shock. He drew out his hand, but tangled about the fingers was a long, long tresses of burnished gold. Terror-stricken, he tore away the cambric which covered something in the bottom of the basket. Oh, beautiful horror! That face, the delicate features white as wax, the sightless, glassy blue eyes opened wide, the head of his beautiful Caterina lay before him. With the savage roar of a wild beast, Salviati rushed from the apartment to that of his wife. The Duchess was gone. She had only returned home the night previous, prepared that basket, left it in charge of a servant, and fled. The false husband and the revengeful wife never met again. Salviati, after wandering about the world, resting nowhere, and finding no peace, haunted by that beautiful horror, died in his prime. Veronica took up her residence at her father's court. Often and often she prayed for pardon, but Salviati was deaf to her supplications. Her life dragged on to extreme old age. She passed her days in acts of charity, which brought comfort to other hearts, but hers was evermore comfortless. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Italian Life and Legends by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 15. Ginerva. There is an antique street in Florence, running from the Piazza del Duomo to the Via del Oca, which bears the startling title of Via della Morte, Street of the Dead. The original name of the Via del Campanile was changed to the Via del Morte to commemorate the resuscitation of the beautiful Ginerva, who, having escaped from the tomb, wandered through the streets by night, seeking that shelter which the terrors of superstition denied her. The story of Ginerva, even more thrilling and singularly romantic than that of Romeo and Juliet, or Ippolito Buondelmonte and Dianora dei Bardi, whom T. Adolphus Trollope styles the Tuscan Romeo and Juliet, can hardly be called a tradition or legend. It is, beyond question, a true history, and has been chronicled by various reliable Italian historians. Lastri, Rondinelli, Del Migliore, but the most minute is given by Mani in his Vigili Piacevoli. Leigh Hunt has incorporated some of the chief incidents of the life of Ginerva in his drama entitled A Legend of Florence, a play which was enacted at the Theatre Royal, Covent Garden, 1840, when the role of Ginerva was exquisitely personated by Miss Ellen Tree. The distinguished author has, however, made a most unaccountable error in regard to the period in which Ginerva lived. According to the above-mentioned historians, the most remarkable event of her life occurred in 1396, but Leigh Hunt states that the time of his play to be during the pontificate of Leo X. Pope Leo X was not born until 1475, and he did not become pope until more than a century after the death of Ginerva. Strange to say, Leigh Hunt does not seem to have been acquainted with some of the most striking features of her history. If he had been, he could hardly have omitted in his play an element so highly dramatic as the sighting of Ginerva and her early lover, Antonio Rondinelli,
before the tribunal of her enraged husband, Francesco degli Agloanti. Ginerva's eloquent recital of her wrongs, the wonder and sympathy of the Florentine public, and the extraordinary decision of the judges. The Rondinelli were a very ancient and much esteemed Florentine family. They gave to the Republic 36 priory, 12 gonfalonieri, mayors, 1 senator or commendatore. The name Rondinelli signifies swallow, and the Rondinelli coat of arms was a swallow upon a field of gold. Towards the close of the 14th century, the young Antonio Rondinelli became enamored of Ginerva degli Almieri, a lady of high lineage. Bernardo, the father of Ginerva, a stern, hard, grasping man, was at variance with the Rondinelli family, an occurrence almost too common between noble Florentine families in those days to be worthy of mention. The youthful Ginerva warmly responded to the passion her lovely person and lovelier character had kindled, and notwithstanding the division between their families, the trusting lovers basked in the delicious hope that they would one day be united. Antonio sought Bernardo degli Almieri, and, in spite of a frigid and frowning reception, boldly avowed his affection for Ginerva, and prayed that the discord between their houses might be melted into harmony by her fair hand, clasped before the altar in his. The father repulsed him rudely, and forbade all intercourse between the lovers. Then Ginerva, gaining courage through her dismay, went to her father and implored him to hear her, told him of her love for Antonio, and besought him not to separate them. Her father turned an obdurate ear to her pleadings, and drove her from his presence. Ginerva mourned and pined for her banished lover, without disguising her sorrow. Bernardo augured from this open grief that she cherished a hope that he would be moved to revoke the sentence of separation. To dispel any such baseless delusion, he determined to give her in marriage without delay. Francesco degli Angolanti was one of the most opulent men in Florence. From certain facts, however, related by the historians, it may be inferred that he was as miserly as he was wealthy. Ginerva, far from listening to his wooing, turned from him with an unconcealed aversion. But this did not prevent Angolanti demanding her hand of her father, who promised it willingly. When her approaching betrothal was announced to Ginerva, she made resolute resistance and conjured her imperious father not to add this new affliction to one which had already bereft her of her happiness. His reply was to hasten the preparations for her nuptials. When Ginerva found her struggles fruitless, she fell into a state of deep dejection and listless apathy. She no longer seemed to notice what passed around her, and was led to the altar unresistingly, as though her faculties had become torpid, as if she was no longer capable even of the sensation of pain. After her marriage, this inert and passive condition became confirmed. She moved about like a being whose soul was absent, and went through the ordinary routine of life mechanically, almost unconsciously. She seldom spoke or smiled, or even lamented her fate aloud. Very soon she was attacked by a hysterical affliction, which induced long swoons of frequent occurrence. The physician who attended her pronounced her disease consumption. At the end of 4 years, she one day fell into a swoon, from which all efforts to revive her proved ineffectual. The medical men, after having exhausted their skill without result, informed her husband that she had expired. At sunset, on the evening of the same day, she was carried with great pomp upon an open funeral car to the family vault of the Angolanti in the cemetery of the Duomo. Here, according to custom, her fair body was laid upon a shelf. among the mouldering skeletons of her husband's ancestors. The month was October. The moon shone brightly that night. The stone placed at the mouth of the tomb had not been re-cemented. The masons were to perform the work on the morrow. Through the aperture left by the loosened and ill-fitting stone, the moonlight streamed and lighted up the dismal vault. Ginerva, from her long swoon, had sunken into a deep trance, but life was not extinct. In the middle of the night she feebly stirred and slowly recovered her consciousness. At first, in her half-wakened and tremulously weak state, she thought herself oppressed by a frightful dream. But as her senses fully returned, she saw the skeleton forms with which she was holding companionship and attempted to start up, but fell back powerless and in great affright, for she now discovered that her hands and feet were bound. Then, for the first time, she beheld the grave clothes in which she was attired, and knew by them, and her bandaged feet and hands, that she must have been supposed to be dead, and had been buried. Fear lent her new strength, and after many despairing efforts, she succeeded in loosening the bandages, and disentangling herself from the swathing folds of her long shroud. She stood up, trembling and appalled, but, guided by the moonlight, staggered to the 5 steps before the entrance, and crept up to the stone which barred her exit. To remove it with those delicate and feeble hands seemed impossible, but at such moments the frailest natures are endowed with superhuman strength. After several futile attempts, which with every failure increased her horror, the stone was rolled over, and she stood in the moonlight, in the open cemetery, freed, saved from a living tomb, probably from the death of a maddening terror. With feeble steps she hurried through the streets, her long shroud trailing on the ground, her white drapery floating about her, her ghastly face looking unearthly in the moonlight. She was seeking her home, the home from which she that morning had been borne as a corpse. What wonder that the midnight stragglers who met her thought that they saw an apparition and fled affrighted. At last she reached Francesco Agolanti's house, and in the street called by the name of his family, and, knocking, sank upon the threshold, crying out to her husband to admit her quickly. The window of Agolanti's chamber opened upon a balcony which commanded the front entrance. He heard the knock and the pleading cry, and hastened to the balcony. Ginerva looked up and called to him with a feeble, imploring voice. He recognized the grave, shrouded form, the white face, and the plaintive tones, and was seized with frantic alarm, for he believed himself visited by the ghost of his buried wife. Making the sign of the cross repeatedly, and with great rapidity and vehemence, he bade her depart and leave him in peace, promising that abundant masses should be said for the rest of her soul. Ginerva, in an agonized voice, replied that she lived, and entreated to be admitted. Her husband, more terrified than ever, rushed into his chamber, closed the window, sprang into bed, and covered his head with the clothes to shut out the terrible sound of that low, piteous plaint, recited the De Profundis until all was silent again. The hapless Ginevra rose from the ground with difficulty, and with tottering feet dragged herself to the door of her father's house in the Mercato Vecchio, beyond the Sant'Andrea. Again she knocked, and prayed to be allowed to come in, but when her summons roused the domestics, and her father himself, she was again mistaken for an apparition. The door was closed upon her, and her father and his servants retreated in alarm. Ginerva lay upon the cold steps, almost insensible and in despair. All who saw her fled, terror-stricken, from her presence. She had returned from the grave, and no one would grant her earthly shelter. No one? Was there not one who would never bid her depart, even should he imagine that she had come to him as a spirit? With that thought, she once more struggled to her feet and made her toilsome way through the deserted streets to the Piazza San Lorenzo, where dwelt Antonio Rondinelli. Antonio still loved her with unabated ardor, and had taken a vow to be constant to her memory, and never to marry. The tidings of her death had reached him, and he had not sought his couch that night. He was sitting weeping, and thinking of his doubly lost Ginerva. Her strength was now so far exhausted that she could only knock very feebly, but Antonio heard the sound, and passing out into his balcony, saw the grave-clad figure and the upturned, colorless face of Ginerva. She faintly murmured his name. He, too, believed that it was a spirit, but it was the spirit of his beloved, and the sight and sound filled him with transport. Rapidly and joyfully he descended, and threw open the entrance door, and stooped to raise the cold, shrouded form that lay prostrate at his feet. What painter, what poet, could picture his amazement and his ecstasy? Ginerva lived and was restored to him. He summoned his mother, with whom he resided, and assembled his family to rejoice with him, and to listen to Ginerva's tale. Then Antonio bound them all by an oath to silence, and sent a faithful servant to replace the stone upon the opening of the vault, and to remove every trace of the fugitive's footsteps. Meantime the exhausted Ginerva, now indeed almost dying from the neglect and hardships she had endured, was laid in a warm bed, and tenderly ministered to by the mother of Antonio. For 4 days Ginerva's life seemed to be a flickering candle, which a single breath might extinguish. On the 5th day she gradually revived, and before long was able to rise and converse. She then pondered deeply and sadly upon the only honorable course that was left to her, and with gentle firmness announced to Antonio that, as she could never return to her brutal husband's protection, she felt herself compelled to enter a convent. Antonio, hurled from his sudden happiness into an abyss of despair, implored her to revoke this cruel decision, cruel not to him only, but to herself. He brought forward manifold arguments to convince her that the tie which bound her to Angalati had been dissolved by a death and burial, which all the world believed to be real, and entreated her to become the wife of one who had never loved but her, and had claimed her for his own before she was sold to Agolanti. His mother and family joined their prayers to his, and Ginerva, listening to them and to the pleadings of her own heart, slowly consented. It is recorded that Antonio and Ginerva were privately united by the public notary, who was bound to secrecy. Meantime all Florence was listening to descriptions of the ghost of Ginerva, which so many persons had beheld passing through the streets, and which her husband testified had appeared to him, and her father made known had also visited his door. The two families ordered a bountiful number of masses to be said for the repose of the unquiet spirit. Angolanti now offered the jewels and wardrobe of Ginerva for sale. Great wealth did not prevent his evincing this lack of reverence for her memory, impelled by a sordid love of gain. Rondinelli, as soon as he heard of the proposed barter, hastened to the residence of Angolanti and purchased every article his newly made wife had possessed, paying the most extravagant prices to prevent the smallest object which had been consecrated by her use from passing into the hands of strangers. For some months Ginerva lived in entire seclusion, her existence unknown to any but her husband's family and a few trustworthy domestics. But neither she nor her husband were satisfied with this mode of life. Rondinelli saw no reason why he should not appear before the world as the proud husband of so fair and beloved a wife. Ginerva, too, detested the constant stratagems to which they were obliged to resort, and resolved to go forth boldly. In the revivifying atmosphere of calm happiness and satisfied love, she had risen out of the passive inertness which had paralyzed her faculties during the 4 miserable years which she had passed under the roof of Agolanti, and her character resumed its genuine traits, frank, ardent, and confident, hating dissimulation, and having firm faith that the step she had taken was fully justified. She exhibited neither fear nor hesitation, and was ready to brave the ordeal of public opinion. Accordingly, one morning, Antonio and Ginerva were seen in the Boboli Gardens. Ginerva was leaning on her husband's arms. Her sister accompanied them, and a servant followed. They encountered friends, whose amazement rendered them almost speechless. But Ginerva, whenever she saw she was recognized, paused, and courteously addressed her former acquaintances. She told them that her husband had not only hastily buried her alive without the proper investigation which might have proved that she was not dead, but that when she sought his door and that of her father, she had been rejected by both, and that it was not the fault of husband, father, priest, or physicians that she was not in reality dead, for dead she must shortly have been but for him who alone had truly loved her, and opened his door and his arms to receive her whenever she came in the flesh or the spirit, and therefore it was to him that her life belonged, and to him it had been consecrated. Francesco degli Agolante soon heard of his wife's reappearance, of her defiant words, and her new marriage. Finding that the tale was true, he made an appeal, with great clamor, as the Italian historians say, to the courts of justice to induce them to restore Ginerva to him, her rightful husband. Ginerva and Antonio were summoned to appear before the ecclesiastical court, over which the archbishop presided. The excitement ran high throughout Florence, and the court was surrounded by an indignant and enthusiastic populace who denounced Angolanti and Bernardo, and openly declared their sympathy for Antonio and Ginerva. Before the tribunal, Ginerva told her tale bravely and with great feeling, and made known her determination to resist her former husband's efforts to reclaim her, after he had twice placed her life in peril, had shut her up in the grave, and had closed his doors upon her, adding that if she should be separated from Antonio, she would take refuge from Angolanti in a convent. The case was ably argued on both sides, but the judges, in those times, hardly dared to gainsay the outspoken verdict of the many-mouthed public, which was apt to decide for them what was justice, and to enforce that justice when not summarily dealt out by riot and bloodshed. The decision given will seem almost incredible in our days. The marriage between Agolanti and Ginerva was declared void and null through her supposed death and actual burial, and the court decided that she was free to form other ties according to her good pleasure, and that the ties she had contracted were legal, and that she was now the lawful wife of Antonio Rondinelli. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Italian Life and Legends by Cora MOWATT RITCHIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 16. La Belle Clementine. Part 1. La Belle Clementine, That was the only name by which she was known when she stood before the French tribunal, the only name by which she is designated on the records of the criminal court of Paris. The French law makes a lenient provision by which a culprit's family is spared undeserved shame, and thus the real name of La Belle Clementine throughout her trial was kept a profound secret. Clementine belonged to one of those noble but decayed families whose exclusiveness had not survived its wealth. It was not difficult to obtain admission into the salons which the degenerate nobility frequented. The handsome, daring, dashing Chevalier de la Rochefort found an easy entrée, and nobody troubled himself about Chevalier's antecedents. La Belle Clementine had hardly completed her 17th year when they met. De la Rochefort was quickly and genuinely enamored of the peerless beauty, and Clementine was too impassionate, imaginative, ardent, not to be captivated in turn. Her beauty was all the more striking because wholly unlike the French type. Those changeful eyes, the positive color of which might have been gray, but now appears blue, now violet, now hazel, and now black, that luxuriant hair, revealing a variety of tints, bright chestnut near the roots, and the hue of satiny straw towards the ends, the finely shaped nostrils that expand when the eye dilates, the transparent skin that shows the delicate veins beneath, betrays the faintest blush of emotion, and renders pallor more marble-like when the blood retreats. These were eloquent signs of the temperament most dangerous to womanhood before its ears are opened to the heaven-commissioned monitor within. For the Chevalier de la Rochefort to have offered himself openly as a suitor to Clementine would have entailed the necessity of making known his birth, his means of livelihood, his actual position, and there were very good reasons why these should remain enveloped in mystery. Singular as it may seem, vanity, and perhaps a touch of latent honesty, prompted him to test the depth of Clementine's infatuation and the struggle of his own power by thrilling her ears with the romantic narrative of his lawless youth, the history of daring exploits, to which the administrators of justice would have given a somewhat sterner name. Did Clementine shrink from the man who stood before her an avowed criminal? Alas! It is as sad as true that a large class of women are subject to a sort of demoniacal possession which takes the form of frantic admiration for a villain hero. The awe, dread, and wonder, and with which they regard these fascinating demi-devils, only strengthen the unreasoning passion. Clementine, when she heard from her own lover's lips the story of his unworthiness, was more madly in love with him than before. She was ready to fly with him, to cling to him, to share his dangers and be covered with his shame, to risk life itself by his side. A secret union in France was out of the question for one who had not reached her majority. They fled to England, where the marriage was duly solemnized, returned to Paris, and lived in seclusion, undiscovered by her relatives. 3 years after, La Belle Clementine became the wife of Victorien le Victorieux, as he was styled by the band of ruffians whom he ruled with a rod of iron, and who idolized him for his bravery. A robbery was committed on the premises of a wealthy miser, followed by a murder which was supposed to have been unintentional and perpetrated in self-defense. The offenders were traced to the abode of their chief. Victorien and his band were arrested, and with them La Belle Clementine. The trial lasted many days, and though it took place with closed doors, very little influence was needed to obtain admission, and the court was thronged. Clementine's remarkable beauty, her youth, her apparent unsophistication, and her passionate attempts to shield her husband moved even her judges to compassion. Victorien and several of his comrades were found guilty of murder and sentenced to the guillotine. La Belle Clementine and the others were condemned to imprisonment for life. Clementine was thrown into a state of frenzy by the sentence passed upon her husband, and piteously implored to be allowed to share his fate. Since the judges thought her guilty, let the guillotine be her doom also. The sentence they had passed on her was no punishment, for if Victorien died, the whole world would be but one vast solitary prison-house, which their sentence could not render more desolate. Her pathetic appeal was not one to be granted, but it heightened the agitation visible throughout the court. That emotion had in one instance been so violent that when the jury pronounced the verdict of guilty, a young man fell to the ground and was borne forth insensible. That night de la Rochefort swallowed an acid, which he had himself prepared by steeping a sou in vinegar, and was found dead in his cell. When the tidings were communicated to Clementine, they seemed to benumb her intellect. She sank into a state of physical and mental prostration, and was hardly conscious of her removal to the Maison Centrale at Fontevraud. An attack of brain fever ensued, and when she rallied, her body alone appeared to have returned to life. Her soul remained afar off. Happily, she found a pitying friend in the kindly physician of the prison. He advised her to petition to be sent to Cayenne, where she would at least have more freedom, be allowed to breathe the fresh air, and have duties assigned her which would help to divert her thoughts from brooding over the miserable past and dreary future. Clementine, grateful for any change and believing that none could be for the worse, made the application. The request was granted without difficulty, and the stricken, doomed, desolate girl made a tedious voyage to the French penal settlement in South America, which is a less intolerable home to the convict than the prisons of France. On the small, arid, sun-scorched island of Cayenne, Clementine thought to pass the remainder of her days. Part 2. We have already mentioned that when La Belle Clementine was pronounced guilty, there was one person among the sympathizing crowd so strongly moved that he fell prostrate and unconscious. It was the Vicomte Eugène de Rozier, a youth of 18. Every day, while the trial lasted, he had presented himself at the doors long before they were opened, and, being the first to enter, he always made his way to the same seat, one where he could face the prisoners at the bar. His agitation when La Belle Clementine appeared in the dock was so often uncontrollable that it drew the eyes of the court upon him. When appearances seemed to criminate her, he clenched his hands, gasped for breath, and sometimes tore open his vest as if he were stifling. His eager eyes never turned from her face, and now and then it seemed as though magnetically they drew her eyes to look his way. In leaving the court, he was often heard asserting his firm belief in her innocence, quoting circumstances which proved that she could not be guilty, and vehemently protesting that her only crime consisted in loving too faithfully and too blindly a villain. Friends inquired if the young Viscount knew La Belle Clementine personally. Know her? Yes, no, he answered incoherently. That is, he knew her, for who could listen to all those minute details of her life and feel that he did not know her? Who could look upon her wondrously beautiful countenance until it became so familiar that it filled his mental vision night and day, and say that he did not know her?
but except before that dreadful tribunal, they had never met. He had never addressed one word to her, and yet he was sure she knew of his sympathy, his devotion, his prayers that she might be proved innocent. Their eyes had met. She had thanked him by a grateful look, had told him of her innocence by the indignant flush that mantled her cheek when she was accused. No jury would dare to commit such a wrong as to find a verdict of guilty against her. When the last day of the trial came, when he discovered his error, and heard that appalling word pronounced, the young Vicomte started from his seat, trembling and deadly pale. He strove to speak, but the words into a hoarse cry, which broke the solemn stillness that followed the verdict. Then came the sound of a fall, and all eyes, even those of Clementine, the convicted, were turned upon the youth, whom the gendarmes carried insensible from the court. When he recovered from his swoon, the young Vicomte raved wildly against the injustice of the law, declared that he would see Clementine again, would give her the assurance that there was one who would move heaven and earth to get her sentence revoked or enable her to escape. His friends only laughed at his vague threats, and his parents secretly remarked how well enthusiasm became him, how his eyes glittered with an unwonted light, what a torrent of eloquence burst from his lips. But suddenly Eugene disappeared. He made no preparations, left no letter, had not supplied himself with money, and his purse was usually empty. Agonized by terrible fears, his father offered a large reward for his discovery, and he was soon traced by the police. On the road to Fontainebleau, they found an exhausted, half-starved youth, whose college dress betrayed him. He had wandered 3 or 4 days and nights without food or shelter, determined to reach the Maison Centrale and to see Clementine. He had planned various extravagant modes of obtaining an interview, and he was within sight of the walls of the city when his overtaxed strength abandoned him, and he sank by the wayside, unable to drag himself a step farther. In spite of his pathetic entreaties to be allowed to complete his journey, he was reconducted to his home. It was only too evident that his mind had become seriously unsettled by what the French physicians call the idée fixe. For years he was kept under surveillance, first of a tutor, then of a constant companion. Notwithstanding his mental infirmity, he distinguished himself at college. He also excelled in fencing, boxing, running, leaping. He was a daring equestrian and one of the most skillful swordsmen in Paris. He cultivated all gymnastic exercises with singular perseverance, as though he had some hidden object in view, and expected an hour would come when he would fight against fearful odds, or leap the most formidable barriers, make his escape, and fly unimpeded by heavy burdens. His father died, leaving the son but a small patrimony with his title. At last the irritating watchfulness which had thrown a restraint over Eugene's actions was relaxed. He had always delighted to exhibit his strength of muscle. He suddenly invented a new mode for its display at the Jockey Club, of which he was a member, by bending a napoleon between his finger and thumb. Gold became wax in his iron grip. This feat he performed many times, and after bending the coin, always presenting it to one of the wondering lookers-on, and receiving another napoleon in exchange. A young man from Bordeaux, who was making his first trip to Paris, was so much struck by the ease with which Count de Rosier folded up these coins that he frequently desired him to repeat the experiment, always securing the bent coins as trophies and giving others in exchange. It chanced, after a time, that the young Bordelais fell short of money, and took the little stock of bent napoleons which he kept as curiosities to the money-changers. The information which he received on presenting them caused him to rush to the club in a state of fury,
There he found the Count sitting in his usual seat, in an attitude which had lately become habitual to him, that of a man who was waiting for someone or something, always waiting. His face brightened strangely as he saw the flushed and enraged countenance of the Bordelaise, and grew brighter still when the young man planted himself in front of the Count and requested the gentleman present to bear witness that every Napoleon which the Count de Rosiers had bent with such marvellous facility, in exchange for which he had received good money, was counterfeit. The Count rose, bowed courteously, and replied with an air of self-congratulation, "You are right, sir. They are counterfeit coins, every one of them. I freely admit the fact." He spoke in a tone of triumph. "Sir," exclaimed his exasperated accuser, "do you know that it is a crime for which I shall bring you to justice?" "You are bound to do so, sir," replied the Count complacently. "Do you suppose that I am jesting, that you take it so coolly?" returned the Bordelaise. "Are you aware that you probably will be transported?" "Yes, to Cayenne. That is all I ask. Heaven knows I have done enough to be sent there, but I have been so unfortunate. Nobody would ever find me out." The gentlemen who formed a circle around de Rosiers looked at each other aghast. Seeing that no one moved, he asked indignantly, "Why am I not arrested? Have I not admitted that the coins were false?" At this crisis an elderly gentleman suggested that the Count should be locked in a room where he then was, and begged the other members of the club to withdraw to an adjoining apartment. When they were assembled there, he strenuously advised that before sending for the officers of justice, Dr. Blanche, the celebrated physician for the insane, should be summoned. The Count sat waiting, with an air of eager expectation which had grown so familiar to his features. But when the door opened, and he turned to welcome an officer, he encountered a physician. After a brief interview, Dr. Blanche informed the members of the club that the unfortunate Count was undoubtedly laboring under monomania, and that his fixed determination to behold and succor a being who had made an indelible impression on his youthful imagination would cause him to commit any act of madness. He added that there was but one chance of cure, a faint one perhaps, but still chance, and that lay in the gratification of the ardent desire which he had cherished for full 20 years. The Count fancied that beholding la belle Clementine, he would see the young and beautiful woman whose image was ever present to his eyes. But 20 years had elapsed. Clementine must now be 40. Time, toil, exposure to a tropical sun, and the wretched existence she must have led had doubtless destroyed her personal charms. The presence of the real being would dethrone the ideal and dissipate the Count's infatuation. The benevolent doctor concluded by saying that if the members of the club would lend him their aid in taking steps to render this voyage to Cayenne feasible, it might be the means of restoring to reason an unfortunate gentleman whom they had all hitherto esteemed. Not a man present withheld his consent, and the generous young Bordelaise was one of the most zealous in discussing the best method to be adopted, and afterwards in carrying into execution the plans agreed upon. Part 3. Clementine, by the time she reached Cayenne, was comparatively restored to physical health. She seldom spoke, and never murmured. In a state of stolid abstraction, she went mechanically through the labors assigned her, labors for which those small, delicately moulded hands that bore witness to her gentle blood were how unfitted. She was never roused from her apathy, save by the voice of the priest whose duty it was to visit the convicts. She never seemed to experience the faintest emotion, either of pain or pleasure, except when she was assembled with her unfortunate companions to listen to his exhortations, and then it was only the expression of unutterable anguish upon her pallid countenance that betrayed her mental agony. As the years passed on, little by little, a holy calm, full of earnest endeavor, took the place of her apathetic tranquillity. No stranger who looked into those serenely thoughtful eyes could have believed that hers was an existence without earthly hope, that she was a convict for life. Gradually more liberty was accorded her. She was permitted to nurse the sick, and it was soon found that she ministered to them with a singular skill and tenderness. She also evinced a marvelous power to comfort those whom a sentence as severe as her own had driven to reckless despair. She induced them to accept the fate which was inevitable, and turn their thoughts to that life which was full of hope, even to such as they. Often the most degraded and ungovernable listened to her pleading voice, and their blasphemies and lamentations melted into prayers. She always spoke of herself as one as guilty as they, and this self-accusation seemed all the stronger from the fact that the most criminal of her companions were ever striving to prove their innocence and the injustice of their sentence. From time to time, reports sent from the penal colony to the French government set forth the piety and virtue and untiring zeal of Clementine, but her sad story almost passed out of the minds of those who now heard these accounts. It would be tedious to enter into the full particulars of the movement which resulted in the embarkation of Count Eugène de Rosiers and a young physician selected by Dr. Blanche for Cayenne. Eugène betrayed no symptoms of derangement during the passage, except indeed in the enthusiasm which he over and over again described to his companion the eloquent face, the rapid transitions of expression, the great eyes of changing hue, the hair of mingled tints, so luxuriant in its thick waves and rich curls, the fragile, graceful form, the lofty bearing, the picturesque attire of La Belle Clementine. He would know her anywhere, he affirmed, in any garb, and a voice within told him that she, too, would instantly recognize him. As they neared the port, he gave way to a wild burst of joy, and his impatience became so great that Dr. Jouvet placed his arm in that of the patient and grasped him firmly, fearing that he might plunge into the waves and endeavor to swim to the shore, for he was a bold and experienced swimmer. They were safely landed at last, and without delay sought the residence of the governor, were courteously received by him, presented the letter of which Dr. Jouvet was the bearer, and obtained an order for the Count to visit Clementine. On their way to the prison, Eugène was filled with dismay at the dreary appearance of the island, at the sight of the wretched, wasted, diseased convicts whom they encountered. Through what horrors La Belle Clementine, so young, so beautiful, must have passed during her 20 years of captivity. 20 years! Could it be 20 years since he had beheld her last? And he could see her face as vividly, could remember the sound of her voice and the most trivial incidents of that fearful trial as perfectly as though 20 hours instead of 20 years had elapsed. Dr. Jouvet delivered the governor's orders to the head matron, and when she retired to summon Clementine, he also withdrew. Eugène was left in the rude, bare apartment appropriated to the matron's use, waiting with beating heart and breath almost suspended. In a few moments the door opened, and he bounded forward impetuously, but stopped, for there stood before him an elderly woman, attired in the uncouth prison dress, her hair smoothed away from her brow and almost entirely concealed beneath an ill-shaped cap, her form very far from fragile, her face round and somewhat ruddy, though lightly furrowed, and her whole aspect that of an unpretending, self-possessed matron. The Count paused abruptly, and then said with an apologetic air, "I desired to see Clementine, la belle Clementine," he added fervently. The matron's lips did not part even with the faintest soupçon of a smile at this familiar appellation. She merely raised her eyes to his face with a look of inquiry. The hue of those steady eyes was not dubious. It was clearly and softly grey. Then bowing calmly, and without a shadow of emotion, she replies, "I am Clementine, monsieur." "You?" The Count was struck speechless. He gazed at her in agonized bewilderment, tried to recognize her features, her form, her expression, her voice, even in vain, in vain. He had never seen, never heard this cold, calm, self-contained matron before. At last he gasped out, "And you remember me?" "No, monsieur," was the laconic answer. "No? And I was there through it all. I watched you every day. I knew you were innocent of everything, but loving too well." Clementine started and flushed crimson. The grey eyes had grown very dark, as they were raised heavenward for an instant, and then dropped their lids. "Through all those years your face has ever been before my eyes," resumed the Count. Clementine's gaze was bent upon the ground, and, though her lips quivered, she made no answer. "Say, at least, that you remember the youth who swooned when you were pronounced guilty." She shuddered visibly, and, in a half-whispered, answered, "Yes, I remember." "He has dreamed of you night and day, has followed you here after all these years to see you, to do something for you." "What is there to be done for such a one as I am?" replied Clementine hopelessly. The words recalled Eugene to a consciousness of his position. What was there to be done, indeed? How often he had dreamed of la belle Clementine, pardoned by the emperor. How often he had fondly thought he would make her his wife. How often he had pictured their lives in some far-off land where they would both be unknown. But this woman, who, though still strikingly handsome, bore no resemblance to the ideal in his mind, was she the being whom he pined to share the rest of his existence, and for whom no sacrifice could be too great? "If the emperor's pardon could be procured—" He hesitated and was silent, at a loss how to finish the sentence. "I have never dared hope for it," mournfully ejaculated Clementine. "But if it could be obtained, there would be a future still before you." "There is a future even here. My life is not wholly useless. I thank God for that." She could have hardly made a reply that would have touched Eugene more deeply. There is something so penetrating in the holiness of that resignation which hopes nothing for itself, yet is hopeful and helpful for others. He recognized her voice at last, and it seemed to him more richly melodious than ever. "I will seek for your pardon. To what better object could I devote my life?" he replied with new ardor. Clementine's eyes dilated with sudden joy until they seemed a brilliant black. She clasped her hands and burst into a fit of convulsive weeping. A jailer entered. The time allowed for the interview had expired. Without being able to utter a single sentence, the convict was compelled to withdraw. The state in which Eugene returned to his companion completely puzzled the physician. It was impossible to tell whether his patient was or was not cured, or what effect the great change in Clementine had wrought upon him. He was so excited, yet so eager to leave the island. A very inferior vessel was to sail for France in a few days. Its accommodations were of the rudest kind, but Eugene insisted on taking passage. He could not brook delay, and during the days that intervened before the ship sailed, he made no attempt to see Clementine again. Conclusion. 2 years later, the Count was once more on his way to Cayenne. For 2 years he had labored, first to reach, then to influence those in power, obtained from the Emperor the pardon which Eugene was now the bearer. During those 2 years no symptom of his mental derangement had been apparent. He had something to achieve, and to a mind in the state of his, occupation is salvation. Eugene had made every arrangement for Clementine's instant return to France. His thoughtfulness and delicacy were touchingly evinced in his preparations. He had secured a stateroom on board of the vessel in which he sailed for its return passage, and had provided a trunk containing a fitting wardrobe for a lady. Did Eugene remember his frantic impatience to behold Clementine when he entered that port 2 years before? He betrayed no such eagerness now. He did not even seek the prison. The trunk, with the 2 envelopes addressed to Clementine, were conveyed to her by a trusty messenger. One envelope contained her pardon, the other the ticket for her passage and a handsome sum of money, literally half of all that Eugene possessed. These gifts she was allowed to believe were part of the emperor's bounty. Clementine had gained the respect and esteem of the whole colony, and her departure was the signal for loud lamentation among the poor wretches whose fate her gentle presence and loving ministry had softened. Alas, they were too sorrowful for themselves to be generous enough to rejoice for her. When the day upon which the vessel was to sail arrived, she was handed on board by the governor of the island himself. She wore the simplest of the dresses found in the well-filled trunk, but her beauty, so long disguised by the hideous prison garb, shone forth in startling splendor. It was not the beauty of the Clementine of old, but a mellow, subdued, unyouthful, yet heart-touching loveliness. There was not the faintest trace of the 20 years convict in the dignified gentlewoman with whom the governor shook hands warmly as he withdrew, after presenting her to the captain of the vessel. The captain himself conducted her to her stateroom. As she was walking by his side, she started violently and left a sentence unfinished. She had caught sight of someone in the distance, who lifted his hat. Eugene, as he advanced to greet her, experienced a sense of inexplicable gratification when he found her so powerfully agitated that after stammering out a few inarticulate words, she retired to her stateroom and did not reappear until the vessel had sailed. It was a moonlit evening. Eugene was pacing the deck, in so happy a frame of mind that he wondered at himself when he again beheld La Belle Clementine. He had once more involuntarily restored to her the familiar name by which during the last 2 years he had ceased to designate her in thought. She came toward him as rapidly as the motion of the vessel would permit, with an air of mingled timidity and frankness. He hastened to offer his arm. She hesitated, but the lurching of the vessel perforce overcame her unwillingness to accept its support. "I came to thank you. No, not to thank you. That is impossible. You have given me life itself, and all the thanks I could utter." Eugene interrupted her. "Would but pain me. Do not thank me for purchasing the greatest happiness that was ever mine by an act which is one of simple justice to you." The eyes which Clementine lifted to his face looked wondrously blue in the moonlight. Womanly instinct taught her that he would accept their thanks, while he refused those of her lips. The passage was long, for the ship was often becalmed, but the days were all too short for Eugene. He loved La Belle Clementine as fervently as ever, or rather now he loved the true Clementine, whose mind and heart were daily revealed to him, not the creature of his imagination, to whom she bore so little resemblance. And Clementine, how was it with her? Alas, how alone could it be? Her early passion for Victorine had been as mad as Eugene's infatuation for her former self, and, like his, was the mere idolatry of an ideal. But this man, who had loved her so many years, this man, who had brought the light of hope, beaming from his face, into her prison house, who had broken her chains, restored her to life, was it wonderful that in his presence she walked in paradise? But in the heart of a true woman, love is indissolubly united to boundless generosity, and when Eugene asked Clementine to be his wife, though her frame thrilled with joy as her ears drank in the delicious words, she did not betray by the quivering of a muscle her internal ecstasy. She had long known his noble and generous nature would not let him shrink from offering her the safe shelter of his heart, the shield of his name, and she had pondered well over her course. In reply to his prayer, she calmly pictured to him what his future life would inevitably be if she had returned his affection, if, oh holy hypocrite, if she had consented to become his wife, and she painted what her own misery would have been when she felt him dragged down and shut out from fellowship with his equals by his union with a pardoned convict. Greater misery, she added vehemently, than she had endured at Cayenne, aye, far greater. The Count de Rosiers, she said, had still a career of honor and usefulness before him. He could never sink back into the gloom which, through an imaginary passion for her and a too absorbing sympathy with her misfortunes, had darkened his past life. The very memory of the benefits he had conferred upon her must brighten the rest of his existence. As for herself, the good old priest at Cayenne had given her a letter to a holy father in Paris. She had made up her mind to take vows, as the law permitted, and become a sister of charity. She chose this vocation of her own free will, for the emperor's pardon had been accompanied by a gift which secured her independence. She had placed half the sum in the hands of her friend, the priest at Cayenne, to be used in ameliorating the condition of the convicts. The other half would go to the order of the sisters, which she joined. Certes, it was not for these purposes that Eugene had impoverished himself by diminishing his own moderate income to half, but there was nothing to be done. Again and again he pressed his suit, ever with the same result. Clementine preserved her secret with such womanly art that Eugene at last believed her true to the villain who had caused her ruin, and was compelled to abandon all hope. When they parted at the door of the priest to whom she had been recommended, Eugene uttered one more remonstrance, but this time only against her becoming a sister of charity. The door had just opened to admit her. For the first time she laid her hand in his, then, with a smile that seemed to glorify her face, said, "Be sure it was for that I was made," and passed from his sight. And soon there were sufferers not a few, whose grateful voices testified to the truth of these words, proclaiming that she had indeed God's license to minister. Eugene had no mental relapse. His cure was effected in a manner somewhat different from the one which Dr. Blanche had planned, but it was complete, and all the more permanent because the bestowal of half of his fortune upon Clementine forced him to seek some bread-yielding occupation. Now and then, as he passes through the streets of Paris, he encounters a Madonna-faced woman, wearing the white coif, serge dress, and large white collar of the Sisterhood of Charity, and though her meek grey eyes are never raised to any other face, recognition of a male not being permitted to her order, she smiles upon him with grave sweetness, and the smile seems to say, "What should I have been but for you?" Eugene cannot doubt that she is happy, and her existence of helpful charity, of self-abnegation, of peaceful satisfaction, has taught him the wisdom of the angels who know that from the deepest woe divinest joy proceeds. No human heart, until it inly bleeds its life away in pure self-sacrifice, can teach to earth the wisdom of the skies. End of chapter 16.